Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents To Tame a Scandalous Lady by Liana de la Rosa, narrated by Gabrielle Baker. Chapter 1. December 1831. Of all the preposterous schemes you've concocted, this one wins the hand. Flora lifted her chin. That is a very rude thing to say. Perhaps. Her sister, Juliana, raised a shoulder, although the movement was subdued so as to not wake the small boy asleep in her lap. But rude does not mean it's untrue. Truth is not an absolute thing. It very much depends on the person and their definition of what is true or not. Not that Flora believed such nonsense, but she would prefer not to begin this discussion on shaky ground. "I'm sorry," Juliana began, glancing about the ornate solar they sat in. After skimming her gaze over her husband, the Duke of Ashwood, who sat reading the paper in the chair opposite Flora, her piercing stare landed on her. "Were you attempting to distract me from your foolish plan with that bit of nonsense you just uttered?" "It's not foolish." Juliana looked to the Duke, who smirked knowingly as he continued to read the page in front of him. "You intend on applying for the assistant trainer position at Amstead Gardens, disguised as a man." Sitting up straight, she nodded. "That's the right of it?" "You're cracked." The Duchess held a hand to her mouth as the young boy in her lap mumbled in his sleep. After a prolonged moment, she continued, albeit in a softer voice. "Do you honestly think you'd be successful in disguising yourself as a man? Not just for an evening of subterfuge, but for months on end?" Flora swallowed, willing her tone to remain even. Winning her sister's approval was paramount. If Juliana agreed to her plan, the Duchess would defend her to the death if the endeavour were to go south. And as the Duke denied his wife nothing, Flora would have two powerful defenders. She desperately needed an ally, and her sister and the Duke were ideal. Now to convince Juliana of how much this meant to her. "Jul, people see what they expect to see. You know this. If I am dressed as a man and play the part of a man, I doubt anyone would look closely enough to see that I'm not actually growing any facial hair." "Or in possession of an Adam's apple," the Duke offered dryly. "And if they do look closely, if you slip in your performance and reveal your true identity, what then?" Juliana leaned forward, her eyes wide. "You could be hurt. I cannot abide that happening. Old habits died hard. It's not yours to abide." Curse her tongue. The Duchess pulled back, her fingers idly combing through her son's blonde hair. Her laurel-green eyes speared Flora. "I suppose not. You've always done whatever you wanted, no matter what objections Niall or I, or even Mother and Father made. So why are you telling me your scheme beforehand, rather than simply enacting it and apologizing later?" Flora battled the urge to shift in her seat. "This is not a light-hearted prank or a bit of innocent mischief. I am aware there is more at stake." "Pray tell. What do you consider to be at stake?" "My safety, as you mentioned. My reputation. The family's good name. Your reputation." She dropped her eyes to her hands, which sat knotted in her lap. "Niall's political career?" Their brother Niall, the Marquis of Inverray, held a powerful position in the House of Commons, and his sisters had both worked to further his political agenda. But since Juliana's marriage, hostess duties had fallen on Flora's shoulders, and she tried her best to execute them flawlessly, despite how she chafed. This outlandish plan of hers would be disastrous for so many if she were discovered. Yet even knowing what she risked, Flora was determined to see it through. Juliana's soft chuckle rankled. "Ah, so you have thought out the consequences." Flora gritted her teeth. "Of course I have. I'm not completely selfish." "No, not completely." The Duchess dragged a pillow to her side and slowly shifted her son onto it. After a tense pause, she relaxed back into the cushions, her hands coming to massage the swell of her abdomen just beginning to show through her day dress. "Why now, Flo? Why must you take this great risk now?" Determined to deliver her explanation as eloquently as possible, Flora breathed deeply to calm her racing heart. "I want to learn to be the best horse trainer I can be." Juliana stared at her, apparently unmoved by her impassioned decree. She tried again. "You know I did not want to go to London. I was perfectly happy at Lochkilmorrow, overseeing the stables and ensuring the Campbell tradition lived on. I never dreamed of a London season or endless balls and soirees. My life in Scotland was challenging, interesting and fulfilling." "That's because you had the run of the estate." Juliana shrugged. "Father was content to let you oversee the stables. He had no qualms about you gallivanting all over the Highlands in breeches and tartan." "Exactly. I have gone from being a wild Highland falcon to a caged dove." She closed her eyes. "I'm weary of my prison, Jule." Her sister was impervious to her hyperbole. "Why did you agree to come, then? Father would not have pushed you if you were truly against it." Flora rose and walked to the window, gazing out over the lush, manicured gardens that extended from the wide terrace steps down to the lake that sparkled in the distance. Such a sight made her want to escape the confines of the luxurious sitting-room and frolic in the sun, the fresh Yorkshire air a tempering balm. But escape was impossible when the prize remained elusive. Propping a hip on the window-sill, she turned and met her sister's eyes. "I didn't want to disappoint Niall. He so rarely visited, and when he did, it was for a big event. I used to count down the days until he'd appear at the end of the long drive leading to the castle." She quirked her mouth. "When he said he wanted to take us to London for a season, I did not give much thought to what that would entail. I simply wanted to spend time with my brother." A soft, sad smile settled on Juliana's lips. "That was one of the reasons I agreed to come too." "What were the other reasons?" "I actually wanted a season. I thought perhaps I might meet a man I could imagine as my husband." The Duke slid his gaze to Juliana. So much tenderness in his eyes, Flora sighed in annoyance. "Well, you were obviously successful." The Duchess laughed. "I know." But when she spoke again, her words were hesitant. "Don't you want to marry, Flo? Find someone who belongs to you as much as you belong to them?" "Under English law, there would be no reciprocal belonging. I would have no claim over his person, estate, or even my own children, unless he deemed it so." "You know what I mean." Juliana rolled her eyes. I have only ever thought of marriage in the abstract, in that I would probably marry because it's expected of me, not because I actually desire marriage." She smoothed down her skirt, as if such an action would order her thoughts. "Being beholden to another person, dependent on their whims and desires, and most often on their schedule, never appealed to me. Marriage would mean giving up the small sliver of autonomy I have, and I do not find that a tempting prospect." "Did you feel this way before or after your dowry was transferred to your possession?" Ashwood drawled, not looking up from his paper. She snorted. "Before, although being in possession of £40,000 certainly solidified my beliefs." If you do not marry, what do you intend to do with the funds? Flora nibbled her lip before she blurted out, If Niall finally allows me to access them, I'd like to purchase a small estate, breed and train my own racing stock. Ah, so we're back to your desire to be a horse trainer, Juliana murmured, her brow crinkled in thought. I learned a great deal in the stables at Loch Kilmorrow, and there is much I still don't know. Amstead Gardens is one of the oldest and most storied stud farms in England, and the current Lord Amstead has been the lead trainer for the last decade. Flora tried to tamp down her enthusiasm on the topic, but she couldn't help it. She found it all fascinating. She pushed herself off the window-sill and explained. Before the late Marquis was killed in the barn fire, they were poised to bring 3 colts to the Guineas Stakes. Most farms are lucky to bring 1. While the old Marquis's death was the most tragic casualty of the fire, it wasn't the only one. I have learned that Amstead has acquired 2 stallions in the Godolphin Arabian line from Egypt, and he has hired Mr. Baniti Mubarak to train them. Mr. Mubarak has trained some of the best horses in the Orient, and I want to be there for their training. I want to soak up as much knowledge as possible, so when the time comes, I can put it to use in my own stables. The Duchess listened quietly, her gaze distant. Several silent minutes passed, and a frown darkened her face. Do you not want a family of your own? Flora didn't miss how the Duchess took in her sleeping son as she voiced her question. Her sister was a loving mother, and Flora adored her 2 nephews and the niece or nephew who would join the family in the summer. And yet, I have always felt like my horses were my children. Catching Juliana's expression, she held up a hand. Don't do that, Jule. Do not feel sorry for me. There is nothing wrong with me or with the fact that I don't desire children of my own. I did not say there was. Your expression certainly did. When Juliana made to argue, she shook her head. I know women are expected to have children and raise them while their husbands do whatever it is they do. She snuck a glance at the Duke, who continued to read the paper, now with a slight curl to his mouth. But I think we know by now that I've always had a bit of a problem doing what others tell me I should. You have done a very good job of rising to the responsibilities Niall has given you. That's because he's horribly bossy. A burst of laughter flew from Juliana's mouth before she slapped a hand over it. That is why serving in Parliament is an ideal fit for him. He's willing to guilt and cajole to get what he wants. And I have tried my best to meet his expectations. I have hosted his salons. I have overseen his dinners. I have smiled until my face hurt and made inane small talk with vapid, ridiculous women, all in the name of his political career. I have stabled Banri along with my unfettered freedom, curtailed my tongue. At her sister's raised brow, she grimaced. I have tried my best to, at least. I have sacrificed all the things that made me feel like me for him. I find I don't have the fortitude to do so any longer. You have been quite patient. And what excuse will you give Niall? I told him I was returning here to help you during your confinement. He didn't argue when I promised to return in time for the start of Parliament. Juliana groaned, pressing fingers to her closed eyelids. I wish you wouldn't have. You are putting Ashwood and me in a difficult situation. Do you expect us to lie to Niall when he inquires after you? Flora pinched her lips. Do you really think Niall will care enough to inquire after me? Her sister sighed long and deep. That is wholly unfair, as well you know. Lifting a shoulder, Flora turned away without comment. She was confident in her brother's affection for her. She just doubted he respected her or her ambitions. "And what of Little Windmill House? You have worked so hard to set up the Patronesses' group. Do you feel comfortable leaving when there is still so much work to do?" Her chest grew tight. Niall had established a foundling home, Little Windmill House, of which Juliana and Flora served as patronesses. The home had been the project of her heart, and she dearly loved serving as the riding instructor. Many of the children had been around horses before, but some had not, and taking them up for their first trot or gallop across the park was always a joy. She had worked hard to create a group of caring patronesses to serve the interests of the home and its young occupants, and she was certain her young charges would be loved and cared for in her absence. "There are 12 ladies in the group. Charlotte has been responsible for leading the meetings for the last year, and now that little Daisy is old enough to accompany Alethea to meetings, I suspect the Duchess will want to be more involved," Flora said, ticking the names off on her fingers. "I'll be superfluous." "I highly doubt that, but I'm sure dear Charlotte would appreciate the help with her time of confinement so close," her sister murmured, absent-mindedly rubbing her stomach. Their friend Lady Firthwell was expecting her first child not long after Juliana was expected to deliver. She pursed her lips. "I am in no way convinced this is a good idea, Flo." Gritting her teeth, Flora held her sister's gaze. "I will do this, whether I have your blessing or not." "And if I tell Niall?" The Duchess's voice dropped, and so did Flora's stomach. "You would do that? After all the ways I supported yours and Ashwood's courtship? After all I have done to aid Niall?" Emotions threatened to clog her throat. "I have helped everyone. Darrington and Alethea, Firthwell and Charlotte. Now that I am finally taking a risk for myself, you would sabotage it?" "You have been the Ton's very own Scottish Cupid," Ashwood quipped, turning a page. Despite herself, Flora clamped her jaw to contain a chuckle. Her sister didn't react to the Duke's comment, but instead studied Flora for a tense moment. Flora was not sure what she glimpsed before Juliana looked to her husband. "What do you think of her plan, my love?" The Duke of Ashwood folded his paper and lounged in his chair as he considered Flora with shrewd blue eyes. "Well, it is foolhardy. Your chances of being discovered are absurdly high. Niall will be furious with us, with me, should he learn the truth. But then, that's never intimidated me before." Hope seeped out of her like a deflated aeronautical balloon. If Ashwood failed to support her, Juliana would feel justified in her concerns. She could still always act on her plan, but Flora was not certain she wanted to without their support. "Do you know the Marquis of Amstead? Would he recognise you?" "I have never met him. I've asked Niall numerous times to arrange an introduction, but apparently Lord Amstead is rarely in town." "That's true." The Duke stroked his chin. "The Marquis ventures to London only sporadically, I understand." "Even if he did frequent town, I doubt Niall would introduce us. He said that the Marquis has a bit of a rakish reputation." Ashwood waved a dismissive hand. "No more than any other bachelor lord. Amstead just tends to be a bit rougher around the edges. His manners are more blunt, less refined, no doubt from all the time he spends in his stables." "All that time has been well spent, as far as I'm concerned," Flora grinned. "It's made Amstead Gardens the premier training facility in the country." The Duke narrowed his eyes. If you're keen to learn from him and his new Egyptian trainer, this is the time to do it." She knew it. With the Marquis's recent acquisitions, the betting books at White's and other such establishments were already stacked firmly in the garden's favour for the upcoming racing circuit, and Flora wanted to be part of the preparation for the 2,000 guineas, the first leg in the Triple Crown. "Like you, dear sister, I'm of the belief that people see what they expect to see." Ashwood raised a brow. "Have you considered your disguise? It will have to be good enough to outlast a mere day. It will have to become part of your very identity."
"Duncan has helped me acquire clothes I think will work for the role, and I've been practising my mannerisms."
Her cousin had not been eager to help her, but she knew enough of his secrets to ensure his cooperation. "I'm certain you will need more than a working man's attire to succeed at this subterfuge." Rising to his feet, the Duke tugged on the bell-pull. Almost immediately the butler appeared. "Please have Jones come here."
"What are you going to ask Jones to do?" Juliana asked, her head cocked to the side.
"To do what a valet does," he said as the door opened. "Dress a man." Turning to the tall, imposing figure who looked more like a pugilist than the valet of a duke, Ashwood said, "Lady Flora is in need of your help. She will explain how you can assist her, and I ask you to see to her wishes. Return here when the task is complete." "Of course, Your Grace," Jones murmured. A new thought occurred to her, and she paused.
"Do you suppose I will need to cut my hair?"
"Yes," Ashwood said softly. "A hat could easily blow away in the wind, or during an energetic ride. If it did, how would you explain whatever coiffure you put it in?"
"I don't know."
She ran shaking hands through the wisps and curls that had become dislodged from her simple bun. She had always loved her thick black hair, and the idea of cutting it left her slightly nauseated. "It will grow back." Juliana's voice was gentle. "And you do not have to cut it completely off. I'm sure a short queue would be perfectly acceptable." Flora nodded, her dry throat making words impossible. "Her Grace is right. Your hair will grow back." Ashwood's pause drew her gaze up to meet him. "What is hair in comparison to your dream?" Peering into her brother-in-law's questioning stare, her priorities clicked into place. Hair did grow back, but the chance to work at Hampstead Gardens at such a time was not an opportunity that would quickly come around again.
"It's a luxury, I'm sure," she said, setting her jaw, releasing whatever vanity she clung to.
"Bravo, my lady," Ashwood said, while the Duchess nodded in approval.
Flora grinned. "I'll return shortly."
"Oh, I think it will take longer than that," she heard her sister say as she closed the door. Chapter 2. March, 1832. Lady Hightower, if you would be so kind as to remove your hands from my person, I would be most appreciative. Christian, the Marquis of Hampstead, tried to keep his voice even, but annoyance threatened to make his tone a bark. It wasn't Lady Hightower's fault that he wasn't up for a literal roll in the hay. With the future of the estate weighing heavy on his mind, he, sadly, had no time for the things he once found enjoyable, like tumbles with adventurous, nimble widows. They had dallied, usually when Christian was in London, but never had she been to the Gardens for a house-party. But she had been left an immense fortune by her late husband, and he would be a fool not to invite the young widow to join in the festivities, and possibly to back his new Egyptian-bred stallion. It was a horrid idea to host a house party in the midst of training his new stallion, but his solicitor had argued that it would be a prime opportunity to wine and dine his investors, and he needed his investors now more than ever. After travelling to Lisbon to meet his shipment from Egypt, he'd arrived on English shores livid and distressed over the health of Kedar, who had injured his left hind leg on the voyage during a particularly rough storm. Now only Asad, the steed's brother, remained to resurrect the glory of Christian's family stud farm. At one time, Amstead Gardens had boasted Ascot, Gold Cup, St. Leger, Derby, and 2,000 guineas winners every year. That was before the fire, before his father had rushed into the burning barn to free the pregnant mares in their stalls, to release Samson, their prize breeding stallion, before Christian's world was reduced to the same cinder and ash as the barn, along with his father, who had never emerged from the smouldering rubble. Moreover, upon docking in Portsmouth, Christian had learned that there had been a series of thefts at Deeringham, his estate in Northumberland. So rather than seeing to the care of his newest racehorses, including the recovery of the injured Kedar, he had been hunting a thief in the damned wilds of the Lowlands. He had finally returned to Amstead Gardens, but rather than diving back into the training schedule, he was entertaining the cream of the ton crop. When his secretary had suggested hosting a house party in early spring before the racing schedule began in earnest, he had readily agreed. Courting current and potential investors at the Gardens had seemed like a priority, but that was before his long delay in Northumberland. What was the point of securing investors if his stallion was not ready to race? Stress gnawed at him, and Christian counted down the days until he no longer had to make nice. He despised making nice. Well, it had never been difficult to make nice with lovely buxom women, and Regina was just such a woman. However, it was obvious the Countess expected more from her investment than a financial return. "Oh, come now, Amstead, it's always time for a roll in the hay." Her lips quirked as she took in the bales stacked to the roof. "And it seems you have plenty of hay to work with." "Unfortunately, my dear, I cannot tarry. You know I have been gone and unable to spend time training Asad, and there is much work to do if he's to be ready to compete." Christian gently pried her hands from his waistcoat, careful to keep his irritation from his face. Regina took a step back, her blue eyes sparking fire. "But I have not seen you either. I had hoped you would be as anxious to spend time with me as I am to spend it with you." When his expression did not change, she looped the train of her skirts around her arm and advanced several steps toward the entrance before she paused. "I will not wait for you." He watched her go, a small sense of relief lightening his chest. He might have enjoyed Lady Hightower once upon a time, but she couldn't compare to the feeling he experienced when his horses accomplished something amazing, and Asad had been born and bred for amazing. Turning, he took a moment to simply revel in the fact he was finally home. Amstead Gardens had been built in the late 17th century, when the estate was the seat of the Earl of Amstead, who was the genesis of the title's horse-racing madness. The then Lord Amstead had run a filly in the Newmarket Town Plate, nudging out a mount backed by the Crown, and solidifying the Amstead racing tradition. Christian's grandfather, several times removed, had built the stables to reflect the grandeur he sought,
with imposing stone archways on both sides of the paddock and a huge portico supported by massive pilasters lining the length of the structure. It had been the perfect place for the grooms to bathe the horses, clean and sort tack, and escape the summer sun. And then it had all been burned to ashes. Christian had tried to rebuild the structure in the same model, but it was impossible to duplicate brilliance. The building lacked the character of its predecessor, but he liked it all the same, or tried to. With stiff shoulders, he walked toward his young stallion's stall, eager to discover how he was faring today. The new training manager, Baniti, whom Christian had hired while in Egypt, had written that Assad's transition had been challenging and that he'd taken to bucking, biting, and acting like an all-round arse to express his displeasure. The man had recommended that the colt be given space to adjust to his new home. Christian wasn't sure how he felt about giving the animal space. Would Baniti next recommend a therapy of oats, embraces, and affectionate words for the stubborn beast? His father had respected and lavished affection on every horse he encountered, from lowly draft horses to prime breeding Ascot winners, and yet Christian suspected that the late Marquis would have scowled at Baniti's orders. A flash of pain caused him to rub his chest, as if such emotion could erase the grief that lingered like a cancer in every limb of his body. His father had been gone for almost 2 years, but there were still times the loss threatened to take his breath away. Pressing his fingers to his temple, Christian willed his mind and emotions into place. Nothing he did now could bring back his father, but damn it, he could bring glory back to Amstead Gardens. A soft noise pulled him up short. Was that humming? Drawing closer, he peered around the stall frame, and his eyes grew wide. A boy sat on a stool against the stall door, one leg propped on the other, a piece of wood and a knife in his hands. Christian couldn't make out what the boy was whittling, but he hummed in a low melodic voice. Assad stood on the other side of the stall, his head low and his eyes closed. Christian had never seen the beast so peaceful. Since boarding the ship in Egypt, he'd appeared to be on a warpath. And yet here the horse stood, dozing quietly as the lad hummed to him. Christian was perplexed as much as he was relieved. Abruptly, the boy jerked his head around, his gaze colliding with Christian's. His eyes were a deep emerald green, and framed by full black brows that had drawn close in censure. The rest of his features were almost dainty in appearance, and he suspected that the other stable hands probably teased the lad mercilessly for his pretty features. When Christian opened his mouth to address him, the boy jerked his head sharply and held his finger to his mouth. Christian slowly arched a brow. He'd never had an employee address him in such a way, and he was not about to let this scrawny, pretty boy do it now. Before he could spit out the words of censure begging to be released, the lad rose to his feet and noiselessly slipped through the stall door, settling the heavy oak back into place with nary a sound. The boy proceeded down the walk without a word, until he pivoted to face him, his hands clasped behind his back and his stare direct, even a little assessing. Christian blinked at the lad's patient expression. If he was embarrassed or ashamed to have addressed his employer in such a disrespectful way, he didn't show it. Biting back scolding words, he said, "Don't think to silence me in such a way again." "Of course not, your lordship." The lad's voice was low and raspy, and Christian had to lean forward to hear it. "So you know who I am, I take it?" "You're Lord Amstead," the lad said, adding belatedly, "I assume?" "You assume correctly." Christian crossed his arms over his chest. "Then you know Assad is my horse, and if I have questions about his care or routine, I will damn well ask them whenever I choose." "I should hope so, my lord." Christian narrowed his eyes on the unfamiliar boy. "What's your name?" "William Grant, your lordship." Christian racked his brain, trying to determine if he knew a Grant family. He didn't, but the lad's telltale brogue was answer enough. "Of the Strathspey Grants?" The lad dropped his gaze to the floor. "Yes, my lord." Interesting. He wondered how the boy found himself in Suffolk. The answer was unimportant, so he redirected his questions. "Why were you in the stall with Assad?" William lifted a shoulder, his expression making it clear he thought Christian a dolt for asking. "He's lonely. He's always been with his brother, and suddenly Kedar is gone, and he finds himself in a new place. I figured if it were me, I'd be looking to bite every hand and kick every person who came near me." The boy had a point. From everything the breeder had told him in Egypt, Assad and Kedar had been inseparable. But when the ship had docked and Christian had learned that Kedar had been injured, he'd sent the young stallion to the barn and pastures on the north side of the property, certain it was better to keep the beast isolated until he was on the mend. He did not want to see the colt hurt himself again by frolicking with the other horses. But if William was correct, such a move had only served to irritate and distract Assad. "Why were you humming to him?" he asked abruptly. "Whenever I was tired and upset, my mother used to hum to me," he grimaced. "I found it soothing." And it was obvious that Assad did as well. Christian would have to think on what the lad had shared later. "Where is Mr. Mubarak?" he asked, looking over the young man's shoulder and searching the dim interior of the barn for the training manager. "When I spoke with him last, he was headed to the practice track to see if they had finally cleared the tree limbs and bushes that had overgrown near the far left turn." "Finally?" He narrowed his eyes. "They should not have been overgrown in the first place." William scowled. "From my understanding, it was not a priority for the maintenance men." Annoyance grated his nerves. "I'll see to that." He paused as a new thought occurred to him. "Is he planning on having Assad practice his starts today?" "Yes, my lord." Christian nodded. Various ideas for how they could introduce the beast to the flag without completely spooking him racing through his mind. He was so immersed in the possibilities that it took him a moment to realize William had addressed him. "Did you say something?" he said, frowning down at the lad. "I ask for your pardon, my lord, but I said it might be helpful to skip saddling Assad and instead ride him with a strip of wool or leather." "Why do you suggest that?" William spread his hands before him. "From my understanding, Assad has only recently been introduced to an English saddle. As I'm sure Mr. Mubarak has already informed you in his letters, Assad is distracted and irritable, and I'd wager it's because he's uncomfortable. We have been trying to acclimate him to the flag for a handful of weeks now, and it occurred to me that perhaps it might be best to do that when he's not also distracted by the saddle." "During a race, a horse does not have the luxury of picking and choosing what stimuli he's introduced to and when. A good horse can handle the noise, the smells, the discomfort, and still step on the track and run in a straight line." He took a step forward, dipping his head until William met his gaze. A champion horse will do all of that and win the damn race. And do you know what I think?"
The lad held his stare. "Assad is a champion horse." Pride stretched Christian's smile.
"Indeed he is."
He turned to leave, but paused.
"When is his next session with the flag?"
"In 30 minutes, my lord."
A half-hour should give him plenty of time to check with his staff about the day's entertainment agenda. With a nod, he returned directly to the manor. An hour later, Christian clamped his teeth as he stalked toward the practice track. After conferring with his housekeeper and butler about lunch preparations and croquet on the west lawn, he'd been waylaid by several guests eager for a tour of the grounds. He'd feel less guilty about his short tour if Lord and Lady Windermere were serious potential investors. Instead, he'd surmised they were merely interested in sampling his food and alcohol offerings. Arriving at the track, he swallowed back a growl of impatience. He'd found his trainer, but where was the damn horse? Mr. Mubarak was cursing in rapid Arabic, hitting his hat against his leg with spittle flying from his mouth. The two men who handled maintenance stood nearby, their faces red from suppressed laughter. "What's wrong, Baniti?" His gaze was trained on his men, who jumped to their feet and snatched their hats from their heads when he appeared. "The debris was supposed to have been cleared 2 days ago. 2 days! And all these men have given me is excuses for why the work isn't done." Baniti glared at the workers. "Assad is still skittish, and I don't want him dodging those branches when he's racing down the track." "Indeed?" Christian studied the downturned heads of the men before him, and, inexplicably, he thought of young William and how he'd met his gaze with calm assurance. "Why is the work not done?" The older of the two men tapped his hat against his palm as he said, "It's on our list to do, your lordship, but we've been busy seeing to the faulty door over the tack room." Taking a step closer, Christian dropped his voice. "It was on your list. Mr. Mubarak, did you make it clear in your instructions that you wanted the landscape cleared as soon as possible?" "I did." "So, Mr. Mubarak, the training manager, asked you to do something, and yet fixing the tackroom door was more of a priority to you than listening to the wishes of your superior?" Christian raised a brow. "Why?" The men opened and closed their mouths, their eyes wide with panic. After several painful moments, Christian held up his hand. "I expect the limbs and brush to be cleared in the next 20 minutes, or you both can find employment elsewhere." The men darted away to see to their task, and he sensed Baniti come to stand next to him. "You know why they did not see to the task," the older man said quietly. Christian did know. The men didn't respect his manager because his skin was dark and he spoke English with an accent. "I was prepared for the prejudice," Baniti admitted, "but I wasn't prepared for how it would affect Assad and his training." Closing his eyes, Christian admitted he hadn't been either. Baniti Mubarak had a stellar race record in Egypt and was heralded as one of the great trainers of his day. It was a boon, therefore, that his wife had been eager to reunite with family who had emigrated to England. He doubted the man would otherwise have left behind his noteworthy career to live in a cold, damp land where the people judged him not by his successes, but by his appearance. "Have there been others?" he asked, indicating the two men with his chin. Baniti shielded his eyes from the sun and succeeded in blocking his expression as well. I'm not keeping a tally. I have other things to occupy my thoughts." So there had been. Who? He would sack the lot of them. He didn't care if the guineas was tomorrow. He wouldn't stand for his employees disrespecting their superior. If they were contemptuous to Baniti, it meant they had no respect for him and his vision for Amstead Gardens. He'd be damned if he employed such men. "It is of no concern, my lord." Avoiding Christian's gaze, Baniti continued to watch the men as they scrambled to complete their task. "I've dealt with unruly employees before, and I'm certain I will deal with them again." "That may be the case, but you shouldn't have to deal with prejudice as well." The older man didn't look at him, but his shoulders relaxed. Christian hated that Baniti had encountered such attitudes on his farm, but he was not surprised. He was, however, frustrated with himself for not anticipating it and doing more to stop it. Shaking his head, he looked about. "Where's Assad?" "He was agitated, so William took him back to the warm-up track to relax." "You let the boy handle him on his own?" Baniti swung his black-eyed gaze to meet his. "Why wouldn't I?" Christian snorted. "The lad seems entirely too young, and scrawny, to handle a powerful creature like Assad." "William has been handling the beast's warm-ups and cool-downs since he arrived at the gardens," Baniti said, with his head cocked to the side. "He has?" Why the hell hadn't Christian known that? Good Lord, why would you assign it to him? "Come and see for yourself." Without another word, Baniti strode toward the warm-up ring, and Christian followed behind, curiosity overpowering his annoyance. He'd check back on the men's progress shortly. As they drew closer to the schooling ring, Christian heard the distinct sound of a whip swooshing against the ground. If the lad was supposed to be calming Assad, why was he riling him up? When they stepped around the corner of the stables, Christian stopped short. Assad was trotting along the perimeter of the ring, while William paced him from the centre, a long whip in his hand. Whenever the stallion started to slow, the lad would smack the ground and walk faster behind him, ensuring the animal maintained a certain pace. Christian noticed that when Assad broke into a canter, William slowed his walk, and then so, too, did the horse. Draping his arms over the top rail of the pen, he called out, "If you're tasked to settle him down, why are you running him?" Although the lad didn't take his gaze from Assad, he flushed. "I've often found that the more I push a horse forward, the more they want to slow down." "Isn't that the truth?" Baniti mumbled under his breath. Christian shot him a dark look. The exercise continued for several more minutes, and Christian marvelled at how Assad's head dropped and his eyes softened, his gait slow but steady. He seemed perfectly at ease, simply walking around the track, William watching without a word. "When William led him from the track, Assad was almost spinning in circles. He was so excited." Baniti chuckled. "Look at him now." "I am." Christian's eyes remained glued to the striking stallion in the ring. After a moment he asked, "How long has the lad worked here?" "About 2 months. He arrived right before Assad." He nodded. "No wonder I didn't recognize him." "I hope you did not scare the lad when you met him." Christian snorted. "I doubt anything can ruffle him. Tell me, where did he come from?" "He had a letter of recommendation from some duke or lord in Yorkshire, if I recall." Baniti's eyes narrowed. "Before that, he was in Scotland." Satisfied that the lad had some appropriate experience, Christian nodded. William glanced up at him at that moment, his gaze intense but not challenging, before he directed his attention to Assad once again. "If the 2,000 guineas were tomorrow, would Assad stand a chance?" Christian asked as he studied the stallion's movements. "If he doesn't throw his rider as soon as he's mounted, sure." The older man crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze assessing. "But a chance is not good enough for me." "It's not for me either." Dread curdled in Christian's gut, but he did his best to dismiss it. He still had 2 months to get Assad ready for the classics. He needs to be challenged. His fiery temper masks a competitive spirit. His former owner said he raced duels frequently, so I think the sooner we can get him on the track for match races, the better. He needs to learn to respond to the flag. Baniti rocked back on his feet. I feel he's close, but he keeps allowing himself to be spooked by it. Christian smacked his hands together, and from the corner of his eye saw Assad turn his ears in his direction. William told me you planned on practicing his breaks again today. Is that correct? I had hoped to. The tree incident has delayed us. What if, instead of just practicing with the flag, we ran him against another horse? He considered the mounts in his stables. Grey Bells is swift. With a competitive streak, that's sure to provoke Assad's. Baniti whistled under his breath. That's a good idea. His competitiveness won't allow him to shy from the flag when she is streaking down the track. Our boy won't allow that, Christian laughed. Hope that they'd found a solution, loosening the anxiety coiled in his chest. Chapter 3. Morkrech. The man made her legs weak. Curse her pathetic legs. Flora had come to Amstead Gardens, created a whole new identity for herself, and taken on a completely new gender so that she could learn everything she needed to learn about horse racing. Not to swoon at the feet of her new employer. If she weren't flanked by Mr. Mubarak and Lord Amstead, she'd slap her own face for her foolishness. She'd seriously underestimated Lord Amstead's appeal. Because she had turned down more marriage offers than she could count, Niall had once asked her if she was attracted to men. She'd been surprised by the question, and even more so by the curious but non-judgmental expression on his face. Despite his political ambition, if she had indicated that she wasn't, she was certain he would have allowed her to return to Scotland in peace. But meeting Lord Amstead's deep brown eyes inside Assad's stall had heated her blood to a rapid boil. Never had she responded to a man in quite such a way, and it disturbed her greatly. The Marquis carried himself with great intensity, his gaze perceptive, as if nothing was beneath his notice. Flora would have to work hard at keeping her disguise in place. But Lord, the man made it difficult. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his arms roped with cords of muscle, even his casual coat could not hide. His face, with its firm, square jaw and high cheekbones, was weathered from the sun, and made him appear hard and fiercely masculine. Dark stubble covered his jaw, lending him a rakish air that was supported by the twinkle in his warm brown eyes. Eyes the colour of the bulrushes that grew around the loch near her Highland home. He was the bonniest man she'd ever encountered, and she almost hated him for it. Why couldn't he be like every other man she'd met during her 4 years in London? Boring, self-absorbed, condescending. She knew how to handle men like that. She'd been doing it successfully since her debut ball. For her entire life, really. But Flora could not deploy her usual arsenal of complimentary words, flirtatious looks, and caustic commentary to subdue the Marquis of Hampstead. More was the pity. She would have to keep her wits about her. "Bring Assad over here, ya binti," Mr. Mubarak said, gesturing to the line he had marked in the dirt with his heel. Pushing aside all annoying thoughts of her handsome employer, Flora forced herself to focus on the task at hand. She was looking forward to seeing how Assad did in his first race at the Gardens. Projecting as much positive energy as she could, she brought the stallion to the line, murmuring low sounds when he flicked his tail in annoyance. Assad was as moody as the sky was blue, but Flora strongly suspected he was still very much a foal at heart. He'd taken to neighing at her whenever she was around, whinnying loudly if he thought she was ignoring him. When she did spend time with him, he was constantly searching for the apples and other snacks she kept on hand as treats for her charges, practically prancing whenever he was able to nab one from her. Even now he pressed his big body into her side, and she fought not to lose her balance. "Come, let me help you up," Mr. Mubarak said, bending over and linking his hands together. She blinked. "You intend for me to ride him?" She glanced to Lord Hampstead in time to see his lip curl. She tried not to notice that the manoeuvre did little in the way of making him appear intimidating, as he probably hoped. Rather, it made him look rakish and appealing in a way she found aggravating. "I'm certain Hopner or Carson would not balk at the chance to be on his back," he offered on an icy thread. "You assume Assad would let them mount him," she gritted out. Senior grooms Stanley Hopner and Terry Carson had done their best to make her life at Hampstead Gardens miserable because she had been hired as the assistant trainer over either of them, and she'd be damned if she let them near Assad. She placed her foot in Mr. Mubarak's hands, and he helped hoist her up. After she adjusted her seat, he handed her the reins and then tightened the girth. The trainer stared into her eyes for a long moment, and Flora wasn't sure what he was searching for, but he stepped back without a word. "Where in God's name is Grey Bells?" the Marquis demanded, looking toward the stables with a scowl. Mr. Mubarak lifted his palms. "Perhaps the grooms do not listen to you either." Lord Hampstead smacked his thigh. "I asked Carson to have her saddled and brought around as soon as possible, and I expect to be obeyed." "Ah! What's that supposed to mean?" Flora looked off to the side to avoid laughing at the Marquis's dark expression. The trainer, however, did not appear chagrined, continuing to deepen the starting line in the dirt with his heel. "Considering the amount of incompetence I've encountered since I arrived, I cannot say I'm surprised we're still waiting." Flora didn't realize she was frowning until Mr. Mubarak turned to her and smiled. "I do not include you in that comment. You have been a pleasant surprise." Feeling somewhat mollified, she suppressed a smile when Lord Hampstead rolled his eyes. "How relieved I am to learn William has been excluded from your censorious statement, but not me, your employer." Mr. Mubarak turned to the taller grass that grew alongside the track and plucked a red flag from amongst it. She wasn't certain if he had heard the Marquis until he looked up and winked. "Let's give our boy a chance to respond to the flag on his own." He rubbed the side of Assad's neck, a fond smile crinkling the seasoned planes of his brown face. We don't want him to embarrass himself in front of a lady now, do we?" Terror seized her lungs and squeezed them tight. When she realized the trainer was referring to Grey Bells and not her, she gasped out a breath in relief. "I don't want to be embarrassed," Amstead mumbled. The Marquis's expression had not changed, and yet Flora suspected there was a great deal of emotion weighted in his words, besides just potential embarrassment. Crunching on the gravel behind them drew Flora's attention, and she looked over her shoulder to see Carson walking the spirited grey filly toward them. Grey Bells was a good 2 hands shorter than Assad, but what she lacked in size she more than made up for in speed and spirit. Flora had ridden her several times and found her to be responsive, smart, and very competitive. She would not be intimidated by the fiery stallion, and would run to win. A smile contorted her face as she thought about the upcoming duel. "Damn, I had expected to find Belle's tail braided." Amstead's voice was dry boredom, "or her coat freshly bathed and brushed. But here she stands, just as I saw her this morning." Carson darted his gaze between the Marquis and Mr. Mubarak, a wrinkle in his brow. "She just had a bath yesterday, my lord." Amstead rolled his eyes, and Mr. Mubarak allowed amusement to stretch his mouth, but he said nothing as he collected the filly's reins. After assisting Carson into his seat, he studied the two of them. Flora worked hard to keep Assad in pace. The animal stepped to the side, nickered loudly, and tried to rub his head up against Grey Belle's flank, but she was able to pull him up. For her part, the filly stood still, her ears rotating back and forth, the only indicator of her annoyance, or impatience. Apparently all females, regardless of their species, had to deal with irksome males on occasion. Mr. Mubarak grabbed the red flag, and Flora maneuvered Assad back to the starting line. He sidestepped in anticipation, straining at his bit. Grey Belle stood silently. If it weren't for the way she stared down the track, Flora would have thought the filly had drifted off to sleep. Carson smirked. He thought he had the race in the bag, and she couldn't fault him for his confidence. Grey Bells was a serious competitor, and Flora relished working with the young filly. But at the moment she wasn't concerned with Bells. She needed Assad to perform. It was essential she show Amstead she was more than capable of working with this spirited stallion. Pressing a hand to Assad's neck, Flora hummed low in the back of her throat. He tossed his head in anticipation, and she bit back an internal sigh. Just another male who wouldn't listen to her. Mr. Mubarak raised a flag over his head, his gaze darting between Flora and Carson. When it rested on Flora once again, his lips curved ever so slightly. The flag came down a moment later, and Flora dug her heels into Assad's sides. He hopped into a canter that quickly morphed into a gallop. She leaned low over his back, her hands tight upon the reins. The ground whipped by beneath her, and she resisted the urge to whoop. Surely this was what it felt like to fly. To her right, Grey Bells was a length ahead. Flora's lips mashed when Carson struck the filly on the flank. Crops were appropriate for key moments in a race, but this was not one of them. An inconsequential match race was hardly the time to use a whip on a responsive, quick young horse, and Flora intended to have words with the man. Tearing her gaze away, she peered down the track. The maintenance men had managed to clear away the worst of the low-hanging branches on the oak tree that grew next to the track, but there was still enough to possibly spook her young charge. Clamping her teeth, she willed herself not to go stiff or in any way signal to the responsive stallion that possible danger lay ahead. Assad sailed past the distraction, hot on the heels of the young filly, who seemed determined to create some distance between them. But her mount was just as competitive as Grey Bell's, and he tussled with her hold, determined to be given his head. Flora kept him in check. Her job was to teach him not to expend his energy too soon, and at this point in the race he would have nothing left for the stretch. Still, she let up a little, allowing the stubborn young horse to stay within 2 lengths of the swift-footed filly. As they came around the far turn and headed into the straight, Flora relaxed her grip on the reins and whispered, "Run, Sabi!" And did he run! The colt's long strides ate up the ground, and within 2 great heaves of breath, Assad pulled even with Grey Bell's. When they crossed the finish line, he nudged her out by a nose. "Excellent!" Mr. Mubarak clapped as Carson and she pulled up their mounts 20 or so yards down the track. Despite herself, Flora slid her gaze to Amstead. Was he pleased with Assad's run? She hoped so. His opinion was all that mattered. As Assad high-stepped to the side, aggravated to have been halted in his run, the Marquis's strong hand reached out to grip his halter and make it very clear the race was over. "Smart of you to wait until the final curve to give him his lead," Lord Amstead said, his gaze trained on Assad, who went still at the sound of his voice. Flora leaned into its pleasing tenor. "The lad wants to run flat out, and his tongue would be lolling out of his mouth long before the last curve if he's not brought to heel." Flora dipped her head to hide the pleasure that spread across her cheeks at his praise. "Tell me," the Marquis continued, sliding his hand down the animal's broad neck, "did he strain against the bit much?" Flora valiantly tried to ignore the tingle that slid along her spine at the gentle movements of his hand. She risked meeting his eyes. "The whole race. He wanted his lead from the moment he broke away from the starting line," she said in a low voice. Lord Amstead nodded, his face revealing no surprise. Mr. Mubarak appeared at the Marquis's side. "His brakes still need work. That hop at the beginning is simply a forfeiture of seconds that could mean a win or loss in a close race." The Marquis looked up at her. "Take him back to the line, and we'll run him through a few practice breaks." Dutifully she led Assad back to the starting line, keenly aware that the Marquis had made his way to Grey Bell's and was speaking to Carson as his big, capable hands continued to run over the filly's side. Flora almost envied the horse. "Tell me, ya binti, what do you feel when you bring him to the line?" She twisted her mouth as she considered. "Power. I feel barely leashed power." "Good." The older man's gaze travelled over the horse in sharp critique. "We need to teach Assad to harness his energies and trust that you or whichever rider mounts him will give him the opportunity to really run." Mr. Mubarak gripped the halter, pulled Assad's head down, and pressed his forehead against the horse's. "He was born to race. You know it when you're on his back, flying down the track. I know it watching him fly as if he were Pegasus himself. But he's not immortal, and he will falter if he expends himself and his energies too soon." Flora swallowed back a smile. "Take her back and give her a good rub-down, Carson." The Marquis pulled an apple from his pocket and snuck it to the filly, rubbing her muzzle. "You were brilliant, my girl." Grey Bells practically pranced back to the stables, and Flora chuckled under her breath at the sight. Clapping his hands, Lord Amstead turned to Mr. Mubarak and her. "Now, what are we going to do about his brakes?" After settling on an exercise to help Assad begin the race as a dash of speed instead of a skip and a pop of energy, Flora took him through the motions. They streaked down the track a handful of times, with the young horse responding positively each turn. But soon he began to yank on his bridle, and even reared up as Mr. Mubarak brought him to the starting line again. The signs didn't bode well. As the older man worked to calm the colt, she darted her gaze at the Marquis and said, "I think he's reached the end of his rope." Lord Amstead continued to watch the stallion's antics. "He has at least 2 more breaks in him, I'd wager." "I'd wager he was done 2 attempts ago," she blurted without thinking. Her tongue was going to get her fired. The Marquis pinned her with a fierce glare. "And what would you wager, lad, if you're wrong?" Forcing herself to consider, and not just blurt out the first thing that came to mind, Flora dared to meet Lord Amstead's gaze. A flame of awareness licked over her skin as she held his dark eyes. "I'll muck out the entire main barn if Assad doesn't object with force to another round with the flag." Lifting her chin in the face of the Marquis's consideration, she felt a moment of glee when he nodded. "Very well." He turned his attention back to the colt. But his words came to her nonetheless. "You'd better hope you're right." She brought the colt to the makeshift line as she had every time before. She made sure to pat his neck and offer him whispered words of encouragement. When he threw his head around in agitation, instead of pulling on the reins as he had been doing, she was certain of her prediction. Watching the 2 gentlemen from the corner of her eye, she willed herself not to tense or react to the drop of the flag. She didn't want to influence the horse in any way. When the flag dropped, Assad pulled on the bridle as if he intended to gallop down the track, but abruptly he reared on his hind legs, his front legs pawing the air and his aggravated whinnies sounding like irritated bursts from a trumpet. Flora calmly held on to the lead, giving the stallion slack to throw his tantrum, but not enough to unseat her and dart away. When he dropped his front hooves to the ground, she placed a hand on his neck and hummed lowly. She didn't move her hand to stroke him or vocalize any words. She simply pressed on his neck and made low sounds only he would hear. Within a few minutes he had calmed enough that he dropped his head. "It appears you have lost this wager, Amstead." Glancing up, she met Mr. Mubarak's laughing gaze. "It appears I have." The Marquis pulled his eyes from Assad and studied Flora. "I'm sure you're relieved you won't be shoveling horse shit for the rest of the day." She swallowed down a nervous laugh. "Indeed I am, my lord." "So, we know what he wagered, but we don't know what you wagered." Mr. Mubarak continued to look at Assad, although Flora knew he was really watching the Marquis askance. "What was your forfeit?" Lord Amstead crossed his arms behind his back and rocked on his feet. Flora tried not to stare at the way the muscles in his shoulders flexed at the motion. "As long as it doesn't interfere with Assad's training. Take a half-day and enjoy it." A half-day off was a luxury Flora had quickly learned to value and covet during her time in service. She'd never realized how time away from a job could save a person's sanity. When she made it back to her childhood home, Loch Kilmorrow, she intended to implement more half-days for the staff. "Thank you, my lord," she said, dipping her head. He turned to Mr. Mubarak, all but dismissing her. "Tell me what you have planned for Assad for the rest of the week. I want to try to make as many sessions as I can. And pull yourself away from your guests." The training manager took the reins from Flora's hand, scratching Assad behind his ear as she dismounted. "Young William and I are perfectly capable of handling this fellow's lessons while you smile and make merry with your friends." "They're not my friends," the Marquis growled, shielding his eyes as he glanced in the direction of the manor house. Of course they were. The Marquis was a well-liked and sought-after guest whenever he deigned to visit town, but he rarely entertained at the gardens. This fact had been a comfort to Flora, for she did not want to risk recognition. Then Amstead had gone and invited any number of her acquaintances for a large house-party, and every morning she arose with a sour stomach, certain it would be the day she was discovered. As it was, Amstead's presence in the stables provoked all sorts of foreign and exhilarating sensations in her, leaving her off-kilter. The anxiety of guests wandering into the paddocks and recognizing her only compounded the stress. Flora wished the Marquis would simply focus on his guests and leave the training to Mr. Mubarak and her. Mr. Mubarak seemed to agree. "You hired me to train Assad. Let me. When I hired you, I stressed I intended to be a part of the process." Amstead's jaw was as hard as granite. Mr. Mubarak opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted when a groom ran up. The man stumbled to a stop in front of them, clutching at his sides as he laboured for breath. "It's Kedar! He's injured himself again!" "Damn!" the Marquis spat, dashing toward the north barn, Mr. Mubarak close behind. Flora stared after them, her heart in her throat. She finally looped Assad's reins around her hand and slowly led him back to the stables. But her attention remained glued to the backs of the men sprinting away, as she hoped that whatever they found in the north barn wasn't as dire as it sounded. Chapter 4. Flora rotated her head on her neck, sighing in pleasure when it cracked. The day had been long, and she was exhausted. After bathing and currying Assad, she'd taken Greybells out for a ride, letting the spirited mare sprint to her heart's content. She'd missed dinner because several new horses Amstead had purchased at auction had arrived, and she'd been busy assigning them to stalls and evaluating each horse's condition. Now the stables were silent, aside from the hoots of owls and the rustle of straw as the horses settled in for the night. Flora glanced toward the groom's quarters, where her narrow bed awaited her. She longed for nothing more than to crawl under her coarse blankets and sleep. Instead, she turned her head to the north. She could not possibly sleep comfortably without checking on Kedar first. She had not seen Mr. Mubarak since he'd left to tend to the injured stallion that afternoon, and she had been too busy with her own duties to inquire after his welfare. She had to know how he was. Exhaling noisily, Flora departed for the north barn. Stumbling to a stop at the barn entrance, she went still. He was there. His crisp scent lingered in the air like a beacon. She debated leaving. In her current state, Flora was not certain she could play her role as William without faltering. The last thing she wanted was for her exhaustion to reveal her ruse. A soft nicker tugged at her heartstrings. She couldn't possibly depart without ensuring Kadar was well. While she had not spent a great deal of time with the young stallion, her duties consumed with Assad and the other racehorses, Flora had been with him on occasion and found him to be an affable creature, almost the opposite of Assad's fiery spirit. But from reports, Kadar's gentle nature masked a competitive streak that rivaled his brother's. Creeping quietly along the walk, she craned to peer around the stall door. Kadar jerked his head to her immediately. She bit back a groan of frustration. "I wondered if I would find you here." Clenching her eyes shut for a moment, she willed her voice to remain even. "I had not heard word of his condition, and I was certain I wouldn't be able to sleep until I knew how he fared." Blinking her eyes open, she found the Marquis sitting amongst the straw, his back reclined against the wooden wall. He'd stripped his coat from his shoulders and rolled his shirt sleeves up his forearms, revealing a pattern of veins that made her grow hot behind the knees. Clad only in his waistcoat, with his dark hair mussed, Amstead looked young, boyish. "It's only bruised," he snorted. "I had prepared myself for blood and gore earlier, but the silly lad was munching on gruel when I huffed my way into his stall." "Thank God," she murmured under her breath. After all the care Kadar had been given by Mr. Mubarak and the other grooms, it would have been devastating if he had hurt himself once again. Resting her elbows on the door, she studied the dark bay colt. "Were you just looking for attention, lad? Had you grown bored and lonely?" "I never would have thought him capable of such antics, but perhaps you're right." Amstead kicked a tuft of straw at the horse. "Was all this because you were bored?" Kadar ignored him, instead turning doe eyes on Flora. Opening the stall door, she slipped inside the small space. With careful movements she approached him, offering her hand for him to sniff. "You would never deceive us in such an underhanded way now, would you, lad?" she crooned. The stallion snorted noisily, as if offended by the suggestion. She studied him. "He injured his near hind leg, didn't he?" With light strokes, Flora inspected the appendage until Kadar shifted in annoyance. "I'd say he definitely bruised it. There's swelling above his knee." "You felt that too?" Amstead pressed his lips together. "At least it's not another break. I've been repeating that sentence all night." "Lucky that. The poor lad has already suffered enough." Flora leaned into Kadar's side, feeling the beast relax under her touch. "I'm surprised you're still out here, my lord. I thought you'd have left by now to entertain your guests." "Heaven knows I should. I invited the lot of them, and yet Kadar has been better company." "You strike me as someone who would enjoy late-night card games, smelly cigars and strong liquor." She flashed a grin. "That's what titled men do to entertain themselves, yes?" Amstead scoffed. "Perhaps some men do, but then I've never liked cigars." Flora pressed her face to Kadar's smooth coat to hide her smile. "And what does a young Scottish lad like you do to entertain himself after his work is done?" She quirked her lips. "I entertain myself with my dreams. I am usually too tired to even consider other entertainments. Besides, even when I make other plans, I usually wish I had just stayed in my little room and slept." Heat abruptly fired to her limbs when she took in his diverted grin. "You sound like a bit of a curmudgeon, Mr. Grant. Surely you're too young to be so weary?" It took me years to sound so jaded."
"I suspect I'm not as young as you think."
"How old are you? 20, 21?"
A laugh escaped her mouth before she could control it. "I am 26. Surely by this age I've earned some jaded points."
"Simply working the circuit will earn you jaded points." The corner of his mouth lifted. "Tell me, what have you enjoyed most about working here at the Gardens?"
Flora considered this for a moment. "Mr. Mubarak has taught me a great deal. He's perceptive, noticing mood changes or signals from a horse I would not have even considered." She swallowed. "And I've learned from you. So many owners I've met are content to ignore their horses and trainers until a race, and then they parade about as if they've had any hand in the training regimen. But you're different. You want to know every aspect of Assad's schedule."
"Of course I do." Amstead flicked a piece of hay from his trousers. "Before I became Amstead, I trained the horses. I know where they should be in their development at any given time, and I expect them to have surpassed it."
"But you're also open to new ideas and techniques."
Flora studied Kedar's coat, not wanting to meet Amstead's gaze, in fear her words would embarrass him.
"Not every owner or trainer can say the same."
"Well, one has to cast aside one's hubris to value the opinions of others."
"One would assume," she grumbled quietly.
"Ah, now I understand why you're so jaded," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "It's a tough lesson to learn, is it not?"
He looked impossibly handsome, and she was abruptly irritated.
She could not afford to nurse a tendre for Lord Amstead. She had goals and aspirations, and she did not need his laughing brown gaze and smirking mouth to distract her from what she truly wanted. Her very future depended upon her performance as William, and making calf eyes at her employer could ruin the facade. Flora needed to rein in her thoughts and emotions before she revealed more than she intended.
"Indeed,"
she mumbled, before she dipped her head and fled back to her quarters. Exhaling loudly, Christian entered the study and plopped down on his hard, unforgiving chair. Although he loathed being inside on such a fine day, he was determined to review various invoices tied to Kedar and Assad's care before he met Regina for a ride about the estate. She had complained about his lack of attention during the house party, and to placate her, he had agreed to take her on a tour of the gardens. He could list 10 other things he'd rather do, but she was his guest, and he was well aware that his responsibilities as host sometimes meant kowtowing to a woman more intent on joining him in his bed than learning how he grew and harvested sugar beet. He yanked out a ledger and steeled his spine. The garden's finances were in a precarious state, and he double-checked every bill before he instructed his secretary to pay it. As it was, he found that several merchants had overcharged him for services, and the audacity of the deception infuriated him, until he realized that his father had probably turned a blind eye to such practices. Most merchants' agreements were the result of long-standing relationships forged with his father and his grandfather before him. Apparently, the former marquises considered such account padding a bonus. Christian was not in a financial position to offer bonuses. As he sorted through the stack of invoices his secretary had sorted for him, his gaze snagged on a letter written in a familiar script. Cedric. Just thinking his name brought a jolt of pain to his chest, and Christian stared at the discoloured paper unblinking. He hadn't heard from him since their argument the eve before Cedric had escaped, as he called it, and although he was relieved to know his brother had written to him, anger still made him want to tear the parchment in two. Clenching his teeth, he ripped the seal free and skimmed the lines. He was studying in Paris. He was happy. A friend had written to him of Kadar's injury. Was he on the mend? Christian dropped his head into his hand. It was just like Cedric to act as if their argument had not happened, as if he'd not called him lazy and a disgrace to the Andrews name, as if Cedric had not called him obsessed, ruthless, selfish. The last adjective had stung. That his brother had not understood Christian's drive to restore Amstead Gardens to its former glory had been like a punch to the gut. Every decision, every sacrifice had been for the Gardens. Abruptly he thought of young William and their conversation the night before. The lad had been casual and engaging, which had surprised him, for he had thought the young man of a more solemn temperament. But William was witty, amiable, and easy to converse with. Kadar was relaxed in his company, and Christian found that he was as well. The lad had also thought him open to new ideas and techniques, an observation that flattered him. But had Christian been open-minded with his own brother? Fighting the urge to crumple the letter into a ball, he gently laid it to the side, as if it were any of the other invoices now scattered about his desk. Except it wasn't, and despite the morning hour, he crossed to the sideboard and poured himself a finger of whiskey. The alcohol singed his throat and shocked him from the melancholy path he was tempted to stray down. Because missing his brother did not change the fact that Cedric had abandoned him with the burden of saving Amstead Gardens while he pursued his dreams on the continent. But then, Christian had no use or patience for artists who thought only of their art and not of their family's legacy. Perhaps another shot of whiskey was in order. 3/4 of an hour later, he sauntered toward the stables, his thoughts and limbs deceptively numb. But he was jerked from his fog at the sound of raised voices coming from the side yard. He veered off to investigate. "I asked you to saddle the horse. Why have you not done so?" Christian bit back a groan. Regina knew how to cant her voice to express just the right amount of disdain and intimidation. "I would be happy to saddle a horse for you, my lady, but as I've said, Assad is not available to ride." The corner of Christian's mouth hitched up at the undercurrent of steel that ran through William's otherwise deferential words. "And why not?" Peering around a column, Christian witnessed his former mistress stomp her foot. "I'm supposed to ride out with the Marquis, and that is the horse I wish to ride." Assad glanced at them from the pasture where he was resting in the shade of a large oak tree, his tail swishing about in lazy fashion. Apparently he was as unmoved by Regina's temper as his trainer. Although his eyes narrowed minutely, William's tone remained cordial, respectful. "There are several horses that would provide you with an exhilarating ride, my lady. Unfortunately, Assad is not one of them. He's a thoroughbred and meant for the racecourse. He would be difficult to control, and he could injure you." "Do you presume to explain to me the nature of a thoroughbred, idiot boy?" Christian may not have been able to see her face, but the rigid set of Regina's shoulders shouted her anger. "I've been riding for longer than you've been alive." "Be that as it may, my lady, I cannot saddle Assad for you." Christ, but the lad had balls. Christian's respect for William grew. The Countess took a step toward William, one fist curled around her crop and the other gripping the train of her habit. She was an inch or two taller than him, a point she emphasized by leaning over to peer closely in his face. "If you do not saddle the stallion for me, I will see you fired. The Marquis is a personal friend, and he will be quite angry when he arrives and discovers you did not heed my wishes." An involuntary smile threatened to overtake Christian's face when William did not move. Did not take a step back, not a muscle on his face flexed with fear or indignation. He merely stared at Regina with those startling green eyes of his, until, without warning, they slid to where he stood in the shadows. "My lord?" he murmured, dipping his head. Regina spun, her mouth a perfect O. After a heartbeat, she clutched a hand to her chest. "But Amstead, I'm so glad you're here. Your boy has refused to saddle a horse for me." Donning a bored expression, he approached. "That is surprising. I've always found the staff here at the gardens exceedingly knowledgeable and helpful." Her snort rankled. "Perhaps they are to you, as you are their master?" Christian's brows dropped low. "I am not their master, but I am their employer." "Semantics, Amstead!" Regina rolled her eyes, and Christian clenched his jaw. He did not like being dismissed in front of his employee, or anyone. "The fact remains that this boy will not saddle a horse for me." "Is that so, lad?" William remained stoic after Regina's accusation. "I offered to saddle a mount for her ladyship, just not the horse she has requested." "And what horse was that?" He knew William was aware he was asking these questions for show, and he appreciated the lad playing along. "A sad, my lord." He paused for a beat, allowing tension to percolate between them. Frowning, he glanced down at Regina. "Why would you ask to ride a sad?" "Why wouldn't I?" She reached out to grab his waistcoat, twisting the fabric. He found the possessiveness of the gesture off-putting. "He's all you have spoken of for months." She stepped so close she could practically climb him like a schoolboy climbs convenient low-limbed branches. "He's taken you from my bed, and I thought to experience his talent and power for myself." She said the last part quietly, and he was not convinced William had not heard. Christian darted his eyes to the boy and found him staring at the ground, his face devoid of expression. Smart lad. Swallowing back impatient words, Christian placed his hands on Regina's shoulders, waiting patiently until she met his eyes. "The future of Amstead Gardens rests on Assad's back. I cannot afford for guests, no matter if they are friend or acquaintance, to ride my prize stallion as if he were a simple mount available for daily hacks." She opened her mouth to argue, and he shook his head. "Choose another, Lady Hightower." Regina huffed, but did not press him. "And what are my choices?" "This is not Tattersall's," he bit out. "You are not buying a horse, merely selecting one for a ride, so make your choice from amongst the stalls." She pouted up at him, but when he didn't respond, she finally dropped her theatrics. She spun about on her heel and peered into the nearest stall, then the next one. He trailed a small distance behind, and he sensed that William followed after them. At long last, Regina reached a stable at the end of the row. "This mare will do." Christian looked over the half door and frowned. A black mare regarded him warily from the corner. He'd never laid eyes on her before, but damn, she was a beauty. Black from her poll to her perfectly formed pasterns, her coat was sleek and glossy, and her tail and mane were as dark as a raven's wing. Firm, athletic muscles were evident from her shoulders to her withers, down her back and loins, and to her thighs and gaskins. But it was her eyes, alert and sharp, that held his attention. He whistled low under his breath in admiration of the fine beast. Who did she belong to? "This is not my horse," he said, already shifting to another stool. "But she is in your stables." Stifling a sigh, really, when had Regina become so stubborn? He nodded. "I suspect she belongs to a guest. I cannot just allow you to ride a guest's horse." "Apparently I'm not allowed to ride any horse today." Curling her lip, she turned to William. "Boy, who's the owner of this horse?" The lad's nostrils flared. "She is mine, my lady." "The black mare is yours?" Christian echoed, surprise pulling him up short. The mare was an exquisite example of equine beauty, grace, and athleticism. She was obviously a costly creature, which begged the question of how William had come to possess her. Smothering these thoughts, he instead inquired, "What is her name, lad?" "Banri." At his crinkled brow, William smiled. "It means queen in Gaelic." An apt name for the striking black mare. She carried herself as if trumpets heralded her every entrance. "So does this mean I may ride her, or not?" Regina demanded, breaking Christian free of his thoughts about what such a creature said about William's background. It was obvious from his downturned eyes that he would consent to Regina riding the horse, but something about it didn't sit right with Christian. William obviously valued his mare, because she was in excellent health and condition, and like Assad, she wasn't an ordinary horse to ride about the estate and kill the hours on. To allow Regina to ride her would reduce Banri to the status of every other horse in the stables, and she was obviously special. "I think not, Lady Hightower." He looped her arm through his and escorted her down the aisle. "Allow me to help you choose another horse for today's ride." Relief made Flora clench her eyes shut. She'd never been selfish with Banri. Both Niall and Juliana had ridden the feisty black mare several times. Even her cousin Duncan had been known to take the reins and ride her out for exercise. And yet the thought of the haughty Lady Hightower hacking out on her beloved horse was an indignity she found hard to bear. But disguised as William, what excuse did she have to say no? As a servant, could she really deny a countess? Thankfully, Lord Amstead seemed to sense her struggle and deftly led the blonde woman away. Flora watched them with an odd and annoying ache in her chest. Miss Regina Hupplewhite had made her debut the year before she had, and had been considered a diamond of the first water. They had never socialized in the same circles, the now Countess Hightower being a member of a fast set that had always struck Flora as a bit dramatic. But she had still held her breath when the woman had tried to intimidate her. If Lady Hightower recognized her, she would be ruined. As the Countess lashed out at her, the precarious nature of Flora's situation had come into sharper focus. If her disguise failed, and she were discovered, not only would her reputation suffer, but everyone around her would be tainted by scandal. Perhaps she could return to Scotland and lead a quiet life, but Niall's political career would be dealt a crushing blow. After all his hard work, the years he'd patiently forged alliances to pursue the noble causes he championed, her deception could bring it all crashing down like a castle made of cards. Just the thought made her stomach drop. Flora had watched in relief when Lady Hightower latched on to Lord Amsted's arm, more intent on snagging the Marquis's regard than berating her any longer. It was clear from the manner in which she draped herself all over his person that she wanted him in her bed. Not that it was any of her business who her employer slept with, but he could do much better than a bland nincompoop like Lady Hightower. And not for the first time, Flora wondered what sort of lover the Marquis was. She had enjoyed discreet liaisons on occasion with men who were not aware of her title and consequence. Once she'd determined she had no desire to marry, she'd allowed herself the freedom to entertain the advances of men she found attractive. She had found the experiences pleasant, but not necessarily memorable. For the Countess to be carrying on in such an embarrassing way hinted at Amsted's prowess. She'd bet he never let a woman leave his bed unsatisfied. Mocrech! She needed to rein in her thoughts. Spinning fantasies about her employer, no matter how sinfully handsome he was, helped her in no way. He was to teach, and she was to learn. Too much was at stake for it to be otherwise. If thoughts of what he could teach her between the sheets inconveniently crept into her mind, she banished them as ruthlessly as she could. But he made it difficult, like the way he sensed it would gut her to share Banri with such a woman. And how she had heard him humming to grey bells that morning when she stopped to check on the mare. Clenching her teeth so hard her jaw ached, Flora hurried over when Lord Amsted addressed her. "Lady Hightower has decided to hack out with this fellow." The corner of the Marquis's mouth quirked ever so slightly. "Please have a groom saddle him, and Loki. We'll leave shortly." "Of course, my lord," she said, before hurrying away to see his request done. A quarter of an hour later, the pair disappeared through the west pasture gate. Asad raised his head from the grass and glanced her way as she approached. She stopped at the fence, and Asad trotted to her. He never walked when he could run, and bumped her with his muzzle. "I don't have any snacks for you, my silly boy," she laughed. "Can you believe that woman actually thought to ride you?" "What woman?" With a start she glanced over her shoulder. Mr. Mubarak stood several paces behind her, his black eyes wide and curious. The man moved like a cat, quiet and stealthy. She'd envied him that skill before now. "Lady Hightower rode out with his lordship, but not before first requesting I saddle Asad for her to ride." A frown crinkled the brown folds of his face as he came to stand next to her at the rail. "Have we ever strapped a side saddle on him?" "No. We have barely acquainted him with the English saddle." "Are all Englishwomen so presumptuous?" Flora pondered this but a moment. "Yes." Mr. Mubarak's laugh was deep and merry. He quickly sobered. "Training racehorses with guests about is not wise." "Why then did he invite them?" Flora asked, before she could censure her tongue. "He didn't feel he had a choice." The older man took off his hat and wiped his brow. "He needs investors." "How bad is it?" "You'll be paid, don't worry." Catching her scowl, he shook his head. "Rebuilding after the fire destroyed the stables, and then purchasing and shipping Assad and Kadar, has taken every penny of capital he has. He needs investors to keep the gardens operational until Assad can win the prize money needed to resurrect the enterprise.
What happens if Assad doesn't? If he fails to win the guineas, or the Derby, or St. Leger? Flora threw her hands up. What then, Mr. Mubarak?
He sighed and glanced at Assad, who had returned to grazing. Amstead will be ruined. And if it were discovered that a duke's daughter had disguised herself to work in the Amstead Gardens stables, would Assad even be given a chance to race in the guineas? Or would investors flee like the swift-footed stallion at the first whiff of scandal? The potential consequences of her actions washed over her, and she bit back a string of curses that would leave Mr. Mubarak shocked and her ashamed. Chapter 5. Again. Beniti grabbed Assad's reins and jerked his head. I believe a rest is in order. Christian clamped down on his back teeth and glared at his trainer. He has to be ready. The race is fast approaching, and he is still struggling with his brakes. Tugging on the knot of his cravat, he fought the piece of linen until it was balled in his hand. Shoving it into his coat pocket, he removed that garment as well and looped it over the rail post. He spun to face Beniti, his hands planted on his hips. Why does the blasted red flag still spook him? It's been waved in front of his face for months.
Good thing he's not a bull, William murmured under his breath. But Christian heard him all the same. A snort of surprise rose in his throat.
Beniti interjected. I do not know, and so far he has not told me. But what I do know is that he needs a rest. He's fought William at the line the last 3 breaks, and the more irritable he gets, the less he pays attention to commands. We do not want him to hurt the lad, or himself.
Swiping at the air, Christian jerked away. For the umpteenth day in a row, they were at the track working through Assad's starts. The stallion was regularly beating the other horses Beniti and he pitted him against, but he continued to stumble through his breaks. He sidestepped, reared, and started when he needed to burst away like a ball from a cannon. The competitors he would meet at the Guineas were in a league far above his paddock mates, and they would take advantage of any hesitation at the line and turn it into victory. Grey Bells was a worthy contender and continued to provoke Assad's competitive nature, but the fleet-footed filly was no match for the powerful stallion. Desperate for someone to recognize the importance of the moment, he looked up at William, who sat upon the beast. The lad had dutifully ridden Assad in every practice session, and had handled every scare, every false start, every tantrum, every bucking attempt with patience and a firm hand. For such an effort, the lad deserved a say in the matter. Do you agree? Does he need a rest, or do you think he has one more break in him? Surprisingly, William did not look to Beniti as he expected. Instead, the lad stared at Christian. His eyes glazed over in thought. Running his hand over Assad's shoulder, he finally shook his head. Let's give him one more go. His trainer tossed up his hands and grumbled, but still he grabbed the reins and led the horse to the line. He stared at William as he raised the red flag. Sliding his gaze to Christian, Beniti dropped it in one fluid motion. Assad flew back on his hind legs, his whinnies distressed and agitated. As he pawed the air with his hooves, William's hat flew off, and strands of long hair were yanked free from his queue. The young man held the reins firmly, his legs clenched tightly about the animal's flanks to maintain his seat. He showed no fear,
only a calm assurance that eventually succeeded in gaining the upper hand. Once Asad returned all 4 hooves to the ground, William scowled. "Well, that was rude." A bark of laughter echoed about them, and it took Christian a moment to realize it was his. "Indeed." Grasping Asad by the bridle, he forced the horse to meet his gaze. The animal's eyes were round and hard. "What happened to your manners?" "Manners?" Baniti huffed. "When have you ever been concerned about manners?" William chuckled, which made Christian laugh anew. Damn, but their training schedule had left him exhausted. "I hate to say I told you so, but—" Baniti took off his hat and dusted it. "I did. Isn't it time you listened to me?" "No one likes a know-it-all, Baniti." "Know-it-all?" The Egyptian man said the word slowly, acquainting his lips with the syllables. His mouth settled into a pleased half-smile. "I like this term. I am happy to be a know-it-all, even if I am not liked. Know-it-alls win the races, yes?" Not waiting for an answer, the older man strode away. "I'm off to the North Barn." Kadar was healing nicely from his mishap the week prior, but Baniti and he kept a close eye on the beast. The surgeon had speculated that, if the leg healed cleanly, there was a chance the stallion could race again. Christian felt he owed Kadar the chance to try. He extended the reins to William when he hopped off the horse. "Tell me about Banri." The young man fell into step beside him as they walked to the stables, Asad following close behind. "What would you like to know, my lord?" Christian looked at him askance. "How did you come to own such a fine animal?" "She was a gift." He looked off to the side. "From my father." "He must come from means to gift you such a creature." "Do all Englishmen speak so openly of money?" The lad met his gaze for a brief moment before looking away again. "My lord?" A retort instantly sprang to his tongue, but Christian bit it back. While he'd never had an employee speak to him with such derision, he was willing to admit that he'd probably deserved it. Perhaps if more Englishmen spoke so freely of finances, they wouldn't be in such debt. Catching the way the lad's lip twitched, Christian chuckled. "I meant no offence. My job is to identify a prime bit of blood, and quality invariably translates to price. It took me all of 5 seconds to see that your black mare is quality, with a capital Q." "She would positively preen if she heard you say that." Colour rose high in the young man's cheeks. "I've always been horse-mad. I used to skip out on my tutors and hide in the stables, where I would happily muck out stalls, bathe horses, and run exercises all day long. When I turned 16, my father gave me Banri. She's been my constant companion these last 10 years. Christian raised his brow. Not many young men received their education from tutors. "What does your family think of you working for me here at the Gardens?" William's pace faltered ever so slightly, which immediately piqued Christian's interest. They have not all been supportive. There are some who feel that horse racing is uncouth. There are some who no doubt feel I've forgotten my place. But I'm happy. This is what I have always wanted to do." Unexpectedly, the accusation Cedric spat at him before he left for France echoed like a pistol shot through his whole being. "All you've ever wanted to do is race horses. Well, all I've ever wanted to do is paint. Why do you get to pursue your passion and I do not?" Shaking away the memory, Christian endeavoured to smile. I'm glad to hear it." Stopping within the dim interior of the stables, he looked at the young man directly. "May I meet your mare?" The lad blinked, his green eyes flummoxed. "Of course. But why?" "Because I always enjoy meeting beautiful ladies." William stared at him until Christian felt the urge to step back, but the lad abruptly smirked. He whistled, and a young stable hand appeared. Handing over Assad's reins, William said, "Make sure he's rubbed down well, and then let him rest in the west paddock." Christian patted Assad's flank as he was led away, earning a stinging flick of the tail as a reward. Chuckling at the stallion's antics, he grabbed 2 apples from a basket and stashed them in his pocket. He hastened after William to the last stall on the right. Stopping outside the stall door, William peered in, making a low clicking sound as he did so. A nicker was his response. "She can be a bit cantankerous with people she doesn't know. She doesn't like physical contact from strangers, and she once bit one of the grooms." His pause caught Christian's attention. "Why?" "Does it matter, my lord?" Normally it wouldn't. He understood there was a hierarchy amongst the stable staff, although he had not given it a great deal of thought other than to acknowledge its existence. But he genuinely liked William, and the lad's words made discomfort simmer in his gut. "I find it does. What happened?" William shrugged as he threw the latch on the door. "Let's just say some grooms took offence that an outsider, and a Scot to boot, took the assistant trainer position over them." "Were you hurt?" The thought had Christian curling his hands into fists. "Not much. I may look like easy prey." A smile twisted William's mouth. "But Bannery and I know how to protect ourselves. Don't we, lass?" The beautiful black mare immediately went to William, dipping her head and pushing it into his chest. Bannery then ran her muzzle across the side of William's face, knocking his hat off before propping her head on his shoulder. Christian suddenly found himself speared by the beast's brown eyes, which were suspicious and alert. They were a bonded pair, the horse a mere extension of the lad, like a well-loved limb. While he had no doubt that William and his Bannery could fight their own battles, they shouldn't have to do it in his stables. It was just another sign, along with the disrespect Baniti had endured, that winning the guineas was not the only crucial task to be performed at Amstead Gardens. Approaching slowly, he extended his arm, allowing the mare to sniff him. She continued to watch him warily as he reached into his coat pocket and extracted an apple. Holding his hand flat, he offered it to her. Bannery considered him for a long moment, as if gauging his motivations, then quickly plucked the fruit from his palm. "She's immensely fond of apples." William ducked from under her head and reached up to scratch her jaw. "She's fond of all sorts of treats. Pears, raspberry tarts," he said with a smack to the mare's shoulder. "Only a fool fails to bring a gift when meeting a queen," Christian said, scratching the horse's glossy coat. As reward, the mare turned and sniffed his pockets. When she caught the scent of the second apple, she pressed her head into his side, apparently believing she could separate him from the treat. Christian chuckled, stepping back and out of her reach. The mare quickly advanced on him, and he slipped the second apple out of his pocket, offering it to her as he admired her spirit. She was in a bad way. Flora could barely keep her mouth closed from shock as she watched her feisty mare play with the Marquis of Amstead. Bannery was cautious and high-strung by nature. She viewed everyone with suspicion until she gradually grew accustomed to them and their presence within her realm. Niall had once called her a destrier, and said he would not be surprised if she trampled her opponents like the war horses of old. Flora was quite fond of that description. It was no coincidence that she had placed the mare in the stall at the farthest corner of the stables. The Marquis probably thought she'd done it to hide her presence. Really, Flora had known that her high-strung lass would settle in more smoothly away from the other horses and grooms. And yet Lord Amstead had been able to win her regard with an apple or two. Even now Banri was nudging his chest and side with her head, on the hunt for more apples and intent on more scratches. The hussy. She's a sweet girl. The Marquis laughed when the mare nuzzled his ear, knocking his hat off. I thought you said she was mercurial. Banri nipped at his lobe, and Flora couldn't contain her laugh. Taking a step back and rubbing the offended ear, Amstead smiled. I should have known better. She probably took that as a challenge. No doubt. Have you raced her? Flora dropped her gaze. Just in village races. My family was not keen on me exposing myself to that kind of environment. Actually, Niall worried for the family's reputation if it became known the Duke of Kilmorrow's youngest daughter was competing in horse races throughout the Highlands. Her father, however, hadn't seemed to mind that she and Banri were winning local contests. But then her father hadn't cared much about her since her mother died. The Marquis ran his hand over the mare's shoulder, across her flank, and down her thigh to her hock. She must have been magnificent as a 2- and 3-year-old. Her physique was bred for speed. She was. Flora smiled into Banri's eye. She's still fast. I'm curious, Lord Amstead began, stepping back and crossing his arms over his broad chest. He didn't look at her as he contemplated the black mare. Would you allow a match race between her and Assad? Her stomach dropped as if she'd missed the last step on the way down the stairs. You want Banri to race Assad? I do. He's beaten every other horse I have here, and while Grey Bells gives him a challenge, he knows now that he can beat her. Knowledge like that is powerful. Amstead scratched under Banri's chin. Although I haven't seen her run, I sense your mare will push him to the next level. He was right. Of course, Banri was the perfect opponent for Assad. She would not be intimidated by his arrogant presence, and she could out-tantrum him with her eyes closed. Plus, her lass was fast. In her heart, Flora knew Banri was not as swift as the dark bay stallion. But what she lacked in speed, she more than made up for in confidence. And Banri could teach Assad a thing or two about confidence. Would you want me to ride her? She asked. No, I want you to continue to ride Assad. A frown pulled down her lips. Who will ride Banri? The Marquis and Mr. Mubarak were too tall and weighed too much to serve as jockeys. Lord Amstead lifted a shoulder nonchalantly. I was thinking Carson would be up for the task. No. The Marquis blinked, his handsome face wrinkling in confusion. That was rather emphatic. Flora lifted her chin as every muscle in her body tightened. I assume you have good reason for objecting. What was she to tell him? That the idea of that horrid man riding her beloved mare made red flash in front of her eyes? That she'd rather muck out every stall in the paddock with a spoon than allow that craven fellow within 1 foot of her girl? Meeting his eye, Flora saw she didn't need to say anything. It was Carson, was it not, who harassed you? Lord Amstead rubbed a hand across the back of his neck. Who is harassing you still, I gather?
He is not. We have come to an understanding.
A tenuous understanding that involved Flora threatening him with a horsewhip, but an understanding all the same. Very well. But if this understanding were to end, I'd expect you to tell me. The Marquis's expression remained dark, but after considering her for a long moment, he finally nodded. Now, who would you recommend to ride your Banri? She glanced at her mare, like the beast would tell her. After a moment, the answer came to her. David. David? He shook his head until comprehension dawned. The boot-black? He's in the stables annoying the grooms and loving on the horses every chance he gets. Banri loves him. Catching his cocked brow, she shrugged. He brings her oat cakes. Of course. We know how she likes her offerings. He tilted his head. But can David ride? Flora thought back to the times she'd taken the lad with her on rides about the gardens. On more than one occasion she'd let him ride Banri on his own, and had marvelled at his innate abilities. Meeting Lord Amstead's gaze, she nodded. Definitely. Chapter 6. With an inward sigh, Christian extended his arm to the elderly Duchess. Your Grace, how lucky I am to escort you into dinner tonight. You've escorted me every other night, Amstead. The Duchess of Claremore raised her lorgnette to her sharp blue eye and peered at him for a long moment. She shook her head from side to side. Yet you don't appear to truly grasp what an honour it is. The old tabby delighted in tormenting him. Come now, Duchess, you know how much I enjoy your witty remarks and pointed jabs. Not enough, apparently. She slipped her thin arm through his and allowed him to lead her into the dining room. If you were around more during the day, I'm sure I could provide you ample examples of my cutting wit. Are you accusing me of being a neglectful host? The Duchess patted his hand. I'm too well bred for that. At his scoff, her lips twitched. I would feel neglected if I were unaware of how much you have pulling at your attention. She slid a sly glance at Regina, who was seated farther down the table. I hope all your guests have been as understanding. He thought back to his ride with the Countess earlier that day. He'd shown her the wild flower meadow on the east side of the estate, as well as the expanse of the home wood, before she'd asked to return to the paddock. And once there, she'd pulled his head down for a deep kiss, making it abundantly clear that she expected him to join her in her chambers for an afternoon romp. She'd been livid when he'd declined. He used to be amused by her piques, but now, with so much on the line, her anger made him uneasy. Not everyone is a paragon of virtue like you, Duchess, he said, flashing her a genuine smile. You rogue, she said, swatting his arm. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he allowed a footman to place a napkin on his lap and pour him a glass of claret. He surveyed the guests aligned before him as he took a sip. His secretary had invited a swathe of London society, from the Duke and Duchess of Claremore to a shipping magnate. Every person he had invited had accepted, with the exception of one, the Marquis of Inverary, an old friend from his days at university, could not miss several important committee meetings, and had sent his regrets. Christian didn't entertain often, or ever, but when he did, his staff made him proud. Tonight, the dining room showed to perfection. The beams some long ago ancestor had installed to crisscross the length of the ceiling were highlighted by the glow of 100 candles from the large chandelier that had been polished to a mirror shine. The rich gold brocade drapes that bracketed every window reflected the candlelight and created an intimate yet lavish space. The footmen who bustled about the table were polite and unobtrusive, and the food and beverages appeared as if by magic. Yes, he was proud of his staff. He almost considered the possibility of entertaining more often, until he remembered how much it pulled him away from the activity of the practice track. If he was with his guests, he thought of Assad and the parts of his regimen he was missing. If he was on the track, he stressed about his guests and whether his absence would be taken as an insult. Which was why the Duchess of Claremore's words nagged at his conscience. Dipping his head, he said, "Would you be interested in touring the stables, Your Grace? I know Claremore has already toured the operation, but you haven't. I would be very happy to show you what I'm up to when I'm not engaging in our verbal sparring matches." The folds of the older woman's face softened, along with her eyes. "I'd enjoy that. I'm glad." He shrugged as he picked up his soup spoon. "It's the least I can do for a woman who's not long for this world." A strangled sound met his ears, but when he glanced at her, the Duchess appeared nonplussed. "How gracious you are, my boy. I do hope you take care when you're seeing to your cattle. I've heard it's quite easy for young dunderheads to experience a fall or mishap." She reached for her glass of wine. "Not that anyone would accuse you of being a dunderhead, of course." Christian snorted. "Of course not." "Amstead has brought an observer to this morning's session," Mr. Mubarak shared as he met Flora at the gate to the track. Taking the stallion's reins from her, he whispered, "Some old bird. A duchess, apparently." Flora went still. A duchess? There were only so many duchesses in England, and one was her sister and another her best friend. She grew light-headed as she considered who it could be. Realizing that the training manager awaited a response from her, she nodded. She may have even offered a semblance of a smile. "Do you suppose she'll offer his lordship training tips?" The older man flashed slightly crooked teeth. "You tell me, ya binti. It seems like something an elderly noblewoman would do, but you'd know better than me." Her heart lurched. "There aren't many duchesses in Scotland." Mr. Mubarak paused, his brown gaze sharp as it roved over her face. "Come now, am I expected to believe your family are peasants?" A deep groove marred his brow. "Peasant isn't the right word. Village folk, crofters, is that it?" A reluctant smile threatened her composure at the thoroughly confused look on his face. "Both are appropriate." He nodded. "Yes, well, you may apply whichever term you prefer, because your family is neither, I'd wager." "Why do you say that?" She hoped her voice sounded indifferent, because she could not hear it over the roaring of her heart. "Because you—" "Is Assad ready?" Lord Amstead called, his tone barbed. Without another word, Mr. Mubarak led the stallion away, leaving Flora to contemplate what he'd been about to say. "What a striking horse!" a raspy woman said, and something about her tone made the hair stand up on her arm. Flora knew that voice. With an Assad-sized lump in her throat, she slowly peeked around the corner of the paddock. The Duchess of Claremore. The old woman was a dragon amongst the ton, and had dined at Campbell House on more than one occasion. Flora grasped the post for support. Her disguise had convinced Lord Amstead, Mr. Mubarak, and the other employees at the gardens, but she was not certain the Duchess would be so easily fooled. Her mind raced. Perhaps she could direct Carson to take her training duties for the day, but just the thought of appealing to the man made her grit her teeth so hard her jaw cried out in pain. Carson did not deserve to be anywhere near as sad. She could feign illness, a sudden headache, or a stomach ailment. Flora nibbled on her lip as she considered which excuse was more plausible. "Where's Mr. Grant?" she heard Lord Amstead ask, and a cold chill raced down her spine. "I thought he was right behind me," Mr. Mubarak said, as he stepped around the corner. Finding Flora standing there, he pulled up short. "Is something wrong?" As her mind scrambled for an excuse to avoid the lesson, she found she could not look at him. Fixing her gaze on a point over his shoulder, she blurted, "I feel ill." "You feel ill?" Doubt flavoured his words. "What's wrong?" She licked her lips, "feel a sudden headache. I get them occasionally."
"I do not recall you experiencing one since you've been working for me."
"No, I've been spared the discomfort."
He didn't move, and curiosity had her look at him.
His arms crossed over his chest. He studied her with an unreadable expression.
"Are you worried she will recognize you?"
Her mouth gaped before she closed it with a snap. "I beg your pardon?"
"You're worried the Duchess will recognize you, are you not?"
She shook her head in denial, but the gleam in the Egyptian man's eyes told her he would not be deceived. "I am."
"So, you know her?"
"I've met her several times, yes."
Mr. Mubarak considered this before he pointed a finger at her. "And if she recognizes you, what then?"
"I would be ruined." She sucked in a breath. "The gardens could be ruined."
"We can't have that." He turned away without another word. Flora covered her face with her hands, despair falling down on her like crushing rocks. After all her hard work, she should have known her career in horse racing would end in such a way. Juliana had tried to warn her, but she'd thought she knew better. She'd thought she could succeed. She'd been a fool. Lord Amstead's impatient voice reached her. "I see Mr. Grant is still not here. A groom just informed us that Kadar is pacing his stall and appears agitated. William offered to check on him. We don't want him to injure himself again." Mr. Mubarak laughed. "You know how good he is at calming horses. He intended to send David to ride Assad for now."
Clutching the post, Flora sent up a prayer of thanks. Mr. Mubarak could have easily destroyed her budding career. Instead, he had thrown it a lifeline. With gratitude blooming in her chest, she darted toward the manor house in search of the bootblack. Propping his boots on the hay bale in front of him, Christian crossed his ankles and then his arms behind his head as he leaned back. After he had bathed and groomed Loki, he dragged a chair into his stall and relaxed. When he had served in His Majesty's cavalry, fighting Old Boney, as a naive 18-year-old hungry for adventure and glory, he'd fallen into the habit of sleeping near his horse. With the echoes of muskets in the distance, and the wails and whimpers of the injured and dying all around him, he'd sought refuge with his gelding. Loki was a tangible piece of home.
Thankfully, his service had been short, but he still sought out Loki's calming presence whenever he was agitated or stressed. The practice session with the Duchess of Claremore had gone well. William's unexpected absence had concerned him, especially when he'd learned Kadar had been the cause, but David had done a surprisingly decent job on Assad. The stallion seemed to enjoy him as well, clocking his best time yet, even with several faulty breaks. After he'd seen the Duchess back to the manor, he'd had to contend with an unexpected visit from Regina. After promising to partner her at whist that night after dinner, Christian headed directly to the north barn to check on Kadar, an uneasy lump in his throat. He found him relaxed and enjoying a rub-down from William. Seeing the stallion so calm had eased many of his worries. So why had he sought out Loki? After racking his brain for at least 20 minutes, he decided that the only plausible explanation for his increased anxiety was Cedric. His worry about Assad's success in the Guineas, Kadar's recovery, and the state of the gardens had become constant stressors. There was never a time such burdens were not following him about, like a persistent storm cloud prepared to dampen any happy spirits. Such tumultuous thoughts had allowed him to push Cedric to the recesses of his mind. He'd already lost his father, and surviving his tragic death had required all his willpower. But Cedric's abandonment had robbed him of his soul. Who else could understand everything the gardens had meant to the late Marquis? Who else could grieve for him while still cursing the circumstances of his death and Christian's own foolhardy hand in it? He scrubbed a weary hand down his face. His brother was supposed to be here to help him restore glory to the Andrews name, to help Amstead Gardens find success once again. Instead, he was pursuing silly whims on the continent, and it made him want to scream. Still, he missed his brother. Christ, did he ever long for Cedric's irreverent sense of humour, his innate kindness, the way he could look at an ordinary wild flower, or a summer sky filled with white clouds, or a brood of freshly hatched chicks, and be filled with awe and wonder. What Christian wouldn't give to be reminded that simple miracles were occurring around him every day? Loki had long since fallen asleep, but Christian did not move. In so many ways, he felt more at home here amongst the hay and scents of horses and earth than he had ever felt in the manor house's well-appointed drawing-rooms. Still, he had guests to entertain. He'd neglected them horribly. A soft noise, much like a hum, drew his head around. Rising to his feet, he quietly exited Loki's stall and paced down the walk until he arrived outside Assad's door. He'd seen the beast grazing in the west pasture a half-hour before, but he'd apparently been brought in for the night. Peering over the half-door, he spied William running a stiff brush over Assad's back, humming that now familiar melody. He propped his elbows on the ledge. "Thank you for seeing to Kadar." The lad jumped, causing Assad's ears to press back. "My apologies." "Nonsense, my lord." William patted the stallion on his flank until he huffed loudly and lowered his great head. "You should be allowed to enter wherever you want within these stable walls. I simply didn't hear you approach." "Obviously not." Watching the young man's movements, he recalled something he had said the day they had discussed running his mare against Assad. "If your family disapproves of your interest in horse racing, what would they have you do instead?" William remained silent. the soft whisper of the brush against Assad's coat, and the muffled sounds of the paddock's other inhabitants the only sounds. The lad's shoulders abruptly sank. "Does it matter? It's not what I want to do." "No, I suppose it doesn't." Glancing over his shoulder, William raised his brows. "And you, my lord? Hampstead Gardens has a storied racing history, but that does not mean you were keen on following the family tradition. Are you here because you want to be, or because you have to be?" That the lad understood the difference made him smile, and he found himself answering truthfully. "A little of both. I'm happiest when I am here amongst the scents and sounds and sights of the paddocks, but I had not anticipated bearing the business responsibility of the enterprise so soon. I find myself second-guessing every decision I make regarding financial matters, worried that one misstep on my part will undo any progress we've made to rebuild after the fire." "You have a great responsibility, my lord, but from my perspective, narrow as it is, you seem more than up to the task." "And why do you say that?"
"Because you're here talking to me, when you could be in the manor house speaking with your elevated guests."
Christian rubbed a hand across his mouth to hide his smile. "Yes, well, sometimes I find it difficult to navigate between my different roles. After spending the day amongst my horses, it can be challenging to slip into my role as a marquis."
"I can understand why," William snorted. "One moment you're dealing with a thrown shoe or a 2-year-old engaging in a fit on the track, and the next you have to calm a duchess incensed over a breach of protocol."
"I'd rather deal with the 2-year-old," he grumbled.
"So would I,"
William agreed with a quirk of his mouth. As they exchanged commiserating smiles, Christian pondered William's words. How could he have had dealings with a duchess? Even if he had, what did such a revelation say about him? He thought it time to acquire an investigator to discover just exactly who young William actually was. Chapter 7. Flora stared at the ceiling of her room. It was smaller than the wine cellar at Campbell House, but it afforded privacy, her most valued currency. She did not have to share it with others, and thus could retire her disguise for a time. The occupants in the bunkhouse were not as lucky. No light sneaked through the cracks of the sad little curtain that stretched across her tiny window, but she suspected that, if she looked, she might catch the beginning wisps of pink and gold dancing across the horizon, promising a glorious sunrise. She wished she could burrow back under the wool covers and let sleep reclaim her. In her sleep, her goals came without struggle, without sacrifice, without binding her breasts with linen, without men talking down to her as if she didn't know a horse's head from its arse. She could only imagine how they'd treat her if they knew she was a woman, or the catastrophe she'd have faced if the Duchess of Claremore had seen her and revealed her identity. Just the thought sent her heart to her throat, and she attempted to swallow around the panic. But in her dreams, her current path was not necessary for her to be successful. Attaining her goals was merely an outcome, expected, assured. The long, hard struggle was an abridged line or two in the story of her life. Faith, but there were moments where she wished she could just sleep and awaken to the knowledge that she owned her own stud farm, that she was beholden to no man. Rubbing the heels of her palms into her eyes, Flora willed away such useless notions. She'd never gotten anywhere by lying about all day. She may have been lucky enough to have been born with a title and wealth, but neither of those things had helped her secure her position at the Gardens, and they had not helped her keep it. Her hard work was to thank for that, so she climbed from her would-be cocoon and made her way to the basin under the window. Today was her half-day, and the sooner she began Assad's lesson, the sooner she could slip away to bathe in a place free from the possibility of discovery. Pouring crisp water from a small clay pitcher into the basin, she splashed her face, thankful it no longer froze at this time of year. A quarter of an hour later, she emerged from her room, her breeches tucked into her riding boots, her waistcoat and shirt large enough to hide the linen disguising her breasts, and makeup applied to darken the complexion of her chin and upper lip. Her hair had proved difficult to twist up under her hat, and she chafed at the thought of cutting it once again. But she would, because she must. Her arrival at the paddock was heralded by soft nickers. She greeted each horse by name, and offered an affectionate pat and several kisses to horsey muzzles. Arriving at Banri's stall, she found the mare with her head over the door, her amber eyes reproachful. "I do this every day, and every day you act as if I've given all my love away and have none left to share with you." Running her hands up both sides of the horse's head, Flora pressed a kiss to her forehead. "And every day I must remind you that you're my best Nian, and always will be." Banri stared mournfully at her for a long moment before nuzzling Flora's chin and jaw. Flora laughed and pushed the horse away, reaching for the stable latch to check her water trough. Satisfied that it would meet the mare's needs until a stable hand refilled it later, she grabbed a brush and started to work on untangling knots the feisty horse had earned rolling about in the straw. "Good morning, Banri." Mr. Mubarak's gaze found hers. "And you too, of course." Blinking, she looked toward the eastern pasture, noting the sun was just about to burst forth from its nightly cage. "And good morning to you, Mr. Mubarak." "How is your Scottish lady? That's not right, is it?" A frown slipped over his otherwise jovial face. "Girl? No, not girl." He tapped his mouth in thought until abruptly his eyes went wide. "Lass. It's lass, correct?" "Yes, sir." The Egyptian man clapped his hands. "Excellent. Now, tell me how your Scottish lass is doing." Fighting back a chuckle, she said, "Banri is in a merry mood. She deigned not to bite my hand when I arrived late after greeting her stablemates." "A contrary female, is she?" The older man's eyes suddenly latched on to hers, and wariness tingled on her skin. "Contrary females have always been a weakness of mine." "And why is that?" "I appreciate a bit of unpredictability. Life in general is rather mundane, routine." "If you're lucky, it is." He dipped his head. After listening to the sound of the brush running over Banri's coat, he continued, "Are you here because you were escaping from a mundane life?" Cotton fluff seemed to fill her mouth. With effort she managed to shake her head. "No, this is not a lark for me. I'm here because I want to be." A second clicked by loudly in her mind. "How did you know?" "Mrs. Mubarak noticed immediately. She said your features were too delicate, your build too slender to be a man's." The trainer had introduced his wife on the day of her arrival. Her disguise hadn't even protected her identity for a day. Flora wanted to kick something. "Do you know this Duchess in your real life?" Mr. Mubarak asked, taking the brush from her limp hand. She closed her eyes. "I do, but more importantly, she knows me." He seemed to grasp the importance of this distinction and laid a hand on her shoulder, briefly. "I do not care if you are a man or a woman. I only care about the quality of the work you do. And you, ya binti, have done excellent work." The sound of the stable door creaking wide opened her eyes. Mr. Mubarak settled the door back into the frame and snagged her gaze. "As long as you continue to do fine work, I see no reason for anyone else to know of your secret. But if my wife was able to ascertain your identity, others may as well. And then I suspect that scandal, the very thing Amstead has feared, will find its way to the gardens." Without another word he left, and Flora wondered if her lungs would ever be capable of filling with air again. The pond looked much the way it had during his last visit the previous summer. The bulrushes along the east bank had grown dense, and the grass had matured into a lush, rich green carpet thanks to spring rains. He smiled as he noticed that the boughs of the old chestnut tree had grown thick and full with leaves, making it the perfect place to relax and doze for a time. With each breath he pulled the crisp Suffolk air into his lungs. Leaving Loki to graze on the new grasses in the far west meadow, Christian made his way down to the poplar. His life had been a succession of tasks, duties, and responsibilities since his father died, and all of it had been accompanied by a constant choking pressure of guilt. That he hadn't done enough, that he would never be able to do enough. And that fear, that guilt had driven him. It was the most relentless taskmaster, and he was exhausted. When Baniti had told him Assad needed to be reshod, Christian had taken the opportunity to slip away. Normally, he would have found another task to see to, but words young William had shared the week before had replayed in his mind. "Assad is not thinking of the next race. He thinks of eating, when he'll be let out to the south pasture to run freely and high-step for the mares. When race day arrives, he won't feel stress, just anticipation, the need to run. What I would give to live in the moment like he does." Christian never lived in the moment. At least, he hadn't since he'd become a marquis. He was always thinking 2 or 3 moves ahead. The very future of Amstead Gardens required him to. But on this day, at this moment, he was determined to think only of his current pleasure and spend some stolen time alone. With that in mind, he shrugged out of his coat, sank onto the ground, and leaned back, using the garment as a pillow. It would be horribly wrinkled, but then, what were valets for, if not to complain over the state of their master's clothes? Filling his lungs again, he closed his eyes and slipped off to sleep. He wasn't certain how long he had dozed when he abruptly snapped back to consciousness. Confused, he blinked his eyes open. Wind softly whistled through the boughs above him, and birds called to each other from amongst the brambles. But what had awoken him? Sitting up, he looked about. Loki was out of sight, but he knew the gelding was on the other side of the rise. Below him, the pond was placid, its mirror-like surface reflecting the midday light and spreading it about the clearing like a kaleidoscope. A sound to his right drew his attention. William appeared over the south bank, weaving his black mare through the bushes, weeds, and wild flowers that grew freely about the pond. He avoided the colourful clump of blossoms as best he could. Christian wasn't aware the lad knew of the pond, and while his mind told him he should be annoyed that William had found his private sanctuary, he couldn't muster the indignation. The young man had been working hard to ensure Assad was ready for the guineas, and he'd certainly earned his respite. There was no better place than the pond. He debated whether he should make his presence known, but decided against it. He was in no mood to socialize, and he would feel obliged to do so if he greeted William. It was also not hard to guess that the young man had escaped there for similar reasons. Privacy was hard to find in the stables, and Christian didn't fault him for wanting some time to himself. Extending his arms behind him, he dropped his head back and stretched his neck. Damn, but his whole body ached. Sleep had been an elusive thing, worry over Assad's progress stealing it from him more nights than he cared to count. The beast carried a great burden, even if he didn't know it. Distractedly, he glanced in William's direction. The lad had set his mare loose, allowing her to sample the abundance of spring thriving about them. He carried a small sack with him to the water's edge and took a long moment to glance about the clearing, his gaze sliding over the tree under which Christian lounged without recognition. His cheeks puffed on an exhale. Apparently satisfied with his reconnaissance, William pulled various items out of the bag, and Christian squinted to make them out. Recognizing one as a bar of soap, he rolled his eyes. Of course the man would prefer to bathe away from the crowded stables, and with the weather sunny and warm, he was smart to choose this place to scrub away the dirt of Assad's many practice sessions. Turning his head, he observed a pair of squirrels argue over stolen contraband, his gaze on their agitated movements, but not really processing them. Without thought, he looked in William's direction again, and pulled up short. What was that under his shirt? The lad had discarded his coat, waistcoat, and cravat, and untied his shirt, revealing an odd material underneath. Curiosity kept Christian watching as William pulled his shirt over his head and folded it neatly, placing it on a pile of other clothes. Christian frowned as he took in the material that encircled the lad from his armpits to his waist. But his confusion turned to realization as William began to unwind the strips. Beautiful upturned breasts greeted the sun in all their rosy glory. His heart stuttered as heat rushed over him. William continued to unfurl the linen strips, revealing creamy, pink-tinged skin and glorious curves, while a small, distant portion of Christian's brain realized that he was digging his hands into the dirt as each new area of skin was revealed. William was a woman. Slapping a hand to his mouth, Christian watched as she flung her breeches to the side and walked to the water's edge, her shoulders thrown back and her head high. Although he'd known that the lad had worn his black hair pulled into an outdated queue, he'd always figured it was some Scots affinity for long hair, perhaps a tribute to his long-ago warring ancestors. Christian had been amused by the thought, but seeing the glossy tresses loose and caressing the woman's pale shoulders left his fingers itching to touch them, to drag his nails along her scalp and pull them gently through each strand before raising a feathered end to rub across his lips. She was ravishing, lithe and shapely, but also strong, with muscles flexing in her shoulders, across her back, and down her legs. They were no doubt a result of her hours spent in the training ring and on the back of a horse. He'd always been attracted to soft, buxom women, but this lad made Christian's groin rise to attention. The knowledge of what she could do with all those glorious feminine parts, the power she could exert over Assad and the other horses in the stables, had him gritting his teeth. How could he have been so blind? Why had he ever thought her a boy? He'd immediately noticed William's dainty features, and he knew that the other grooms had teased him because of his pretty face, but he'd never really considered the possibility that he might be a woman. He'd been blind. Christian watched, enraptured, as she lathered soap in her hands and washed her hair. He wondered what it would look like long. Would it curl or grow into sleek tresses a man could wrap around his hand and use to reel her close for a scorching kiss? Would it smell clean and fresh, or of roses or violets? His mouth dried at the thought of all that striking hair, and her pink silky flesh smelling like lilies under all her masculine attire. He couldn't tear his eyes away as she finished bathing and emerged from the green waves, water sluicing off her body and setting his every nerve ending on fire. She grabbed a length of cloth and dried herself, and he itched to stride down there, snatch the material from her hands, and finish the job for her. But he forced himself to stay where he was. He doubted she would be pleased to see him. More likely, she would be upset that her disguise had been revealed, and angered that he had watched her at such a personal, vulnerable moment. The realization made him cringe inwardly. He really was a cad. Now dry, she slipped a linen shirt over her head and plopped down onto the grass, taking a small brush in hand and running it through her short, silky strands. When her task was complete, she relaxed back on her elbows and stared at the waters. Lounging in an Eden-like garden, with her striking horse grazing peacefully behind her, she looked like a picture just begging to be memorialized on canvas. If he were an artist, she would surely be his muse. He had never seen a more exquisite woman, and for the last few weeks he'd worked side by side with her and called her William, a lad he had come to respect and even esteem. But he'd been so consumed with ensuring that Assad was ready to race that he hadn't really known William at all. Who was she? What kind of woman disguised herself as a man to work in a racing stable? What kind of woman was willing to muck out stalls, groom temperamental stallions, stay up till all hours of the night with labouring mares, and subject herself to the harsh physical labour required of a stable hand? With a snort, he remembered that she wasn't a stable hand, but the assistant training manager. Baniti trusted her and was confident enough in her abilities that he'd assigned Assad to her care. And so far, she had lived up to every expectation that had been set for her. She had impressed even Christian, which was no easy task. Indignation fired through his veins. What sort of game was she playing? Was she a spy sent from a rival farm to report on Assad and his training, and when the timing was right, sabotage his progress? Why else would she have deceived Baniti and him so egregiously? Just the idea that she could have hurt Assad in some manner made red cloud his vision. She finally rose to her feet, slipping on her breeches and boots before stripping her shirt off to bind her lovely breasts once again. Christ, if his cock didn't harden and his heart race like an out-of-control 2-year-old on his first track run. She wrapped the long strips of linen around herself again, and he contemplated what to do. By the time she had mounted her mare and ridden from the pond, Christian had decided on a course of action. Women didn't belong in the stables, especially not one he responded to so viscerally. and since he now questioned her motives for disguising her true identity, he found it impossible to trust her with the very creature keeping the fate of Hampstead Gardens alive. He had to sack his assistant trainer. Chapter 8. Flora decided she'd had enough of Assad's antics. And antics they were. The stallion reared on his hind legs, agitated equine complaints peppering the air. He'd balked at another break, his third one in a row. Young David met her eyes as she brought the horse's 4 hooves back on the ground, frustration evident in the clench of his jaw. "He's just throwing a tantrum. He knows what to do." "Indeed he does." She removed her hat and scrubbed her hand across her brow. It succeeded in calming her nerves. Giving into a temper at the same time Assad did was pointless, and she'd be damned if she showed the stubborn beast how upset he had made her. Handing the reins to David, she slid off Assad's back and considered him. "He's tired. Take him for a drink and a rest, please." The young boy nodded, leading the stallion away with a stream of low chatter. "Mr. Grant." Flora glanced over her shoulder as she walked back to the groom's quarters. Lord Hampstead stood near the overhang of the barn, a forbidding look on his handsome face. Containing a frown, she approached him, but stopped when he jerked his head to the left. "Come with me." He didn't wait for her to respond before he prowled away. He led her out of the training paddocks and toward the north barn, and she followed, her mind racing. The set of his shoulders, the stiffness of his walk, proclaimed his anger, but she was at a loss as to the cause. Abruptly he stopped, and she narrowly avoided running into his back. Pressing a hand to her chest, she angled her neck so she could meet his gaze. Oddly, he did not look at her. "I know, William." A sneer twisted his mouth. "Although I suppose that's not your real name. It's not terribly feminine." A bitter wind chilled her limbs. He couldn't know. She'd been so careful. But then, what did he mean? "I am afraid I don't understand." "Don't you?" He peered down at her then. His brown eyes narrowed critically. "I saw you." He must have read some question on her face, because his brows rose in mockery. "At the pond." Faith, but she should have known the secluded pond was too good to be true. When she'd stumbled across it on one of her half-days, she had been elated to have found a private place to tend to her ablutions. But she'd read enough Greek myths to know what happened when a maid bathed in the open, and Flora was certain she would not be transformed into a tree if she called out for help now. Crinkling her brow, she hoped she appeared confused. "The pond?" "Do not play the coquette. You are entirely too clever to think I'd be deceived by your attempt at deflection." Swallowing proved painful with a parched throat. "What is your real name?" Frantically searching for an excuse, any excuse, to put him off, she met his gaze. Something in it told her he knew her thoughts. The time for honesty had come. "Flora." "Flora," he repeated, pronouncing the name like a curse. Still, it had never sounded more beautiful than it did on his tongue. "And your last name?" "Grant." Her grandmother had been a Grant, so she reasoned it was not a lie, or at least not a big one. "I was unsure if that part of your tale was true or another fabrication, although that accent would be hard to mimic." He considered her with an intensity that made her flush under her clothes. "Your disguise fooled me for so long?" He paused, his brow furrowing. "And yet I am not sure how. It seems so obvious you're a woman." Unable to maintain eye contact under such a confession, she dropped her gaze. "Men tend to see what they expect to see. You expected a young man named William, and that's what you saw." "Apparently so." The Marquis crossed his arms over his chest and stared at her. She was not quite ready to meet his stare. "Why are you here?" "To learn how to train champion racehorses." "I find that hard to believe," he said, his voice overflowing with sarcasm. "I'm sure you do. I reckon you believe women only think of the next ball, a juicy titbit of gossip, a bit of Spanish lace," she snorted. "I would wager you think only men and boys have an interest in horses and racing." Her tone was harsh, and she was not sorry for it. He cocked his head to the side. "Perhaps it's merely because the women in my social circle are only interested in horsemanship as a pastime, a hobby. None have expressed serious interest in learning about my work." "And if they did, what would be your response?" She watched in grim satisfaction as he coughed into his hand. "Perhaps there are many women of your social circle who have more than a passing interest in horse racing, but few opportunities exist to explore and develop that interest." Gritting her teeth, she looked toward the paddock. "Perhaps that's why some women create their own opportunities." Damn! But this was not at all the attitude he'd expected to receive from William, or Flora, as he now knew her to be. And what a name! It brought to mind beauty and lightness and femininity. The woman he'd glimpsed at the pond was all those things. However, he had not anticipated the steel that gilded the petals of this highland flower. "I assume that's what you think you have done?" He stroked his chin. "By donning a man's attire and name, you've created your own opportunity. Did you find nothing wrong with deceiving your employer?" "If I thought my employer would hire me based on my skills and experience, and not disqualify me solely on my sex, deception would not be necessary. As it was, I considered it a righteous act of self-interest." She lifted a narrow shoulder along with her full black brow. "And seeing as how men always act out of self-interest, I found it only appropriate that I should too." Her emerald green eyes sparkled with indignation, and a wash of pink tinged her cheeks. Her lips looked soft and pillowy, and once again he wondered how he'd ever believed her to be a man. She was magnificent in a fit, and Christian found he could stare at her all day. But he sensed he'd be inviting the worst sort of trouble if he did so. Where William had been respectful and soft-spoken, Flora was fiery temper and ferocious pride, contained in a lovely package. Yanking himself back to the moment, he ran his fingers down around his mouth. "I did not hire you, though. Mr. Mubarak did. Do you believe he would have turned you away in spite of your qualifications?" The mention of Baniti's name softened the irate lines on her face, but only just. "I did not know Mr. Mubarak, and I did not wish to take the chance I would be turned away." Christian wondered what the older man would do if he were presented with a candidate with strong skills and extensive experience, but who also happened to be female. He suspected that his trainer would respond in much the same way he would. But then, the Egyptian man had been known to surprise him. "Mr. Mubarak tells me you worked at an estate in Yorkshire. Did this duke hire you as a woman then?" Her throat worked for a long moment. "No." "So you've been living as a man for how long exactly?" "Long enough to be sick of dressing like one." Her statement was uttered with such disgust that he chuckled. "I'm sure it's very different from what you were used to wearing." She shook her head, although a smile curved up her lips. "I jest. I grew weary of disguising my true nature, of suppressing the things that make me—" She blinked. "Me?" Intrigued, he asked, "And what things have you been suppressing?" "My tongue, for one thing." At his expression, she laughed. Dimples appeared on either side of her mouth, and the small depressions completely changed her face. She looked young, fresh, lively. "I've never been one to withhold my opinion." "Even around your betters?" he ventured dryly. An odd light flared in her eyes, but was gone before he could identify it. "Some people recognize no masters." And yet she'd been obedient, meek, hard-working the entire time she'd been at Amstead Gardens. Baniti sang her praises. Assad was fond of her and responded to her tutelage. The other grooms respected her. Suddenly he thought of Carson, and his stomach dropped. "Did Carson know your true identity? Is that why he harassed you?" He bit the words out around clenched teeth. "I don't believe so. I simply believe he was upset that I was hired instead of him. He needed to assert himself somehow." She wrapped her arms around her waist, as if insulating herself from harm, and Christian knew she had not been truthful. Just because he had been blind to her true identity didn't mean anyone else had. He suspected that even Baniti was aware she was a woman. A thought suddenly occurred to him. If Baniti was, in fact, aware of her true identity, it had not stopped him from keeping her on as a trainer. It had not stopped him from allowing her to ride Assad in their training sessions. It had not stopped him from asking for William's opinion and, in many cases, implementing his suggestions. Mayhap it would behoove him to do the same. "What is to happen now, my lord?" Her tone was conversational, but she stared at him with her shoulders thrown back and her chin lifted. Christian exhaled and glanced toward the north barn. The way seemed clear. The Guineas was approaching quickly, and he could not afford a change from the routine. Assad responded to her patient, calm instruction, and that was all that mattered. It was time to push forward, and Flora was integral to that push. He'd received a letter the previous morning from the investigator he'd hired to look into William Grant, indicating that he was setting out for Scotland to search for information. Perhaps, if he hurried, he could send word to the man to investigate a Flora Grant instead. "You're to continue on as you have. Assad has made great progress with William, and I expect that progress to continue." Flora's shoulders relaxed. "So I can stay?" "You can." He lowered his voice. "But, as the Guineas is around the corner, I will be assuming a more visible role in Assad's training." "You will be keeping a close watch on me, you mean?" she said, rolling her eyes. "Of course. I may appreciate the job you have done with our stubborn stallion, but I find my trust has been violated." She visibly bristled, and an odd sense of relief touched him as a result. If she were conning him, would she even be offended by his assumption? He doubted not. Her green eyes raked him from boots to hat. "Well, I hope you can keep up with me, my lord." Christ, he hoped he could too. If not, he sensed he would enjoy the challenge. Chapter 9. "Let's have another go." Flora bit her tongue as the order grated on her ears. Lord Amstead had been nothing short of a tyrant since their discussion outside the paddocks the day before. She had left that conversation feeling encouraged. He had not sacked her, and he seemed content to let her continue her work with Assad uninterrupted. And yet he'd been acting like an ass. Pressing her hand to Assad's broad neck, she leaned forward until she could whisper directly into his ear, "You've got this, Mo Balich. You have shown me over and over how well you understand your role, but it appears we will have to show the Marquis over and over until he too understands." Catching Lord Amstead's glare as she regained her seat, she raised a shoulder. They had practiced the stallion's brakes for at least an hour. He'd broken from the line successfully 6 times, but had balked at the 7th attempt. And while she understood the Marquis's concern for that failed break, Assad was merely growing weary. He wanted to run, and she kept pulling him up. If he broke cleanly on the next attempt, she was going to give him his head. Lord Amstead could admonish her when they returned to the line. Gripping Assad's reins, she leaned low over his back, and when Mr. Mubarak dropped the red flag, she pressed her heels into the stallion's flanks. He shot cleanly from the line like an arrow from a bow. From the corner of her eye she saw the Marquis hold up his arm to signal to stop, but she ignored him. Instead, she loosened the reins and yelled, "Get up!" The dark bay horse blazed down the track, the outbuildings and shrubs that grew along the rail becoming nothing but blurs as Assad rejoiced in his freedom. A whip of wind and the fleeting remnants of frustration were the only things he left at the line. Flora's heart celebrated her great luck at being able to ride such an incredible beast. All too soon the line appeared before them. She reluctantly pulled back on the reins, briefly catching Mr. Mubarak's amused smirk before her attention was captured by Lord Amstead's thin-lipped grimace. When Assad pulled close, he reached out and snared the animal's reins, bringing them to an abrupt stop. "I told you to stop," he said, his tone clipped. "Did you?" She adjusted the set of her cap and then worked the fit of her gloves. "I did not notice." Looking at him from under her lashes, she caught a muscle tick in his jaw. "In the last 7 attempts you've brought him back to the line directly after his break. I was under the impression you understood that that was required on this attempt as well." Flora clicked her tongue. The sound used to aggravate Niall, and she was secretly pleased to see Amstead's eyes darken in annoyance. He'd been annoying her for the last several hours, so she owed him. "Unfortunately, no. He was straining at the bit, and after his 87.5% success rate, I felt he deserved to work off his energies." Lord Amstead gaped at her. "Did you just do that in your head?" "Do what in my head?" "Compute his percentage of completion." She frowned. "Of course." "Oh, of course. I hadn't realized you were a mathematical scholar as well as a trainer." Before she could respond, he shook his head. "If you felt he needed a break to run off some excess energy, you could have said so." "I'm not sure I could have." "What is that supposed to mean?" the Marquis asked around clenched teeth. She was being foolish. Just because Lord Amstead knew she was a woman did not mean she could speak to him in an insolent tone, or countermand his orders. He was still her superior. But he had been autocratic all day, and she could no longer restrain her tongue. "It means you have been cantankerous since you set foot on the course, probably since you opened your eyes this morning." Planting a hand on her hip, she leaned toward him. "You seem to find no favour in man or beast,
and while Mr. Mubarak and I are obliged to respect your commands and wishes, Assad is not." A strangled chuckle brought her head around. Mr. Mubarak had pressed his hat to his mouth, his laughs effectively smothered, but his mirth evident in the tears glistening in his eyes.
"Baniti, is it not time to check on Kadar?" Amstead growled. Taking a prolonged moment to compose himself, the trainer bowed his head. "Apparently it is." He dropped the red flag onto the grass and spun about, not uttering another word. Steeling her spine, Flora found Lord Amstead examining her with a pucker between his brows. "Why the harsh words, Flora? William would not have spoken to me as you have."
She licked her lips. "He wouldn't have had to. He wouldn't have needed to assert himself. He wouldn't have been barked at and ordered about all morning." Lord Amstead rocked on his feet, the only indication her words had pierced the iron reserve he seemed determined to showcase.
"So you believe I would have treated you differently if I still thought you to be William?"
"I know you would have."
"Come down," he said, jerking his head.
She climbed down from her perch on Assad's back. Thankfully the Marquis made no move to assist her. William would not have needed his assistance, and neither did she.
"Take him to the stables for a rest."
He linked his hands behind his back and turned away.
"Come back here when you have finished."
"Yes, my lord," she murmured, accepting the reins and escorting the stallion away. After handing the animal to a groom and providing instructions for his care, she returned to the track. Flora was surprised to find she was not nervous about what the Marquis had to say. It was as if knowing he was aware of her true identity left her free to be her true self. She had never been one to shy from confrontation or surrender what she believed was right, and she was not about to do so now. If Lord Amstead did not like it, he could sack her. The thought of being sent home did not fill her with dread as it had even the day before. She would be devastated to leave, especially before the guineas, but she would not stay where she was not respected. Flora found the Marquis inspecting the track. He kicked lumps of dirt and stones to the side and smoothed uneven grass patches with his boot. Such attention to detail made her chest tight, and she willed the sensation away. Holding her head high, she came to stand at his side, and she waited. A cool breeze blew from the east, and like eager fingers it grasped at her hat and attempted to pull it away. Pressing a hand on her head to keep it in place, her gaze fell on the red flag Mr. Mubarak had discarded on the grass. Even there it flapped with the force of the wind. A silent 5 minutes ticked away as they stood side by side before he spoke.
"I was going to sack you when I learned you were a woman."
"I know." He glanced down at her.
"You did?"
"You do not strike me as the kind of man who'd let a woman anywhere near your prize horseflesh."
Laughter showed in his gaze. "Is that why you knew I wouldn't have approved of Lady Hightower riding Assad?"
"No." She mimicked his pose and linked her arms behind her waist. "I knew she was not experienced enough to control him. I would have felt awful if she had been hurt." Flora might not like the Countess, but she would never wish her harm.
"Thank you for that."
Studying her boots, she asked, "What made you change your mind?"
"About sacking you?"
She nodded. His stillness brought her head up. Meeting her gaze, he said,
"You helped him overcome his fear of the flag."
"So because of that one thing?" She threw up her hands. "You found worth in my work?"
Amstead scratched his cheek. This news doesn't seem to please you."
"And why would it?" She stormed away, only to pivot back to him on a hair-turn. "I have been working at Amstead Gardens for several months. I have seen to every task Mr. Mubarak has given me. I have invested my blood, sweat and tears into your horse, even while you've been pulled away by other responsibilities or to entertain your fine guests."
The sight of his curled lip did not stop her tirade.
"I've done everything in my power to see Assad develop the skills needed to stand in the winner's circle at the Guineas, and the Derby, and the St. Leger, because he is a magnificent creature destined for greatness, and I wanted to have a small part in his journey, and I wanted to learn from you, the most heralded trainer in England today."
Flora roughly swatted a curl from her brow.
"And you were willing to see me go simply because I lack a cock."
Without waiting to be dismissed, she stormed toward her quarters. She would be sacked for sure this time. Well. Christian followed Flora's movements as she marched away, frustration and no small dose of shame heating his face. Everything she said was true. Despite her hard work and success training Assad, he had been more than prepared to have her escorted from Amstead Gardens simply because he had learned she was a woman. He'd obviously behaved badly. A good deal of his initial unease at the discovery had been rooted in his wariness of her motives, in his suspicions about her true identity. But while he wanted to learn such things, he could not fault her work, and she had laboured tirelessly to bring Assad up to par. Baniti trusted her, and Christian had as well. As he walked toward the north barn, he stopped in mid-step. Would he have dismissed her if he were not attracted to her? Because he was, wildly. Observing her lead Assad through his brakes, then glimpsing her streak down the track, her bright eyes wide with excitement, had left him charged with awareness. Even when she railed at him dressed in her disguise, some ridiculous black substance used to mimic facial hair marring her lovely face, he felt a fierce draw to her. The memory of her sleek, womanly form was imprinted on his mind, and the garb she used to hide it no longer fooled him. Her willingness to go toe-to-toe with him and not to be intimidated by his gruffness, his size, or his title was an aphrodisiac he had not counted on. It was a damned inconvenience, and not one he had the time or patience for. Still, he was determined to keep her on. Her deft hand with Assad was what mattered, and the Guineas was approaching. As long as he kept his tongue civil and his cock in his breeches, the arrangement would work. It had to. He had been training racehorses long enough to be superstitious about changing up routines when matters were rolling along smoothly. Stepping from the bright sunshine into the dim interior of the north barn, he blinked until his eyes adjusted to the change in light. The barn was quiet and still, as befit a space used for the care of injured and sick animals. Thankfully, the other stables were all empty, so he did not stop to check on their occupants. His pulse spiked as he approached the last and roomier stall. Although Kadar's condition had been improving, Christian always expected the worst when he peered over the half-door. The sight of the stallion standing with his eyes closed as Baniti pressed fists into the muscles on his flank in a deep massage was a relief. "So you know, then?" Christian propped a shoulder against the frame. "What are you talking about?" "William, you know." He blinked. "No? Know what exactly?" The older man sighed deeply and loudly. Kedar's ears went back at the sound. "Amstead, you must think me a fool." Now it was Christian's turn to sigh. "Of course not, although I do think myself a fool at times for hiring you," he added under his breath. Baniti stepped away from the horse, spearing him with a thin-lipped glare. "You know, William is a woman." Christian pulled away from the frame and wrapped his hands about the door-top tightly, surprise and a smidge of anger firing in his veins. "So you do know?" The man rolled his eyes. "Of course I do. Admittedly, my wife noticed first, but it did not take me long to understand she was right." He gave a belly laugh. "For the first week, she made to curtsy before she bowed." Christian shoved roughly at the hair that fell onto his brow. "She's worked with Assad for weeks. Never during that time did you think it important to tell me that the assistant trainer was a woman?" Baniti's lips had compressed into a firm line. "Why would I? She was doing her job, and she was doing it well. If she chose to hide her identity, I did not think it my place to reveal it. What if she enjoyed living as a man? Where I'm from, some men choose to live as women, and some women choose to live as men. It makes no difference to me, and it should not to anyone else." Christian had not thought of such a thing, and while he had encountered similar people during his travels, he was more concerned about Baniti withholding such an important thing from him. And he told the man so. "But it is only important to you." The Egyptian man turned back to Kedar, who seemed to have been following their conversation with alert eyes. Pressing his hands into the animal's thigh, he continued his ministrations. "Her true identity was not important to me. What was important to me was that Assad responded to her, seemed to enjoy her attentions, and performed for her. I assumed that would be important to you as well." "Of course it's important to me, damn it!" Christian snatched his hat from his head and crushed it in his fist. "But how do you know she has not been sent by a rival farm to sabotage Assad and his chances? That horse is all that stands between the gardens and ruin." He looked away, his stomach churning. He was embarrassed to have blurted out such a truth. It was not like him to be so careless with details that were best left a secret. The garden's ruination would affect not just him, but every person employed there. Baniti had moved his family thousands of miles to work for him and train his racehorses, and such a responsibility was not one Christian took lightly. While he was stressed about Assad's showing at the Guineas, he had no intention of revealing the deeper significance his victory could mean. Dragging his eyes up, he met Baniti's stalwart gaze. "If you are going to fret, do not do it in the stables. The horses can detect it, and Assad should run for joy and pride, and nothing else." Christian smirked. Son of a bitch. He studied Kedar, taking in his relaxed mien. If only he had not been injured, he could have been a legend. Baniti paused, his gaze raking over the beast. "Possibly. But you gain nothing by thinking of what could have been. He was injured, and Assad was not. Is he any closer to being ready for race day? Of course. His brakes have improved and become more consistent." Christian nodded, but anxiety still chewed his insides. "You are not convinced, I see." "I will not be convinced until the race is won." The older man ran a hand up Kedar's back, stopping only to scratch behind the horse's ear. "Naturally. Still, you must have some confidence in the beast." He pointed a finger at Christian. What did I tell you about bringing your doldrums? Is that right? Depressions? What is the correct term?"
"Doldrums is appropriate," he said with a smile.
"Good. And what did I say about bringing them around the horses?" Vanity arched a mocking brow. "Will I have to ban you from my stables?"
Christian snorted.
"Your stables? Once you begin to show faith in Assad again, I will grant you admittance." "Very magnanimous of you," he drawled dryly. "I am very gracious." All humour fled from the Egyptian man's face. "See to your guests, Amstead. Court your investors. I will make sure Assad is ready."
"You know I cannot do that," Christian said with a shake of his head. He had to be involved. Now that he knew William was not who he thought she was, he needed to keep his finger on the pulse of the training regimen. His father would have done the same. Vanity sliced at the air, causing Kadar to flick his tail.
"Try, my lord. Remember, everyone in your employment wants Assad to succeed." "Even William?" "Especially William."
The trainer spread his palms.
"Have you not noticed her clothing? Her well-bred mare? She is not in need of employment. She does this because she wants to, not because she needs to."
Christian suspected the same. Flora came from quality, although he was not sure of her connections and whether or not they could hinder his operation. He suspected that a young, unmarried woman working in the stables of a bachelor marquis was not a slight most genteel families would easily overlook. Brushing aside the thought, he slapped his hat on his head.
"Very well. I will do my damnedest to keep my worry far from the stable yard. Thank you."
As he turned to depart, he was pulled up short by the older man's voice.
"What is William's real name?"
Without turning, Christian said,
"Flora. Flora Grant."
The older man whistled.
"It's a perfect name for her, really. She's as pretty and as stubborn as an early spring flower."
Christian walked away, readily agreeing with the comparison. Chapter 10. The day had dawned overcast and gloomy. The breeze from the previous day had preceded a violent wind, ushering in thunderstorms that had kept Flora in the stables calming skittish horses for most of the night. With exhaustion threatening to pull her into welcome unconsciousness, she forced herself from the warmth of her bed and to the stables. As she slipped out of the building, she replayed her encounter with the Marquis the day before. Her behaviour made her cringe. He might have deserved every word she threw at him, but she was a lady, and she could have told him to go to hell in a more ladylike fashion. If she still had a job, she would endeavour to work on that declaration for next time, for with Lord Amstead there would be a next time.
"Do you feel better now that you have rung a peal over his lordship's head?"
Dropping the hoof she had been inspecting, Flora scowled. "I did no such thing."
"That is poppycock."
Flora slowly smiled. "My, your grasp of the English language has grown." The older man nodded hesitantly.
"I used it correctly, yes?"
Her mouth formed the word yes, but she just managed to stop herself from uttering it. "It depends on how you intended to use it."
"I meant it as an expletive,"
Mr. Mubarak said with a grin. She tapped her chin. "Poppycock is more of an exclamation. Blimey is more of an expletive." The old man stared at her.
"Are you quite done with your critique?" "For now I am," she said, turning back to her work. "You have never been overly dramatic and missish. I do not expect you to start now." Her mouth opened and closed several times before she managed to say, "I apologize. Such behavior was beneath me."
"I never would have expected such antics from William Grant. I would think you'd continue to be respectful and quiet, considering his lordship knows your true identity."
Mr. Mubarak shook his head.
"Why are you not acting like yourself?"
"But I am acting like myself." She leaned her head against the horse's thigh. "Now that the facade has been lifted away, it's almost as if my true self has been released and is prepared to say all the things I couldn't say as William Grant."
"I would think Flora Grant would be just as cautious."
She snorted. "You will quickly learn how much of a feather-brain Flora can be."
"I would never call you a feather-brain."
The firmness of his proclamation drew her head up.
"Perhaps I would remark on your sharp tongue. But then, if anyone was in need of a garment strip, it's Lord Amstead."
Flora's brows knit together.
"Garment strip?"
The Egyptian man frowned.
"Did I say that wrong?"
"I assume so," although her mind whispered how nice it would be to see the Marquis free of his clothes.
"How do you say he deserves a scolding?"
Considering for a moment, she finally barked a laugh. "Dressing down!"
"Yes, that."
Mr. Mubarak pulled on his waistcoat.
"Amstead may deserve a dressing down, but it is not for you to do it. His lordship is managing circumstances you do not understand, and when you scold him in such a fashion, however deserved, it only reflects poorly on you and me."
Flora sobered. What a fool she had been not to have thought of how her behavior would reflect on her superior. Mr. Mubarak had been kind and fair with her. She owed him more respect than she had shown him. Nibbling her lip, she said, "You're right, and I'm sorry. I am very much aware of how privileged I am to work with you and Lord Amstead. I will try harder to curb my natural impulses." He did not answer, and Flora returned to her examination of the chestnut colt's hooves. But her mind was miles away. She mentally chewed on Mr. Mubarak's words, her cheeks growing hot in shame.
"Come dine with my family."
Her head snapped up. "Truly? You've never invited me to dine with you before?"
"I haven't."
He tugged on his ear.
"How unlike me. I am usually quite benevolent."
His words brought forth a fresh round of recriminations. "You've been more than gracious."
"Now you're doing it up much too brown,"
Mr. Mubarak grumbled, even as his gaze softened. Slapping a hand to her mouth in mock shock, she said, "My, sir, I am impressed. You used the term perfectly." He puffed out his chest.
"I'm impressive in many things. After working with me for the last several months, you should know this already."
Unable to contain it, she chuckled. "I have always been a bit slow."
"I highly doubt that, ya binti,"
he said with uncharacteristic seriousness. Fidgeting awkwardly for a moment, she finally said, "If your invitation is sincere, I would be honored to join your family for supper."
"And why wouldn't my invitation be sincere?"
he demanded, his hands on his hips. Pressing her lips together, she thought it best to ignore the question. "I will be there." Flora watched him go until she called, "Mr. Mubarak?" He pivoted, his eyebrows raised in a question. "Thank you," she said, although she was not certain he heard her. But his familiar sunny grin told her he had. Stars twinkled bright across the expanse of dark Suffolk sky, and Flora stumbled to a halt to simply admire the beauty on display above her. As a child in the Highlands, she had loved to stretch out on the banks of the nearby Loch Kilmorrow with her father and siblings and watch for shooting stars or mirry dancers, delighting in the antics of the night sky. But as she grew older, she found she no longer had time for such fanciful diversions. Yet, after an enjoyable dinner spent with friends, she was in a fanciful mood. So Flora paused in her walk back to her quarters from Mr. Mubarak's cottage and looked up. She studied the map of stars above her as her mind replayed her dinner with the Mubarak family. They had charmed her with their easy banter and welcoming friendliness. The hours she had spent with them, eating, laughing, and swapping stories on everything from horse racing to sea voyages, had been interesting and engaging. She hoped they would invite her to return soon. An odd sight in the barn snagged her attention. Light filtered from Ban Ree's stable into the small outer courtyard. Her breath caught. Someone was in her mare's stable. But why? Flora prowled into the stables, yanking a whip off the wall as she passed the tack room and dragging the thick piece of leather behind her as she advanced toward Ban Ree's stable. When she arrived outside the doorframe, she flicked her wrist, ready to strike any intruder intent on harming her friend. As her eyes took in the sight before her, Flora's hand grew slack until the whip slipped from her fingers altogether. Lord Amstead sat propped on a stool he'd nestled amongst the straw, Ban Ree's black head hovering over his shoulder as she happily munched on slices of apple he cut from the fruit in his hand. They looked like old friends enjoying a peaceful moment together, and her heart lurched to see her temperamental mare so relaxed with the Marquis. "Your lass has been quite impatient for your arrival, and I've almost run out of apples." Flora shifted on her feet, suddenly feeling nervous. "I did not expect to find you here, my lord." "I'm sure you didn't. But then, I've always had a weak spot for pretty ladies." She rolled her eyes when Ban Ree nuzzled his cheek. "You've obviously found the way to her heart." She tusked at her horse. "At the first sight of an apple or pear, she loses all her fierceness." "We all have our weaknesses," he mumbled, patting Ban Ree on her neck. He considered Flora, a pucker between his brows. "Mine is relying too heavily on my instincts and not on logic." "Mine is speaking without forethought or care for the consequences." Lord Amstead pressed his lips together. "A flaw I find terribly surprising, considering how circumspect William was in all things." "Yes, well, being William took a great deal of effort." Flora tugged on her waistcoat. "And I don't just mean the disguise." "I'm sure not." He studied her thoughtfully. "What do you hope to gain here?" She ran her gloved hands along the top of the half-door and avoided his gaze. "Knowledge, experience. Amstead Gardens has a storied history, and yet you, my lord, have managed to make a name for yourself as a horseman amongst horsemen." She swallowed. "I hope to own my own stud farm one day, and I was keen on learning from the very best." After a long pause, the Marquis chuckled. "My, if you are trying to turn my head, you have succeeded." Flora scoffed. "I'm sure you require no flattery, my lord." He smiled at that. His body relaxed. Leaning her shoulder against the frame, she considered him with her mount.
You know, the only people Banri has ever truly been comfortable with are my siblings.
And the only person who has never been comfortable around my horses is my sibling.
Truly?
Flora frowned.
From the talk I have heard, Lord Cedric was always a favourite about the stables.
Oh, Cedric was well liked amongst the staff and equine residents alike. Amstead rubbed the back of his neck. My brother has a quick smile and easy laugh. It's impossible not to like him. But that did not mean he liked or enjoyed the family business. Every word he uttered was heavy with the things he did not say, and more unvoiced emotions lurked in the shuttered expression in his eyes. Flora could not help but push him, just a bit.
Is that why he is not here now?
Yes, the Marquis replied succinctly. At the first chance he had, he ran off to the continent to study his precious painting, or drawing, or whatever nonsense he always found more fascinating than assisting in the stable-yard.
While she sympathised with Lord Amstead, Flora also understood the drive, the need to indulge one's passions.
It sounded as if art was Lord Cedric's passion.
Perhaps Lord Cedric was not so much escaping as he was exploring. Tell me, my lord, did your late father view Lord Cedric's art in the same manner you do?
Do you mean, did my father view it as a frivolous waste of time? Lord Amstead arched a brow. Indeed he did, because it is.
But it's obviously not a waste of time to Lord Cedric. It must have been of importance for him to leave you with so much responsibility.
It's not just a responsibility. It's our family's legacy. I thought that mattered to him. The Marquis slashed a hand through the air. I don't want to discuss my blasted brother any more. All that matters is that he left me to pursue selfish ventures. There was obviously a great deal of bitterness and tension between the Andrews brothers, and she did not want to upset the Marquis by prying too much. She knew all too well about contentious brotherly relationships. And you, Flora, how is it that your family is not concerned about you, a young woman of means, working on the estate of a bachelor lord? She blinked as she took in the hint of suspicion tightening the corners of his eyes.
He had called her a young woman of means, and while she had accounted for many things when she disguised herself as a lad to work at Amstead Gardens, she had not taken into consideration many others, like what Banri's presence said about her status, like the fact she had just confessed to her desire to own her own stud farm. These were not things so easily attained. So why had she stayed? It seemed the height of foolishness to remain at Amstead Gardens after the Marquis had confronted her with his knowledge of her secret. If her true identity were exposed, her ruination would be the less severe casualty. And then she thought of Assad, and the exhilaration she felt watching him race around the course. She wanted so desperately to see him compete in the guineas. Flora just had to make sure to behave and avoid any possible predicaments for the next month. Licking her lips, she debated what to say. They are wary. They have been kind enough to allow me the space to pursue my education under your tutelage, but they are worried over my safety. I write to them weekly to assure them of my health and well-being.
He stared at her for a long moment, his mouth a slash of displeasure. They have a right to be worried about your safety. Horse training is a dangerous sport.
As I am well aware, Flora shrugged, striving for blitheness. I have grown up in the stables, was seated on my first pony before I was a 2-year-old lass. I assure you, my family has long known such dangers do not frighten me.
What does frighten you? he asked. "Living a life someone else has chosen for me." Christian stood as still as a hare in the path of a fox in the corner of the ballroom as his guests chattered, laughed, and waltzed around him. He discreetly tried to adjust the fit of his tailcoat, which was cinched inordinately tight at the waist. His valet informed him the fit was fashionable, but he'd never given a damn about what was fashionable. The sooner he could bid adieu to his guests and focus on Assad's training, the better. It was the last day of the blasted house party, and his freedom was within sight. He found he could not wait to wave the carriages goodbye. Agreeing to host the infernal gathering had been well-intentioned, but the execution had whittled down his nerves. There was a reason he eschewed the season, travelling to London only when it was necessary, and then attending society events when his investors invited him, or his secretary deemed his attendance financially beneficial. Christian allowed his eyes to dance about the crowd. All the predictable folks were present, the local gentry, vicar, and magistrate. Even those well-born families who spent their summer sojourns in Suffolk were there, and he was relieved to see them. He might be a recluse of a neighbour, more intent on the output of his stables than on his social duties to the surrounding neighbourhood, but he threw a good party. He had spared no expense, and was determined his guests would remember Hampstead Gardens with a sense of wonderment. His gaze snagged on Regina, resplendent in crimson and gold, as she twirled about the dance floor with a gentleman he did not recognize. Christian had probably been introduced to him, but his face sparked no memory. He took a sip of brandy as he considered the Countess over the rim of his glass. When he'd first met her at a small gathering at the Earl of Belling's home, he'd been instantly intrigued with the blonde beauty. Their affair had begun soon after, but it did not take him long to realize that Regina had been searching not for a new lover, but for a new husband, and that he could not be for her. With his many responsibilities to Hampstead Gardens and the Marquisate, there was no room for a wife, and with a younger, healthy brother as his heir, the urge to secure the succession was non-existent. Or so he had thought until Cedric had fled, vowing never to return. Grunting, he blinked back to the present. Regina continued to twirl about in her dance partner's arms, her head positioned at just the right angle to showcase her long neck and elegant profile. Angling her chin toward him, she met his gaze, and he glimpsed just a hint of frustration in her blue eyes. She had done her best to secure his attention over the last week, from showing up outside his chambers late at night to draping herself across the back of his chair during evening entertainments, and even accidentally locking them in the tack room. Thankfully, young David had been nearby to save him from that mishap. Each of her machinations had been laced with a bit of desperation, and Christian could not comprehend it. He had always been honest with her, and saw no point in encouraging her to believe a future between them was possible. With a polite nod, he turned away. To invite members of the Tame to Hampstead Gardens for a fortnight so soon after his extended absence, and then to expect he could entertain them while still participating in the intense training schedule, was madness. Still, despite his lacklustre attention and frequent absences, 5 gentlemen had committed their coin to Assad and the Gardens. 5 investors out of 26. He shook his head in disgust. The number was woefully low. If Flora were here, she could tell him the exact percentage. The thought of her threatened to pull his thoughts down inconvenient paths, like replaying their discussion from earlier in the evening. He had received a letter from his investigator just that morning, indicating that he had found no evidence of a Flora Grant in Strathspey, or in the surrounding Scottish villages. As a result, Christian had decided to wait for her in Banree's stall to question her further, but their conversation had proceeded in a manner he had not anticipated. He'd shared thoughts about Cedric he had not intended, and then the footman returned with his snifter of brandy. He immediately sipped a gulp to burn away his thoughts of her. Now was not the time to consider the paradox that was his assistant trainer. Patting his mouth with a linen napkin, he recalled another letter that had arrived in the morning's post. The folded parchment was tucked in his front coat pocket even now. My Lord Amstead, parliamentary matters unfortunately keep me from Amstead Gardens, but I find myself thinking of your promising stallion when I am supposed to be focused on reform bills. I consider this preoccupation a good sign. I have instructed my solicitors to draft a cheque which will be delivered to you as soon as your business people share the garden's investment contract and they approve it. My dear sister, who is quite horse-mad, will be thrilled that I have ventured into the fine art of horse racing. I look forward to cheering for your Assad in the 2,000 guineas. Niall Campbell, Marquis of Inverary. Despite the number of years they had known each other, and the innumerable larks they had engaged in during their time at university, Christian had not been confident in Inverary's support. Receiving his letter had been much sweeter as a result. I have never seen a young man grow bored with his lover as fast as you grew bored with Lady Hightower. With a start, Christian met the Duchess of Claremore's pert gaze. Your Grace, I find myself caught unawares. I am sure that happens to you often. The Duchess pressed her lips together as she looked to the dance floor. I hope you know it's in your interests to keep an eye on Lady Hightower. She's always had aspirations far above her station. Abruptly, Christian realized the room was stifling. Surely the footman should be opening the windows at any moment. He considered how to respond. She waved an impatient hand. I'd like to speak with your trainer. Where is she? Dread instantly turned his bones to ice. She, your Grace? The elderly woman scoffed. Oh, obviously, I meant he. The Egyptian gentleman, Mr. Mubarak, if I recall. She tapped his arm with her fan. But can you imagine how grand it would be if a woman took it upon herself to train thoroughbreds? Looping the Duchess's arm around his, Christian escorted her to the refreshment table. It would be grand indeed. Everyone knows a racehorse requires fire, grace, and determination. Surely only a woman could teach a yearling such things. The Duchess looked at him, the slight curve to the corner of her mouth betraying her amusement. Surely. Would you be free to meet with Mr. Mubarak after breakfast? She halted, forcing him to stop as well. Her eyes were owlish. Why can't I meet him now? Because I'm certain he is with his family at this time, and I do not wish to pull him away. Christian strived for a patient tone when he was beginning to feel anything but. The old tabby flipped open her silk fan. He was certain she wanted to snap her fingers in impatience. Yes, but now is convenient for me. His Grace and I are very interested in signing on as investors, but I have several questions to ask of him before the Duke signs your agreement. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. If the Duke of Claremore signed on as an investor, that would go leaps and bounds toward encouraging other patrons to invest as well. And everyone knew the older Duke did not act without his wife's approval. And here she stood before him, her gaze sharp. He easily glimpsed her unspoken message in her eyes. "Do you want our support or not, you foolish boy?" Oh, but he did. But some agreements were better left negotiated during the light of day, when all members involved were awake and ready to take part. Smoothing a hand down his lapel, he inclined his head. "I would be delighted." "And relieved," she interjected. "And relieved," he admitted with a smile, "if I could count you and his Grace amongst my investors. Assad is a talented horse, and I knew you would recognize his potential." "Get to the butt, lad," her Grace said, waving her hand. "I haven't got a lifetime to spend waiting for you to get to the point." He pressed his lips together to contain a laugh. "But now is not convenient for Mr. Mubarak. My training staff is not available at—" he glanced at the timepiece he fished out of his pocket, "11:30 at night, for discussions about Assad or his training regimen, which is why I would be more than happy to arrange a time for you to meet with him tomorrow." The Duchess stared at him, and before he could fidget under the weight of her condemnation, a footman walked by. Motioning him over with a nod of the head, he said, "Please bring her Grace a glass of ratafia." An inelegant noise greeted his words. "Ratafia?" She enunciated the 4 syllables with disgust. "At this moment I think it only fitting for you to bring me a glass of the spirits you're partaking of." "You drink brandy, Your Grace?" "Do you honestly think I drink that sticky, sweet nonsense, or worse, the watered-down lemonade served at every ball? I'm too old to waste my time with such insipid beverages." The exasperated look on her face made him chuckle. Addressing the footman, he said, "Please bring the Duchess a glass of the 1812 bottle I keep in my study. Her Grace deserves only the best I can offer." "I'm glad you have finally realized how to treat your guests," she sniffed. Unease soured his stomach. "Have I been an inattentive host, Your Grace?" She idly fanned her face as she studied the guests milling about them. "Hush, Amstead. All your guests knew you to be a horse-trainer, so it came as no surprise that you shunned silly parlour games in favour of being in your stables." He pressed his fingers to his temple. "Is it wrong to admit that I'm thankful this party is over?" "Of course not." Her pert nose wrinkled as if she had smelled day-old fish. "The older I get, the more I realize that I'm surrounded by idiots on any given day. You apparently realized this long before I did. I suppose you have an old soul, or very few social graces." She grabbed his arm. "Have your Mr. Mubarak prepared to meet with me at 11 o'clock." Unable to resist, he smirked. "Are you sure you'll be fully recovered from these festivities, with only 12 hours of sleep? Surely you require a longer respite in your coffin." "Don't be a fool." Although her mouth remained a slash of displeasure, her eyes sparkled. "But I suppose you do not have much of a choice." Christian's hearty laugh caused heads to turn throughout the ballroom, but he ignored the attention. When the footman returned with the brandy, he said, "I should have asked him to bring you 2 glasses. Women of your age have trouble sleeping, I've heard, and surely you could benefit from any aids available." "Such impertinence!" she growled. Her face suddenly brightened, and she turned to the footman. "Young man, send the remainder of the bottle up to my room." Christian bowed. "It's the least I can do for depriving you of the meeting you desired." "The very least." Her Grace tapped her fan against her chin. "In truth, I find I am relieved you refused to disturb your trainer at this late hour. It tells me that you respect those who work for you, and recognize they are people first, and not merely servants." His brows disappeared into his hairline. Never would he have thought that the Duchess of Claremore would commend him for his treatment of his employees, but then he had always known not to underestimate the old dragon. "I look forward to watching your Assad race down the track one more time." "Of course," Christian said, a little too enthusiastically. The Duchess nodded. "Now be a dear, and tell the Duke I'm retiring for the night. And do let him know that if he hurries, he can share a delicious nightcap with me." "Consider it done," he chuckled under his breath as she walked away. Chapter 11. With an exhausted sigh, Flora looped her arms around the top rail and raised a boot to rest on the bottom. Dragging a crisp, earthy-scented breath into her lungs, she rested her chin on her arms. The sky was brightening, the night finally giving way to the morning. She'd been up for 3 hours. A stable hand had awoken her with the news that a pregnant mare had gone into labour. Bonnie still had another month until her foal was due, according to Mr. Mubarak's calculations, so an early morning delivery had not been expected. Nevertheless, Flora did her best to comfort the mare as she struggled through her labour pains. She washed down her upper legs, rear, belly, and udders, crooning softly to her when the horse stiffened through a contraction. Then she cleaned the small pen, ensuring that the straw was fresh and free of anything that could be harmful to a foal. Once she had ensured the mare was safe, she retreated from the stall, determined to give the horse her privacy. The mare had birthed 3 foals already, so Flora reckoned she knew what she was about. Then, snatching a stool from the tack-room, she had perched on it directly outside the stable door and pulled a piece of wood and a sheathed knife from her pocket. Keeping an ear trained on the sounds coming from Bonnie's stall, she had set about whittling a small foal. A filly, perhaps. Flora had not gotten far in crafting her filly when the mare began to pace about, pawing and grunting in unison. Sensing the time was quickly approaching, Flora wrapped the mare's tail in a clean piece of linen and washed her down again. She had retreated quickly back out the stable door when it was obvious that her well-intentioned actions were only causing Bonnie stress. But she hovered just outside, watching her progress from the door. When amber-coloured liquid stained the straw around the mare, Flora held her breath as the foal prepared to make its way into the world. Now, more than an hour later, she replayed the moment the small dark filly landed in the world with a plop. Flora performed a quick assessment of her while her mother cleaned her off, and although she was small, she appeared healthy. She had breathed a sigh of relief when the little filly latched on to her mother successfully. "You boy! Where is his lordship?" Flora jumped back in surprise, banging her knee on the rail. Rubbing the spot, she turned to the culprit, and her stomach crashed to the floor. The Duchess of Claremore's eagle-eyed stare bored holes into her. Surely she knew. Flora had been in such a rush that morning to see to Bonnie that she had failed to apply the black make-up to her chin and jaw. She was not even sure she had wrapped her breasts, She prayed that the Duchess's eyesight was not as sharp as she remembered it being. Struggling to compose herself, she managed, "I have not seen his lordship or Mr. Mubarak yet this morning, but I would be happy to escort you to the trainer's office. They usually meet there to plan the schedule for the day." The older woman nodded, her gaze sharp. "I would appreciate that." Before they could depart, the Duchess paused outside the mare's door. Glancing in, her eyes widened. "That appears to be a newborn foal." Flora smiled as Bonnie cared for her young foal. "It is a filly. She arrived an hour ago." "Were you here to assist in her delivery?"
"Oh, she did not require any help," she scoffed. "If anything, she probably thought me a nuisance as I scrubbed her down and cleaned her bedding. I doubt most creatures want to be bothered when in the midst of labour pains."
"You are a very clever young man." Her Grace waved a hand about. "When I gave birth to my 3 children, I was under the care of London's greatest physicians, and I wanted to plant each of them a facer and tell them to leave me be." Her smile was devilish. "If only I had."
"As a duchess, they should have stuck out their chins for you to do so," Flora quipped. Her Grace glanced at her sharply. Flora tried not to fidget under the woman's stare. After a moment, the older woman chuckled. "One should never exploit their position, even if they are strongly tempted." Unable to think of a response that wouldn't reveal her knowledge of such a subject, Flora gestured to the path. "This way, Your Grace." She followed close behind the Duchess, impotent tears burning her eyes and clogging her throat. She'd revealed too much and had been too forward for a servant. Despite the dread turning to ice in her chest, she continued to put one foot in front of the other.
"How long have you worked here?" the Duchess asked.
Clenching her fists, she said, "Only a few months, Your Grace."
"And do you like working for Lord Amstead?"
"I do, Your Grace." She looked out over the pastures. "He's fair and good at what he does." Pivoting abruptly, she met Flora gaze to gaze.
"And what exactly does he do?"
Fighting the desire to step back, she held her ground. "He trains the best racers in England." The Duchess spun about again in a cloud of grey wool.
"I had expected to hear that his reputation was a fabrication."
"I had expected it to be as well." Good God, why could she not keep her mouth shut?
"And why is that?" the Duchess asked, not breaking her stride.
Flora weighed what to disclose before deciding she should be honest. In for a penny and all that. "In my experience, rich titled men show only a cursory interest in horse racing. The bulk of their attention lies in what horseflesh they can purchase at Tattersall's that would show best with their curricules. Which matching pair would win Lord Dunderhead his race from London to Newmarket? Which horse will win them a heavy purse at Ascot?"
"You speak as if you have much experience with men of the ton."
Groaning internally, Flora kept her head down and thought it best not to confirm or deny the Duchess's assertion.
"Well, my experience with them has been much the same."
Of course it had. The Duchess was used to entitled, bored, aristocratic men who thought success meant seeing their names in the broadsheets at least twice a week. "I had expected Lord Amstead to rely on talented trainers to guarantee his horses placed in the major races." Flora crooked her mouth. "I was wrong. His lordship has been very involved with every aspect of Assad's training, and I have learned a great deal from him." Again her Grace paused, glancing at her over her shoulder.
What would you say is the most important lesson you've learned from Lord Amstead?"
Flora considered this for a moment. "He's taught me that each horse requires his or her own routine. What works for one might not work for another. Like people, each horse has their own personality, and that should be respected."
"That pleases me," the Duchess said, continuing with her walk.
Within moments they arrived outside Mr. Mubarak's small office in the corner of the paddock. She could hear voices inside, but before she could knock and announce the visitor, the Duchess swung open the door.
"Am I too early?"
Lord Amstead and Mr. Mubarak looked up in surprise from the sheets of paper spread across the small desktop. They stared at the Duchess for a solid second before their gazes slid to her. Flora shrugged in defeat. "Her Grace of Claremore is here, my lord. Sir." Backing away, she disappeared down a side corridor, not waiting to be dismissed. She did not need to see the disappointment in the Marquis's eyes when he realized that the Duchess had probably ascertained that Flora was a fraud. Her presence in the stables might become his ruin. A multitude of curse words shot through Christian's mind as he took in Flora's pale face before she darted away, but he couldn't identify just one. He thought of them in such a rapid succession that identifying a single word was impossible. Just as well, he thought, that the Duchess of Claremore had discovered Flora's secret before she and the Duke invested in Assad. But it was a disappointing blow. Keeping Flora on had been a risk, but it had ultimately been one he'd been willing to take since Assad responded so eagerly to her hand. If they were found out now, he had only himself to blame. Christian recovered quickly, rising to his feet.
"Your Grace, good morning. I trust you had a restful night." "I did, Amstead."
She hesitated, her gaze sweeping about Baniti's small office.
"I know I arrived earlier than our 11 o'clock appointment, but I like to begin the day with business."
"Then let us see to our business." He swept a hand to his trainer. "Mr. Mubarak and I always meet first thing in the morning to discuss our schedule for the day." He paused, shifting on his feet. "I trust Mr. Grant found you quickly and escorted you here?"
"I actually found Mr. Grant." She cocked her head. "Apparently the lad has been here since an early hour, overseeing the birth of a foal."
"There was a birth this morning?" Baniti clapped his hands together. Executing a swift bow, he said, "I must confer with William. I'll return directly." The Duchess observed the trainer trot away, her forehead creased in thought. An odd sort of smile played about her lips.
"I have not even had a chance to speak with him."
"I apologize, Your Grace." Christian spread his palms. "But in the stables, you never know when you might get pulled away by this crisis or the next."
"I can see that."
"If you would like to meet with him later in the day, as we had originally planned, I am sure he would be pleased to speak with you," Christian offered.
"That won't be necessary. I believe I have learned everything I sought."
His Adam's apple bobbed with his swallow. "And what exactly did you learn, Duchess?" Her Grace of Claremore linked her hands at her waist and inspected him with keen eyes.
"I learned that your stables are clean, organized, and well run. Your employees are competent and appear to enjoy their work."
She pointed a bony finger at him.
"And they respect you."
Christian dropped his gaze. "And I respect them."
"I know you do."
There was a smile in her voice.
Expect a cheque for Claremore's portion by later this week. Good day, Amstead." "It is indeed a good day, your Grace," she snorted, walking away at a brisk pace. And just like that, Christian had a new investor. Relief washed over him, and he let out a very undignified hoot and pumped the air. He observed in amusement as several horses dropped their heads over their stable doors to look in his direction. "Oh, get back to your breakfasts, you busybodies," he grumbled, although his words contained no heat. In fact, a grin lit his face. "I take it the Duchess did not threaten you with scandal and ruin?" Pivoting, he spied Flora standing in the darkened interior of a nearby stable. Her face was pale, and any eye he may have felt toward her fled. The Duchess had admitted to waylaying her as she saw to her work. "Claremore has agreed to invest in the gardens." "Oh, thank goodness!" She clutched a hand to her chest. "I thought she had surely seen through my disguise." "Not this time," Christian whispered softly. But every moment Flora worked in the stables threatened so much. It was foolish and reckless to take such a risk. "Congratulations, my lord!" She rushed forward, raising her arms as if to embrace him, and then pulling up short. With a bright smile, she instead extended a hand. "I am happy for you. I should have known her Grace would be wise enough to see Assad's many talents." As he shook her hand, basking in the warmth of her smile and the feel of her skin on his, Christian thought that perhaps the risk might be worth it. Chapter 12. After checking the girth, Flora patted Sandstone on the neck. "You've been running great, lad. Let's give it one last go down the track, and you'll be back in the pasture and flirting with the fillies in no time." Swinging onto his back, she adjusted the reins before nudging him in the flanks toward the starting line. Sandstone was a handsome brown colt, 4 years old, who regularly raced on smaller dirt tracks with respectable success. Lord Amstead was debating whether to enter the gelding in the Gold Cup, and Flora wanted to show the horse in his best light. He was an easy-going lad who liked to nip at her hat whenever she walked too close to him. Riding Sandstone was a pleasure, because he had a swift, even gait, which gave her the sensation he floated above the ground. Flora was immensely fond of the gentle but competitive gelding. Once she had positioned Sandstone on the line, she looked to the Marquis and awaited his signal. Their eyes met and held for the briefest of seconds before he dropped the flag, and she urged the beast on with a swift nudge to his sides. Sandstone dashed away, thundering over the dirt in track-eating strides. Elation filled her heart as the wind whipped against her cheeks and the world sped by in a blur. A grin teased at her mouth, as it always did whenever she rode on the back of a galloping horse. Abruptly, his gait changed. His massive body seemed to seize below her, every muscle clenching, every tendon straining, until he reared up on his hind legs, his screams those of agony. Moments before she was thrown from his back, Flora's gaze met his. It was wide and filled with fear and pain. She crashed to the ground, her world turning black in an instant. It was a scene from a Gothic novel. Christian had no other way to describe watching Sandstone jolt violently back, his front hooves clawing at the air, his terrified whinnies sounding like ominous wails across the track. But when Flora flew through the air and landed in a pile on the ground, unmoving, his lungs seized. As he sprinted to her still form, His mind noted that Sandstone had also crashed to the ground. He looked wildly over his shoulder for help, not slowing his stride. Relief made his feet light when Beniti and a groom rushed to the fallen gelding. Flora looked like a lifeless doll. Her hat had been dislodged from her head, and black wisps of hair lay all about her pale, still face. Her legs were twisted awkwardly, and one arm lay under her body. Christian sent up a silent prayer that none of her limbs were broken. Kneeling near her head, he stripped off his gloves and ran a hand across her brow, pushing silky strands of hair aside. "Flora, are you hurt?" She remained silent and still. "Please, wake up!" He grasped the hand that lay across her waist, squeezing her fingers. "The Flora I know could never be felled by a simple fall from a horse." Her eyelashes fluttered, and hope welled in his throat. "Sandstone." Christian startled. He had not even thought of the horse since his gaze fell on her twisted form. Beniti knelt by the horse, stroking a hand down his head. As if sensing his attention, the older man met his gaze. His sombre expression told him everything he needed to know about the young horse's condition. "Sandstone?" she repeated. Her eyelashes fluttered open, and her green gaze locked with his. "Is he all right?" she gasped, sucking deep breaths through her teeth. "Mr. Mubarak is tending to him." Christian did not think it the time to share the news with her. He was not certain if she was injured, and he did not want her risking further injury. The thought of his fierce trainer broken made him unexpectedly angry. "He just seized up under me. His whole body seemed to be in agony." She clenched her eyes shut. "I think he had a heart attack." Based on her description, Christian agreed. Sandstone had been a good, solid racehorse, and he had taken to training with ease. He'd always been eager to run, and it seemed appropriate that his last moments had been spent doing what he loved. "I suspect we'll know soon enough." He brushed a bit of dirt from her cheek. "In the meantime, I'm concerned about you. Tell me, what hurts?" Flora peeked at him from under her lashes, the gesture more stubborn than flirtatious. "I'm fine." She tried to lift herself so that she could drag her other arm out from under her body, and groaned. Christian moved to assist her, but stopped when she glared. Gritting her teeth, Flora continued to raise her chest until her arm was pulled free. As she collapsed back into the dirt, he caught her, gently lowering her until her head rested on his lap. "Can you wiggle your fingers?" he asked, visually inspecting her arm. Her fingers moved, a tad slower than he'd like. Sliding his gaze to her legs, he mentally braced himself. "Now, can you move your toes?" Scrunching her nose, she nodded. "I think so." Christian looked at her feet expectantly, until his gaze landed on her boots. "I suppose I should wait until the physician arrives to check them." "Are you sure?" A hint of a smirk curled her mouth. "Surely you can see through boots." "I see the fall didn't relieve you of your caustic wit." "I'm certain nothing short of death has the power to do that." Remembering the way her body had flown through the air like a marionette without its strings, made any laughter wither on his tongue. "After witnessing that accident, I'd rather not speak of death, thank you." Flora swallowed and turned her head away. "He's dead." It wasn't a question, so Christian didn't answer it. He looked about, relieved to see the physician he retained at Amstead Gardens rushing toward them, his large black leather bag bouncing against his thigh with every hurried step. "Dr. Palmer is almost here," he said. An uncomfortable lump lodged in his throat at the tear tracks on her cheeks. "Damn! Are you in a great deal of pain?" He stroked a hand over her hair. "You were just jesting with me, so I assumed you were well. I'm sorry." She met his gaze, her own a stormy sea. "I will be fine. I definitely hurt, but nothing feels broken. It's just—" She pressed her lips together. Dropping his head close to her face, he prompted, "It's just?" "Sandstone." Flora swallowed reflexively, the motion halted. "I can't believe he's gone. He was such a lovely lad. He never gave me a bit of trouble. Was always happy when he saw me approach his stall with a bridle in my hand. He loved to run. And he's gone. Just like that." "He is gone." Christian saw no point in denying it. He was certain Flora had experienced loss in the stables before, and she would experience it again. "But you're still here to be a burr in my side." At that she smiled, a true smile that brought out the dimples he found completely alluring. It was fleeting. "I suspect you've done something to offend the Almighty, if he saw fit to punish you with me." Despite the stress of the situation, he laughed, a full belly laugh that helped ease the tension that held his whole body taut. "Oh, I'm certain I have done a great many things to earn his ire, but you seem like a particular form of punishment." A pucker appeared between her eyes, and he had a sudden urge to smooth it away with his lips. "How so?" How could he tell her he'd thought about her every day since he'd seen her at the pond? How her husky laugh and mocking smile taunted him? How watching her move about the stables with easy assurance left him confused and intrigued? How memories of what lay under her ridiculous boy's clothes found him with his cock in his hand more nights than he cared to confess. Removing his hand from her hair, he glanced over his shoulder. "I would think it should be obvious." Christian looked back at her just in time to see her bite her lip. Any feelings that surfaced in the wake of such a look needed to be ruthlessly crushed. "Dr. Palmer will look you over, make sure nothing is broken, and ensure you're hale to return to your duties," he said, striving for a matter-of-fact tone. She grabbed his hand abruptly. "But what if he discovers I'm not a lad?" He hadn't thought of that. Christian pressed 2 fingers to his temple. "You have to be seen by someone. You could be hurt." "I'm sure I'm not." He blinked at her, taking in the mulish set to her jaw. "You were unconscious. One does not simply get thrown from a galloping horse with no injuries." "That you know of," she countered, her gaze darting between him and the approaching physician. "I've taken a tumble off plenty of horses and escaped with no injuries." "You were unconscious." He grasped her by the shoulders and forced her to meet his gaze. "Is your secret worth your health?" She gazed at him with wide, unblinking eyes.
"I cannot bear the thought of not being able to do this any more. If Dr. Palmer discovers who I am, he could destroy everything."
Christian tweaked her nose. "You forget, my dear, that everyone has a price." Turning his attention to the doctor, as he knelt at Flora's side, he smiled. "Doctor, allow me to present to you Miss Flora Grant, who goes about her duties here at the Gardens addressed as William. As she will be under your medical care, I thought it best for her true identity to be made known to you. but I trust you will keep this knowledge to yourself. Do you understand?" The grey-haired gentleman regarded her with a crinkled brow, and then glanced at Christian. "Perfectly, my lord. It would be unprofessional and unethical to discuss a patient's private information with others, and I am neither." "Very good," Christian said, with a knowing nod to Flora, who scowled in return. Observing Dr. Palmer examine Flora was an oddly personal experience for him. He had known the older man for most of his life, having been seen by the kind doctor since a young age, so he trusted him implicitly. And Flora seemed to trust him as well, because she was honest about how it felt when he tested each limb, sometimes stating that there was no pain, and other times biting her cheek to keep her tears at bay. Watching her struggle to keep her composure, to maintain a stiff upper lip, did odd things to his chest. It was unbearably tight. His stomach dropped. To battle such bizarre side effects, Christian forced himself not to consider his reactions and instead to focus on hers. Her hand still clenched tightly to his, so he stroked his fingers over her knuckles. He cracked a joke or made a nonsensical comment whenever he sensed she was growing uncomfortable, and she always rewarded him with a smile. Sometimes it graced her lovely pink lips, sometimes it shone in her vibrant eyes. Finally, Dr. Palmer stood and dusted his hands, his expression serious. "Well, young lady, you appear to have escaped without any serious injuries, but I caution, you will be very sore for the next several days, possibly even a week. I recommend you not ride until you're completely hale. Stick to lighter duties about the stables, and leave the heavier lifting to the grooms." As soon as the good doctor began to list his recommendations, Flora narrowed her eyes. When he was done, she shook her head. "I don't trust anyone else to see to the horses the way I can. I promise not to push myself too hard, but I refuse to turn over my responsibilities to anyone else." "You don't have a say in this. Dr. Palmer has said you need to proceed with caution, so you will," Christian said, employing his firmest tone. Flora didn't blink. "I will always have a say over my person. Do not presume to tell me otherwise." Sucking a breath through his nose while he counted to 10, he considered the slip of a woman lying in the dirt before him. Her chin was set, colour high in her cheeks, and her eyes blazing. She was upset, and he also suspected she was in more pain than she was letting on. He could continue to challenge her head-on. He found the prospect inexplicably appealing, but not in such a setting. The situation required a bit of finesse. Raising a finger to a waiting groom, he said, "Please have the stretcher brought over. Mr. Grant will need to be carried to his quarters." Despite Flora's outraged protests that she was fine, the groom nodded. "Right away, my lord." Christian squeezed her hand. "I know you're fine, but it would make me feel better if you allowed me to see you to your room. We can discuss your duties at greater length tomorrow, after you have had a night's sleep. Additional injuries might make themselves known by then, and it's important you're well to help Assad in the lead-up to the Guineas." "I know what you're doing," she grumbled, bracing her hands on the ground and launching herself to her feet. She swayed, her face strained for the briefest of seconds before it relaxed into placidity. "See? I'm perfectly hale." Lurching forward, she began walking in the opposite direction. "You don't seem perfectly hale when you're going the wrong way." "I'm going exactly where I intend to," she called over her shoulder, her step slow but sure. Christian followed her for several seconds before her path became clear. He pressed his lips together and shook his head, aware she would not be deterred. Sinking to her knees, Flora lightly ran her palms over Sandstone's still form, stroking his neck and then his face. Her motions were halting, her whispered words affectionate. She finally curled her hands into his mane and laid her head on his neck. "I'm so sorry." Her words were hoarse, and she clenched her eyes closed. "I'm sorry your heart couldn't contain your great big spirit, but I'm happy that you left us doing what you loved, and that I could be with you when you did. Rest well, my friend." That odd emotion clawed at Christian's chest again. It annoyed him, but also alarmed him. Yanking on his cravat, he sucked in a breath. He did not have the time or inclination to decipher it. Wiping her cheeks, Flora stood and wobbled. She offered him an equally wobbly smile. "In spite of appearances, I am able to walk back to my quarters on my own 2 feet." "I'm certain you can." Christian looped an arm across her shoulders, propping her up against his side. It irked him how well she fit there. "But you do not have to prove yourself to me. I already believe you to be one of the most talented horse handlers of my acquaintance, and my father always said that a good horse person knows when it's acceptable to lie about in the hay for a spell." Flora stared at him, her pale face devoid of expression. "He didn't truly say that, did he?" Christian jerked his chin in outrage. "Are you accusing me of lying?" "Yes," she said, rolling her eyes. He barked a laugh. "Well, rest assured, I'm being truthful. My father believed it was important to make time for play, as well as rest and relaxation. He used to say that a horse race only lasted for 2 minutes out of the day, and the rest of the time the horse was simply living his life." She focused on her steps for several moments, but when she looked at him, there was a deep groove between her dark brows. "But what if a person doesn't have the luxury to simply live? Some horses run all day long." He frowned. "When Mr. Mubarak got a bit of the ague, he did not have the luxury to stay in bed and rest." Flora held his gaze. "When young David burned his fingers melting the boot wax, do you think he was given time to heal?" Christian opened his mouth to respond, but she waved it away. "When it was time for my womanly courses last month, and I had pain so wretched I feared I would vomit, I still dragged myself out of bed and tended to my duties." He tore his gaze from hers. It was dashed uncomfortable to find that his attitude about such a small thing as staying in bed when he felt ill was a byproduct of his privilege. No one blinked when a marquis postponed his responsibilities because he had a cold, or if he was the worse for wear after a night carousing about town. Exhaling loudly, he glanced down at her. "I had never really considered it from anyone else's perspective but my own." "I think that's perfectly understandable." She stared at her toes. "It was not always a thought on my mind either. Working here has taught me a great deal." Flora's words snagged his attention. "So the toils of the common worker are new to you too, I see." Her dimples appeared. "I suppose you can say so?" "Oh, I do say so." He dipped his head until he could whisper in her ear, "Chastising me for not understanding the plight of those who work for me, when you yourself have not always been employed." "But I am employed now," she sighed. "I may have grown up with servants, but I have never been ignorant of the trials of the working class." Christian stopped abruptly, jolting Flora. When she glanced at him questioningly, he sighed. "I still don't understand why you're here. You've professed your desire to learn about training racehorses, but was subterfuge really necessary to gain this education? Why ever would you disguise yourself as a lad to work in my stables?" Her eyes widened, but before she could answer, 2 grooms appeared with the stretcher. Christian helped ease her onto it, ensuring she was as comfortable as could be expected. He watched the grooms carry her toward the bunkhouse, a feeling of frustration setting his teeth on edge. "Because I wanted to learn from the best," Flora called, even as the grooms continued to carry her away. "And you're the best." Christian grimaced. Christ, but it was a wonder that she hadn't realized by now how very wrong she was. "You are not supposed to be doing that." Flora bit off a groan even as a bite of awareness assaulted her skin. Schooling her features, she looked over her shoulder. "Doing what, exactly?" Lord Amstead stood just outside the stable, his jaw shadowed by dark bristles, and his fine riding attire accentuating his broad shoulders and athletic physique. Why he should be the one to find her dirty, no doubt smelly, and grumpy as she cleaned stalls seemed cruel. What woman didn't want to look her best in the eyes of a handsome man? He glared. "That." Glancing down at the shovel in her hands, she rolled her eyes. She had been bored nigh to distraction in the week since the accident with Sandstone. Mr. Mubarak had severely limited the duties she could see to, imploring her to relax and rest. His wife and their son had come to call every day, bringing food and visiting with her over tea. While she had appreciated their solicitous visits, Flora longed to return to normal life. She had never been content to lie about all day, and she could not abide to do so now, even if she was ordered to. So that morning she had decided that, while she might not be able to ride the horses and participate in their training, she could assist in other duties about the stables. "Bonnie's stall is filthy. I refuse for her and her filly to endure these conditions." "So you'd rather clean up manure than rest?" When she huffed, Christian shook his head. "Then have Hopner do it, or one of the other grooms." Leaning on the wooden shovel handle, Flora speared him with a firm look. "You know Mr. Mubarak has Hopner seen to a sad while I recuperate." "Of course I know. Those sessions have not been nearly as productive without you there." "And yet you will not let me return to my training duties," she grumbled, lifting the shovel again. "Indeed I will not. That still doesn't mean you should be mucking out stables." "I'm doing what needs to be done." Flora flexed her hand around the handle. "Sometimes you have to do the jobs no one else wants to do." Amstead dipped his head at that. He held his silence for so long that she finally returned to her task, until she heard him softly ask, "Does it still hurt?" Flora was tempted not to answer. He was being autocratic, and she did not owe him a response. Then, however, a flash of his anxious face looking down at hers after the accident came to mind, and she sighed. "It doesn't. I just feel stiff and slow." "I'm sure you despise being slow." "It's vastly irritating," she conceded. "I suspect Assad misses you for the same reason." She shook her head at the abrupt change of subject. "Did he tell you this?" "He did. He's been swinging his head about, as if he was seeking you out." The Marquis paused for a heartbeat. "Everyone has missed you this week." She scooped up a clump of dirt with more force than needed, hay and horse droppings flying from the shovel and into the pile she was forming. Despite her best efforts to the contrary, she'd thought of him endlessly since that horrible day on the track. In between mourning sandstone, chafing at her restricted duties, and trying to ignore her aches and pains, she remembered the gentle care Amstead had taken with her. The feel of his fingers on her cheek, the forceful light in his brown eyes when he insisted that she rest and care for herself. And now here he stood, reminding her of her fragility, reminding her of everything she was missing, reminding her that they could manage without her.
Chapter 13. "Oh, I do beg your pardon." Flora stepped back, her cheeks heating. She had wandered into Mr. Mubarak's small office in search of his notebook, where he recorded details about the horses and their race times. He usually kept it in his coat pocket, but had apparently forgotten it while he'd been reviewing feeding schedules. As they were taking Grey Bells out for sprints, Mr. Mubarak had wanted to compare her times to past sessions. Flora had thought nothing of his request to retrieve it, until that moment when she encountered Lord Amstead reclining in the chair, his boots propped on the desk. He was stripped to his shirt sleeves, which were pushed up to his elbows. The sight of his firm forearms streaked with veins suddenly left her flushed.
"Were you looking for something, Flora?" he asked, raising a bored brow.
She licked her lips. "Mr. Mubarak's notebook. He asked me to fetch it for him."
Amstead pushed aside some of the papers on the desk, finally holding up the brown notebook. As she took it from his hand, their fingers brushed, and she felt the jolt of awareness down to her toes. Since the accident, they had settled into a flirtatious sort of friendship, but she was mindful that a deep attraction simmered under the surface of their friendly banter, and it was becoming harder and harder to ignore, even though she knew that such an attraction could be detrimental to her future. Flustered, Flora stumbled back, opening the book in a nervous search for something to cast her eyes upon. It took her a moment to realize the writing was Arabic.
"See something interesting?"
She glanced up, her pulse sprinting, to find herself the focus of his heavy-lidded gaze. Such a look threatened to incinerate her, and all her good sense. When a ghost of a smile lit his mouth, she realized she had not answered. Faith, but very few people left her nonplussed, and unfortunately for her composure, the Marquis was one of them. Clearing her throat, she said, "As it's in Arabic, I'm not sure."
"Surely you've learned some of the language by now, considering you work with Baniti every day."
"I hate to disappoint you," she said in a contrite voice, "but we've been a tad too busy for language lessons."
The Marquis rose slowly to his feet, and Flora's hungry gaze followed his movements.
"I can teach you, if you're keen."
Her mouth dropped open.
"You can?"
"Certainly," he said, stopping by her side and pulling the book from her grip. Standing this close, she was acutely aware of the sheer size of him, of the strength that was evident in the flex of muscles in those captivating forearms. Her head barely reached his shoulders, yet he never made her feel small. He flipped through the pages, soft puffs of air fanning over her heated skin. The room felt suffocating, condensed down to just him and his overwhelming presence. Flora could not help but compare her rapid breaths to his steady inhalations.
"Do you see this here?"
Amstead asked, tapping a bit of writing on a page. Flora squinted at it, willing herself to recognize the symbols. What does it say?"
"It's a question." She nodded, her eyes tracing over the unfamiliar script. "It says, 'May I kiss you?'" Stifling a gasp, she jerked her gaze to his. Desire smouldered in its depths and, to balance herself, she grasped his arm. With a small, pleased smile, he ran his knuckles across her cheeks.
"Christ, I should not ask it of you."
"Why not?" Pushing a lock of wayward hair from her brow, he sighed.
"Because you work for me. It's not professional."
"It's not," Flora agreed on a sigh. "But am I working for you now?"
A twinkle gleamed in his eyes. "Do you suppose you may take a break for a spell?"
She arched a brow. "Only if we can be unprofessional together." With a growl, he dropped the book on the desk and gathered her into his arms, carefully.
"Finally! I have longed to do this since I first laid eyes on you at the pond. I have wondered what your skin feels like."
"It's smoother than silk," he murmured, his nose tracing across her cheek.
"I've wondered what your lips would taste like, what it would be like to lose myself in a kiss from the mouth that taunts my dreams."
"Or are they nightmares?" she whispered, nipping at his thumb as it ran across her bottom lip.
Amstead chuckled. "It's been a nightmare to wait, to wonder if it was only me who felt this longing."
"I have longed for you since I laid eyes on your annoyed face as you barged into a sad stall."
"Ah, so when I still thought you an impertinent lad," he kissed her temple, inhaling deeply. "Well, since I've known you as Flora, you've been the star of all my fantasies."
Pleased to the tips of her toes, Flora lifted her face to his. "Show me whether my fantasies of your kisses are as good as I imagined." At the touch of his lips to hers, she sighed, relaxing into his embrace. The feel of his arms about her made her feel secure, as if she could lose herself in pleasure for a time and not worry about her safety. Her heart, she knew, was another matter altogether. His caress was gentle, tender, as if savouring the very first sip of an aged wine. But soon Amstead deepened the kiss, sliding his tongue along the seam of her lips. Flora responded eagerly, opening her mouth and allowing her tongue to dance with his. As their kiss grew more passionate, Amstead's hands did not wander. While she longed for him to run them down her back and grip her hips closer to his, desperate to feel him there, he held a tight rein on his control. The Marquis kept his arms wrapped about her, the firm feel of him pressed against her, his tantalizing scent and enticing taste equal parts ecstasy and frustration to her runaway desire. When he finally pulled his mouth from hers, burying his face in her neck, Flora struggled to control her breathing. She wagered now that he'd kissed her, her heart would always race like a Derby champion.
"Wow,"
he murmured, his chuckle tickling the sensitive skin of her nape.
"Wow, indeed."
After a boring afternoon tending to paperwork in his study, Christian was anxious for fresh air. Tucking the newly arrived bank draft from the Duke of Claremore into the ledger with a sigh of relief, he grabbed his coat and headed out the back door. His thoughts were less troubled outside, and solutions materialized more readily amongst the scents and sounds of his cattle. Several minutes later, he walked into the paddock, his eyes searching for Beniti. The man had planned to work a sad against Flora's black mare, and he wanted to make sure his stubborn assistant trainer did not plan on riding her mount. But more so, Christian simply wanted to see her.
Since their clandestine kiss the day before, he'd thought of nothing else. From the moment he'd given in to his desire for her, he'd felt as if he'd been drugged. For why else had he floated along, the promise of her smile the only thing tethering him to the ground? Christian heard her irritated tone before he saw her. Stepping onto the path that led to the track, his gaze skipped over those arguing before it landed, and remained on her.
"I could ride Ban-Ri with my eyes closed."
She threw her arms up, colour high in her cheeks. She was breathtaking.
"What should be of concern is how Assad runs against her."
Yar Binti, I'm concerned with you not listening to his lordship."
Baniti crossed his arms over his chest, his jaw set.
"You are not to ride. Hopna is perfectly capable of riding your pretty mare."
"No," he said in unison with Flora. She swung her head about to look at him, a hopeful expression filling her green eyes. Christ, but her trust was a kick in the teeth. Turning to the blonde-haired man who stood close to her black mare, he jerked his chin toward the stables.
"I'll ride her today."
The man's eyes grew wide at the same time Flora exclaimed, "You will?" Christian nodded, reaching out to take the reins from her. She handed them over without a fight.
"I want to see Assad up close, while he's in motion. But as I'm so much larger than you or David, I cannot ride him because I do not want to hinder his run. I figured this was the next best thing."
"Ban-Ri is the best thing," she said automatically.
She received a nicker in agreement. "I certainly did not mean to offend the lady," he said, patting the black mare on the neck, but holding Flora's gaze. She blushed and stepped back.
"Hopna, saddle Grey Bells and bring her here."
That caught Christian's attention.
"You plan on racing her, too?"
Baniti shrugged, although his complexion grew ruddy.
"Assad has only been challenged in match races. Let us see how he does with more than one horse on the track with him."
Smacking his hands together, Christian chuckled.
"Excellent idea."
As they waited for Hopna to bring Grey Bells out, Christian focused on the pretty black mare in front of him, while he tried to ignore her charismatic owner. He ran a hand along her flanks, admiring her athletic lines and shiny coat, before staring into her alert, intelligent dark eyes.
"She likes to be admired. If you keep looking at her in that way, she'll be pressing her head into your chest, intent on scratches and rubs."
Christian chuckled. "Most ladies respond that way when I give them that look."
Flora snorted. "She might also nip your ear again, or your finger this time, so do be careful."
"My, she's a contrary female, isn't she?"
"What you consider contrary, I consider discerning," she smiled. "Ban-Ri does not suffer fools, and she should not have to."
Somehow Christian suspected that her words referred to more than just the black mare. "Have you suffered many fools in your life?" he had to ask.
"I'm suffering one right now."
As soon as the words left her lips, her eyes grew wide, and she slapped a hand over her mouth. Her response tempered any sting he may have felt.
"I'm sorry, my lord. I have no excuse. The opportunity was there, and my tongue took it before my brain had a chance to overrule it."
Christian considered her for several heartbeats, taking in her contrite expression. It was obvious she had spoken without thought, yet he suspected there was more to prompt her words than she had confessed. And like a rambunctious boy with a stick, he could not help but prod her. "Why do you think you suffer fools?" She scowled. "Because they exist." "Well, naturally." He wiped a smile from his face.
But could it be because, as a woman, you have been taught to court flowery praise and admiration? Seeing as how the only thing praised in young women, or women in general, is beauty, then yes." Her mouth morphed into a line of displeasure. "Do you think all women are desirous of such attention?" He took a moment to collect his thoughts, acutely aware that his reply would be judged and weighed swiftly. For reasons he did not have time to examine, her opinion mattered to him. "Every person I have ever met, and not just the women of my acquaintance, has enjoyed being admired. Admiration brings you attention. Attention grants you a voice. Now, Banri and Grey Bells and Assad obviously don't possess voices as you and I do, but they respond to words of praise just the same. They preen, they simper, and they find ways to earn such praise again, because that praise translates into extra attention, pampering." He ploughed on. "The women I have known are much the same. Admiration for their looks leads to attention, and attention leads to power. And that power can take many forms, whether it's power within their social circles, or power to make decisions affecting their own lives." He paused, noting that her gaze was glued to him. "I suspect you learned this lesson early." She shook her head. "I don't know what you mean." "Of course you do." Christian took a step closer to her. "I'm sure you discovered at a young age that your pretty face was a currency in itself, and you have yielded your smiles and those delectable dimples as commodities and rewards in turn." Flora opened and closed her mouth several times before she snapped it shut. Erasing the distance between them, she stroked Banri's muzzle. "Make no mistake, my lord. My attention, be it in the form of smiles, dimples, or laughs, is always a reward." Heat streaked through him and coalesced in his groin when she arched a full black brow at him in punctuation. Before he could respond, crunching footsteps on the gravel reached his ears. "There you are, Hopner. What a relief it is to see that Grey Bells proved cooperative," Baniti said, clapping his hands. "We weren't sure." "She was in the west pasture, so it took me some time to locate her, sir," the older groom said, patting the mare's side. "Are we ready to begin?" The trainer interrupted, his voice impatient. "We are at your direction," Christian said, as he swung himself up onto the mare. "I doubt that," Baniti grumbled. Christian exchanged a glance with Flora, who pressed her lips together to keep from laughing. "Come and take your marks." The trainer gestured to the starting line with outstretched hands. "I'd like to run several heats, so let's not dawdle." Christian positioned Banri at the starting line, fighting to keep her from sidestepping. The mare tossed her head about, nickering and straining at her bit in turn. She was as much a competitor as her mistress, and he suspected he understood the deep bond between the horse and her rider. A smile remained on his face, even as he battled the mare for control. Without warning, Flora appeared at their side. Banri turned her great head and nuzzled her cheek, causing Flora to bat away her affections. "Not now, my lass." Gripping the horse's bridle, she pulled until the mare met her eyes. "You can beat this lad, and I expect you to. He needs to learn that Scottish lasses are not to be defeated." Christian shifted uncomfortably in his seat when he realized that Flora had lifted her head as she voiced the last part, her gaze holding his. He had no intention of dominating her, but such a mental declaration brought forth visions of Flora in his bed, her pale pink skin under his fingertips, her brilliant eyes closed as he brought her to new, exquisite heights,
her breath hot against his skin as she reciprocated.
Lord, but now was not the time to be aroused. There was work to be done.
She does not take kindly to the whip. Flora adjusted the mare's bridle, her slim, capable hands moving over the straps with confidence. A nudge to her side, and she'll be off. Banri knows what's expected of her, and she enjoys competition.
So does Assad. Christian studied the stallion, who was tossing his head about, fidgeting with the bit. Hoppner had lined up grey bells on the opposite side of him, and he was beside himself with excitement.
For his part, David managed to control Assad with a firm hold, even as his own excitement caused a grin to brighten his freckled cheeks.
From the corner of his gaze, he saw Flora grow still. He turned to her with a frown.
Is everything well?
I just thought of something. Without another word, she darted to Assad, motioning for David to lean down so she could give him instructions. Christian could not hear what she said, but David's expression darkened in confusion.
Are you sure?
Flora nodded curtly.
What had she told him?
She approached Hoppner and Grey Bells next, giving the groom a few words before patting the mare on her neck. Christian's considerations were cut short as Baniti raised the red flag.
Leaning low over Banri's neck, he whispered, "Let's have some fun, my bonny lass."
The flag swooshed down, and the mare sprang forward, her hooves seeming to glide above the ground as she dashed down the track. She had a stellar break. No crop or whip would be necessary.
Confident, Banri had settled into her stride. He focused his attention on Assad.
The stallion was a half-length ahead of them, his hooves thundering across the turf, his stride graceful and powerful. His ears were back, his massive body exerting great force. The air left Christian's lungs at the sight of the beast showcasing such dominant mastery.
Assad maintained a full length to a half-length lead on Banri and Grey Bells for the majority of the race, but inexplicably, as they entered the far left turn, he slowed.
Christian's brow crinkled as David pulled back on the reins, bringing the stallion even with the mares once again. Why would he do such a thing, and just when they were about to enter the final stretch? Suddenly it occurred to him, and Christian laughed. David was allowing Assad to get one final look at his competition, one last reminder of who his opponents were and how close they were to him, before setting him free. And set him free he did. The great beast lunged away, his grunts of exertion louder than the pounding of horse hooves.
When he and Banri crossed the line, Assad was already slowing down, prancing and swishing his tail.
He couldn't keep a smile from his face.
You knew, didn't you?
Christian swung down from Banri's back and caught Flora's shoulders as she jogged up, her dimples bracketing a huge grin.
He longed to kiss her.
You knew he needed a reminder that he wasn't just running to run, he was running to win.
I wagered he would respond if he knew the ladies were hot on his heels. She looked to her mare. And you were superb, my lass. You made that big beast even better. She skipped away to Grey Bells and plied her with equal amounts of praise.
He was outstanding.
Baniti took off his hat and smacked it against his thigh as the stallion trotted back to them. His face appeared 10 years younger.
I knew he had it in him, but that was simply remarkable.
Did you know what William told David to do? Christian inquired.
Not until that final stretch did I guess,
Baniti chuckled.
Very clever. Indeed.
As David led Assad to them, Christian reached out and snagged his reins. "Grand showing. You were magnificent." "And you did well too, lad," Baniti said, assisting David down from his perch. "How did he run?" The lad took off his hat and rubbed a hand across his brow. His eyes sparkled and his voice was tremulous. "He was like a great machine. Every muscle seemed to work together to push him on. He fought me a little when I slowed him, but once he got a good look at the ladies, well, he could not wait to outrun them." "How was he changing leads? From what I could tell, he seemed to transition into the first turn with ease, but how did he feel to you?" "Swell." The young man rubbed the back of his neck. "I did notice him taking longer to lengthen his strides as we were coming out of the first turn, but he didn't seem to have that problem coming into the stretch." "No, he didn't." Baniti narrowed his eyes as he studied the stallion. His expression brightened, and he gestured to a waiting groom. "Let him cool off and then take him to the west pasture." After thanking David, Christian turned to his trainer and arched a brow. "Tell me your thoughts." The men chatted for several minutes as Baniti outlined his training plan for ensuring that a sad transition leads smoothly between straights and turns. Christian offered a few suggestions, but on the whole was vastly pleased with the other man's proposal. Loud voices caught his attention. Scowling, Christian looked over his shoulder to see Hopner, still on Grey Bell's back, shaking a finger at Flora, who stood before them, the reins looped around her hand. Christian took a step in their direction. "I've been doing this longer than you've been alive," Hopner growled, his lips curled in distaste. "I know the sort of encouragement a horse needs in a race, and it's not whispering sweet words in its ear." "I don't care about the words you use or the things you say. I care that I asked you to withhold your crop on bells, and you used it anyway." Flora's words were enunciated with slow precision. It was the only indication that she was upset. She simply stared at Hopner as blandly as if he had asked her for another cup of tea. "Mubarak has never had a problem with me using a crop on the horses, and neither did the previous trainer," Hopner asserted, his complexion a deep red. "It's Mr. Mubarak," her mouth pinched, "and I have absolutely no interest in what the trainer before me did. I'm the assistant trainer now, and I told you to keep your crop away from bells. When I give you instructions, I expect you to see them through." "Not when they're ridiculous instructions, I won't." He leaned down, his voice a hiss. "You shouldn't even be the trainer anyway. Carson and I were in line for those positions before you and the Egyptians showed up." Christian could hold his tongue no longer. "I don't know who told you that Banbury tale, but they told you a monstrous lie." He pinned the other man to his saddle with a glare. "I did not even know yours or Carson's names before Mr. Grant and Mr. Mubarak informed me of them. You would think that I'd at least remember the names of the men who were supposedly slated to take over the training in my stables." The groom opened and closed his mouth, his eyes wide. "And seeing how disrespectful you are to your superiors, I can honestly say I wish I had known your names before now." He jerked his head for the man to dismount. Once he had, Christian stepped in front of him, his voice dropping to a whisper. "That way I may have sacked you sooner." "But, my lord," Hopner began. "I believe I've heard quite enough." Christian planted his hands on his hips. "Be gone from here. Now." Neither he, Flora nor Baniti moved as Hopner scuttled away. Once he had disappeared into the stables, Baniti took Greybell's reins from Flora and led the mare away.
"I want to make sure he leaves as soon as possible."
Christian looked to his assistant trainer, whose gaze was glued to the spot where the older groom had disappeared into the stables.
"You didn't need to do that," she said.
"Didn't I?" He tugged on his lapels. "He was insubordinate, which is something I will not stand for at Amstead Gardens."
"I'm insubordinate all the time."
"Your superior enjoys it." A teasing smirk brightened her face, even as her eyes darted to his mouth.
Damn, but the opportunity to kiss her again, quite thoroughly, could not come soon enough.
He pivoted to walk away. After several steps, Christian looked over his shoulder.
"You were right."
"About what, exactly?"
"Banri is the best thing."
Her delighted chuckle lightened his step all the way back to the stables. Chapter 14.
"Where are you and Banri off to this afternoon?"
Looking over her shoulder, she spied the Marquis coming out of Bonnie's stall, dusting bits of hay from his coat and breeches that highlighted his firm athletic thighs. Tearing her gaze away, she looked at the ground, the sky, the horses in the nearby pen, anywhere but him, for abruptly she was nervous.
"We're both itching for a ride."
"Are you well enough to ride?" Flora hated the concern that tinted his words, even though she knew it was sincere. Lifting her chin, she said, "I am well. Any aches and pains I sustained in the accident have long since healed."
"I'm pleased to hear it."
He studied her, his gaze probing and intense.
"Would you care for some company?"
She blinked.
"I beg your pardon?"
"May I join you?"
He cocked his head.
"I was about to retire to my study to handle a stack of estate business my secretary left for me, but a ride sounds much more enjoyable."
Flora nibbled the inside of her cheek. An afternoon ride with Amstead could be fraught with danger. Since their kiss in the paddock office, their busy training regimen had allowed them no private time together. Not that it stopped them from stealing kisses and caresses in dark corners of the stables. But a private afternoon ride, with nothing on their schedule to claim their time, presented the perfect opportunity to explore the passion that had flared to life between them. Her mouth went dry.
"Of course, you want your privacy."
He tapped himself on the forehead, and she swallowed back a smile.
"Why would you possibly want your superior to join you when you're probably trying to get away from him?"
"Why, indeed,"
Flora flicked a hand.
"You probably wouldn't be able to keep up, anyway."
"Is that a challenge?"
He took a step closer. She tried not to notice how wicked he looked with a smirk playing about his lips.
"How very astute you are, my lord."
He considered her for a long moment, and Flora sensed he was giving her an opportunity to decline his request. But she had no intention of telling him no.
"Meet me at the gate leading out to the east pasture."
She led Banri to the mounting block, calling over her shoulder,
"Try not to be late, my lord."
10 minutes later they were riding side by side on a narrow path that wove around the east pasture. A bucolic scene unfurled before their mounts' trotting hooves. Sheep dotted soft rolling hills, their distant bleats blending with the sounds of bees and grasshoppers and the avian predators who hunted them. With every bit of distance they placed between them and the barn, the scents of horses and hay and manure faded and were replaced by lavender and wisteria and jasmine. Flora breathed deeply and closed her eyes, delighting at the feel of the sun on her face and the wind in her hair. Well, it was still pulled back under her hat, but she allowed herself to imagine it wasn't, and that she and Banri were as free as they were at Loch Kilmorrow.
"I knew that, if I asked you, you would consent to my company," Lord Amstead said, bringing her head around. His tone was dry, but little lines of mirth fanned out from the corner of his mouth. "Very few women object to my presence."
"And yet I objected so much I disguised myself as a man."
He chuckled. "You disguised yourself because you know men are ridiculous oafs with outdated and unfair ideas of how the world works."
"That is," she cocked her head, "absolutely correct."
"Of course it is." She rolled her eyes.
"You are incapable of being modest."
Pushing back the brim of his hat, he scowled. "That is a hurtful thing to say. I am almost as well known for my prodigious modesty as I am for putting my horses in the winner's circle." He turned his head to display his profile. "Or my devastating good looks." Mirth bubbled in her throat at his teasing words, but she knew better than to show how amusing she found him. Instead, she kept all traces of humour from her face and merely stared at him until he huffed. "Come now, Flora. In all the time I've known you, the real you, that is," he added, gesturing to her with a hand, "you have never struck me as the sort of person who was afraid to share her talents, hide her ideas, or successes."
"That may be," she said, fidgeting with the reins. "But I believe there is a difference between being arrogant and being confident. I hope I fall into the latter category."
"A little bit of arrogance never hurt anyone." The twinkle in his eye made heat burn low in her gut.
Trying to ignore the sensation, she snorted. "Says the man with arrogance in spades." Without waiting for him to respond, she pressed her boots into the mare's flanks and encouraged her into a canter. She had to wait only seconds before Amstead and his gelding were riding next to them.
"I think you like arrogance."
"Why would you believe that?" she asked, looking at him askance.
"Because you are not a placid woman, Flora Grant."
His deep chuckle was a caress down her spine.
"You need a challenge. In the time I have known you as your true self, I've noticed you thrive in difficult situations. You know how to handle difficult people."
He had slowed Loki to a walk, and without thought she slowed Banri to match his pace. Compelled, she raised her gaze to lock with his.
"You would grow bored without a challenge to tackle or verbal sparring to anticipate. And I sense that, as you grow bored, you grow reckless." A slow smile curled his sinful lips. "And I find I enjoy keeping you from recklessness."
The truth of his claim hit her like a slap to the face, and she cursed under her breath as heat stole over her cheeks. How had he realized such a truth about her when she barely recognized it herself? His hooded gaze landed on her mouth, and she knew she was in trouble. Flora leaned low over Banri's neck and yelled, "Get up!" relief soothing her as the mare burst away like a ball from a cannon. She allowed Banri her head, not dictating her direction, as she tried to outrace Lord Amstead and his words. A boring, conventional life was not for her. Whenever her sister, or the small number of female friends she had made over her lifetime, had shared their dreams of finding a husband and having children and then settling into predictable years and milestones, she had failed to understand the appeal of such a staid existence. She craved adventure, obstacles, glory.
Perhaps that was why her seasons in London had never ended in marriage. As a duke's daughter with an impressive dowry, she had no trouble receiving marriage offers, and yet none of them had tempted her. She now understood that it was because everything those men had to offer was everything she found abhorrent.
Banri abruptly slowed, and Flora was taken aback as she realized the horse had taken them to the pond,
the lovely setting where Lord Amstead had discovered her secret.
Jumping down from the mare, she dropped the reins as Banri walked toward the shore and lowered her head to drink.
The thunder of horse hoofs approached, but she ignored them. Without waiting for the Marquis to dismount, she hurried up the rise in the land to a large chestnut tree with heavy, low boughs. Ducking below them, she approached the tree, planting her hands on the trunk. She dipped her head until it rested on the rough bark. "You lost your hat?" Flora tried not to jump at the sound of his voice. Frowning, she realized that he was correct. She had lost her hat, and she had not even noticed. Perceiving that he was waiting for an answer, she shrugged. "I'll get it upon my return." A long silence ensued, and Flora willed her body not to respond to his closeness. Although he stood several feet away, his presence overwhelmed her senses. His scent, sandalwood and sweet hay, made her fists curl. When his voice broke the silence, she revelled in the sound. "I've upset you. I believe the right thing to do would be to apologize, but I do not think an apology is necessary." Heaving a silent sigh, she turned. He was standing several feet away, his brows low and his eyes wide. Where had all that arrogance gone? "I would not accept your apology in any case." She crossed her arms over her chest. "One should not apologize for the truth." The corner of his mouth ticked up. "Do you know that I have never met a woman with quite your ability to self-reflect?" "It's not surprising," she muttered, the memory of Lady Hightower's expression when she denied the woman's request an immature delight. Another silence stretched between them, but this one was comfortable. Flora pressed her back into the bark and looked up, content to watch the leaves swaying in the wind. "This is where I was, you know, when I first saw you." She gaped. "You were?" His cheeks darkened, and he shrugged. Surely he wasn't embarrassed. "I had ridden here after a particularly stressful day. This used to be my refuge. I came here days on end during my childhood and adolescence. When my father died and I became Amstead, I came here for escape."
He glanced toward the pond, where Banri and Loki grazed side by side.
"From the burdens, the unknowns, the guilt." Guilt? What did he have to feel guilty for? But her questions remained unasked, and thankfully he continued. "That day I just needed some time away from the blasted house party. Some time by myself." He barked a laugh. "I was more than a little annoyed when you arrived and woke me from my nap."
"My apologies, my lord."
"I've been waiting for your apology, just so I could forgive you. It's part of my modest nature." When she laughed, he narrowed his eyes. "Oh, I see you were only placating me. Well, you should know that not a day has gone by since then that I have not remembered the discovery I made with a mixture of awe." Ignoring the flutters in her stomach, she said, "Of awe and what? It cannot be a mixture if awe is not mixed with something else." "Embarrassment." "Embarrassment?"
He took a step closer, his brandy-coloured eyes hypnotic.
Embarrassed that I could be so easily fooled. Embarrassed that I did not see the woman who hid beneath a layer of face paint and oversized garments. It seems so obvious now.
Her heart pounded as he raised a hand and brushed a lock of hair from her cheek.
I was chagrined to have overlooked such an exquisite woman, even as she toiled alongside me.
Suddenly feeling light-headed, she darted out her tongue to wet her lips. He followed the movement with a clenched jaw. "That was not well done of you?" Flora expected him to jest in return, but she cheered when instead he said,
"I should probably make it up to you."
"That would be the gentlemanly thing to do. How do you propose to do it?" Amstead stepped forward again, until his chest touched hers. He braced his hands on the opposite sides of her head and tipped his chin down as his gaze caressed her face.
"Would a kiss suffice?"
She smiled, and, based on the way his pupils dilated, she suspected it was more of a taunting grin. "Why would you think a kiss enough to acquit you?" Pulling her toward him, he ran a possessive hand up the back of her neck and cradled her head like a precious jewel.
"Allow me to show you."
Christian had always been susceptible to a smart mouth, and Flora's mouth may have been the smartest he'd encountered. His kiss was meant to silence her as much as tease her. What he had not expected was to be levelled by the soft press of her lips beneath his, again, and he was delighted when she sank her hands into the fabric of his coat and pulled him closer, her mouth pressing urgently back against his. Her tongue brushed against the seam of his mouth, and he growled in the back of his throat before he opened to her. He should have known that his Flora would give just as good as she got. She tasted exactly as she smelled, like fresh, sweet spring grasses, like mint and lemon and sunshine. He inhaled her essence deeply into his lungs, desperate to consume it, desperate to consume her. Christian was so immersed in the feel of her in his arms, the sensation of his lips on hers, that he didn't realize she'd pulled his coat off his shoulders until the garment snagged on his elbows and broke his embrace.
"What are you doing?"
"You must be warm." The corners of her swollen red mouth tipped up. "I know I am." With those words, Flora peeled her own coat from her shoulders, tossing it onto the grass. While her steady green gaze held his, she unbuttoned her waistcoat, each button sliding free with excruciating slowness. When the last one had finally been undone, she slipped it off and let it fall on top of her coat. When her hands rose to the string that tied her shirt closed, she arched a brow. "Have I scandalized you?"
"Goodness, no,"
he exclaimed, reaching up to yank the knot free. With an impatient grunt, he snatched the tie from her hair and threw it over his shoulder before grasping the hem of her shirt and tugging it off her. His cock instantly strained against his small clothes. Flora stood before him in a pair of oversized breeches and riding boots, her upper body encased in tightly wrapped linen strips. Her onyx black curls lay mussed about her shoulders, and the colour was high in her cheeks. But her back was straight, and her chin was high. A smile danced about her perfect mouth.
"You're magnificent,"
he bit out. His tone was harsh, but he found it hard to temper the rush of confusion and awe that caused sweat to dot his forehead. His body burned for her, but not just because she was lovely. He'd known lovely women, but he'd never, ever known a woman with Flora's alluring mix of strength and femininity, cutting tongue and gentle touch. She rotated, pressing her palms against the tree bark. Snaring his gaze over her shoulder, she gestured to the linen wraps with her head. "Would you be so kind as to help me, my lord?" Christian wasted no time in finding the end of a strip and yanking it free. After he had peeled away a handful of linen, he realized that she layered the strips in such a way that he could pull the material and unwind it from her body in one clean tug. As if she understood his intention, Flora spun in a circle as he pulled, her chuckles accompanying each piece of linen that fell to the ground. When the last strip lay free in his hand, he studied the creamy expanse of her back, his eyes tracing every firm muscle that graced her frame. Society prized dainty feminine forms and celebrated tiny waists and classical features. But Flora's athletic physique showed she was capable. Never had he found strength so beautiful. As he pondered this, she faced him, her back ramrod straight. Her mesmerizing emerald eyes twinkled at him. Lord, her confidence was an aphrodisiac. "I think you're overdressed, my lord." His mouth went dry. "I suppose I am. Perhaps you can help me rectify that sad situation." "Sad indeed," she scolded, her nimble hands working the buttons of his waistcoat. Within a minute, Flora was grasping the hem of his muslin shirt and pulling it over his head. "You make quick work." He stole a kiss, which she giggled around. "I know what I'm about." "After the time you spent as William, I'm not surprised." "Yes, that's right," she murmured. She went to grab for the falls of her breeches, but he blocked her. "What is that supposed to mean?" Crinkles appeared at the corners of her eyes. "Nothing." Christian tugged on her breeches, popping the buttons free with a sharp tug. Indignation made his jaw tight. "If not for disguising yourself as a man to work here, how else would you know your way around men's clothes?" Flora planted a hand on her hip. "Why does it matter?" He opened his mouth before snapping it shut. "It just does." "Oh, I understand." She pursed her lips. "It's fine and well for you to sow your wild, lordling oats all over England, but if a woman has enjoyed a man's attentions on occasion, she's a whore." "I would never call you a whore." "Perhaps not." Flora wrapped her arms around her chest. "But I would be greatly surprised if you didn't think it." He pushed his hair from his brow with an angry swipe. "I was just surprised." "That a woman might seek out a lover?" Inconveniently, he thought of Regina. She had sought him out for a liaison. "Of course not." She refused to meet his eyes. "Then that I've enjoyed lovers?" Christian winced. Still he snagged her hand. "I was disappointed that you had enjoyed someone else's touch before mine." "What is it with men and being a woman's first?" she grumbled, clutching his hand to her chest. Her delightfully bared chest. She held his stare. "I was not thinking of anyone else when you pressed your lips to mine, when you unwrapped me like a toy on Christmas morn." Flora ran a hand down the side of his face. "I was thinking only of you, only of this moment, only of bringing you pleasure, of sharing pleasures with you." He nodded, relief lightening his spirits. It occurred to him that a woman intrepid enough to disguise herself as a man to pursue her goals would have explored sensual delights as well. She studied him for a long moment before she patted his cheek.
"Now, can you take these dashed breeches off?"
Choking on a chuckle, he slid the trousers over his hips and down his legs. "As you wish." Flora admonished him with a shake of her head before she abruptly dropped to her knees. He experienced a sense of dizziness as he glanced down at her, taking in the enticing curve of her mouth. "Flora?" Without hesitation, she grasped his cock in her calloused hand. He had observed her nimble fingers work a brush through Assad's tail, watched them grip the reins before she was carried down the track on the back of a galloping stallion. But seeing her beautiful fingers, her talented hands, work his cock with the same focused intensity she did everything else, nearly undid him. When her pink tongue darted out to flick his sensitive tip, he groaned as he surrendered to her siren call. Christian allowed himself to be carried away by the feel of her, the touch of her flesh on his. As she surrounded him, he attempted to retain a part of himself, a part of his lucidity, and when he wondered if such a feat was possible, she reassured him it was. "Come now, my lord. Surely you have enjoyed a woman's mouth on you," she whispered, her breath ghosting across his responsive flesh. Gripping her hair, he waited until she dragged her eyes to meet his. "But I have not had your mouth on me." A wicked grin slowly curled the corners of her lips. "No, you have not," she said, before she returned to her ministrations. He attempted to corral his release for as long as he could, but as the reins of his self-control finally began to slip, she pulled away. "I cannot wait any longer." With swift movements, she divested herself of her boots and breeches. With a hand planted firmly in the middle of his chest, she pressed until he lowered himself to the ground. Drawing his gaze and holding it, she climbed over his prone body and grasped his desperately hard cock in her hand. Rising up, she fitted it to her opening and rubbed his blunt head against it, moaning as she did so. "I have daydreamed about this since I first saw you," she breathed, her eyes closing and her back arching. "I had never seen such a bonny man." Gripping her hips, Christian fought not to thrust up into her warmth. "No one has ever called me bonny." "Good thing I came along to do so, then," she said, on a laugh. But her face abruptly softened, and pink flooded her cheeks as she slid down his length. They groaned in unison, and words were no longer possible. Her eyes sparkling with arousal, Flora planted her hands once more on his chest and moved her hips. In truth, she did not just move them. She ground them. She swiveled them. She squeezed her thighs tight against his sides, as if he were a champion jumper and they were approaching the first hurdle. Christian grasped her hands, and she gripped them like a vice as she moved over him, above him, around him. In that moment, only she existed. His world had been condensed to her, Flora, his Flora. She threw her head back, her creamy expanse of throat beckoning him. With a grunt, he rose up, desperate to kiss her exposed skin. With a sigh, he pressed his mouth to her throat, her collarbone, the sensitive spot behind her ear, the rise of her perfect breasts. And while he teased her with kisses, his hands gripped her hips and guided her movements. His hips arched into her thrusts. In what felt like seconds or, perhaps, weeks, she gasped, "I'm close. I need you to come with me."
"You had better wait for me, you impertinent wench," she chortled, her cheek pressed against his as she held him about the neck.
"If you came before I did, I would thrash you."
"I know it," he said, groaning into her neck as she sank onto him with a desperate stroke. Recognizing her struggle, he slipped a hand to where they were joined to aid her, but she intercepted him. Reaching between their straining bodies, he felt her press her fingers between her legs. She moaned deep in her throat, and knowing that she pleasured herself while he stroked inside her, made his cock swell even more. Her core responded by quivering around him. Biting off a curse, he allowed himself to let go, clamping his jaws to keep from shouting his release to the heavens. Flora was not as circumspect, her shriek echoing about the small valley. With a heavy sigh, she collapsed on top of him, her cheek coming to rest directly over his racing heart. Neither of them spoke as they lay spent, their heavy breathing joining the sound of birds chirping and the breeze rushing through the boughs overhead. He stroked her bare back, enjoying the feel of her naked flesh under his fingers. After several moments, he noticed a raised bit of skin near the back of her waist. He explored it with his fingertips, his eyes widening when he understood it to be a scar. "How did you get this?" "A riding accident several years ago. I was thrown off and hit a jagged bit of fencing." "That must have hurt like the devil," he said, rubbing his fingers against it as if he could soothe the memory of the pain.
"It did, but no more than this one."
She raised a leg and pointed to a long scar on her knee. Catching his questioning brow, she said,
"I was dragged over some rocks and brambles."
"I have a similar mark, but on my shin, not my knee." Christian gestured to it with his head. "I was dragged as well. I was around 13, I believe."
"And this one?"
she asked, caressing a scar on the front of his shoulder. "A spooked 2-year-old barreled through a copse of trees, and a branch impaled me."
Her eyes squeezed shut, but she continued to stroke him.
His gaze snagged on a thin white line running up the side of her finger. He grasped her hand, bringing the finger up to his mouth for a kiss. Surely this was not from a training accident.
"It was from a knife."
His grip on her hand tightened. "Please explain."
"I gave it to myself. My knife slipped when I was whittling."
"What is whittling?" Before she could reply, he knew. "That's what you were doing the first moment I saw you in a sad stall, yes?"
"It was."
She folded her arms across his chest and propped her chin on top of them.
"I've been doing it for a good many years, but this scar came not long after I picked it up."
"It doesn't seem like a skill most young women would have, but I could be wrong. Where did you learn it?"
"An older gentleman in my village carved charming little animal figurines for all the children for Hogmanay each year, and one day I happened to encounter him after a particularly punishing training session."
Flora's scarred finger proceeded to twirl about the hair that dotted his chest.
"He shared that whittling helped him to relax, gave him something to focus on other than his troubles. Through creating his art, he found that he could control something when elements of his life were outside his command. I decided to give it a try for similar reasons, and I continue to whittle today."
An odd sort of wistfulness filled her voice. What stresses and anxieties oppressed her, and why? What sort of circumstances drove a genteel young lady to toil in a stranger's stables? Knowing her as he now did, he was certain she would not provide such answers. And what do you do with the creations when you have completed them?
She shifted. I send them to my nephews, or to a foundling home.
How many nephews do you have?
2, Flora sighed, a happy sound. 4 and 2. They are wonderful lads, and I may have a third nephew on the way.
Whose children are they?
My sisters.
Christian noticed that her voice had dropped in tone.
Odd that.
Is she your only sibling?
She's the only sibling who matters, Flora grumbled, so quietly he had to strain to hear.
He wanted to ask her what she meant, but her demeanour proclaimed the subject off limits. And after the exhilarating time they had spent together, he did not want to ruin the moment. Inhaling deeply, he put the topic to rest, but he would make sure to record it for the next letter he sent his investigator. Snatching her hand from where it danced in an agitated pattern across his chest, Christian studied it for a moment before pressing a kiss to her fingers. You must spend a good deal of time with a quill in your hand.
She lifted her head to look at him. Why do you say that?
These ink marks, he said, running a fingertip across the stains in question.
Oh,
Flora whispered, studying her hand intently, as if she had never noticed the stains before. Are you a proficient letter writer, or do you keep a diary?
No, she said, shaking her head. I'm just a proficient...
Her words stopped so abruptly it took Christian a long moment to realize she was not going to say more. Proficient what?
You are going to laugh at me.
With her chin turned away, it would have been easy to miss the pink colouring her cheeks. Luckily, he had not missed it. When have you ever cared what others thought? She made an odd sort of sound at the back of her throat, almost like a growl.
There are several people whose good opinion I covet.
Understanding made his lips turn up. Am I one of these people, Flora?
She smacked him on the shoulder. If I covet anything of yours, it's the powerful stallion in your paddock, and he prefers me to you, so you may as well cut your losses.
I would never dream of giving up that easily, he said, pinching her bottom and laughing when she jumped in exasperation.
You are lucky I don't have my crop on me, because I know how to use it as a weapon.
Her expression was adorably fierce.
Growing up as the only woman in the stables taught me how important it was to learn to defend myself.
I am sure. Christian ran his hands up the back of her thighs and stroked her hips, willing his cock not to interrupt their conversation, because he was enjoying it, almost as much as the sex. Do not think I've forgotten my question. What is it you consider yourself proficient at?
She pressed her lips together and dropped her gaze to his chin.
He was charmed she would not look at him.
I make lists.
Lists?
Lists of feeding schedules and amounts, weights, race times, weather conditions during those race times, the horse's demeanour, stuff of that nature.
She apparently thought it was some sort of embarrassing confession, but an odd flame flared in his chest at her words. I keep lists too. Flora finally lifted her gaze to his.
You do?
Of course. I think any trainer worth their salt does. He smirked. Without keeping a record of conditions and the beast's health, without tracking the data that matters, how can you know when to change things? How can you help your horse have the best chance of winning if you're not giving him every chance to succeed off the track? Nodding vigorously, her eyes sparkled.
Exactly. Keeping records of such information helped me detect patterns, good or bad, in Banri's performances. I started doing the same for Assad after I arrived at Amstead Gardens.
Christian pushed a black lock from her cheek, tucking it behind her ear. And what have you learned about our temperamental fellow?
She pursed her lips. He does not like to run on a wet track. His times are always slower the morning after a rain.
He's not fond of mud, that is true. What else?
Lucerne from the mayor's farm upsets his stomach.
Christian cocked his head. I've never noticed him having a problem with the mayor's lucerne.
Have you been in the stables at night after dinner? She tapped him on the chest. The whole building smells of his discomfort.
Have you told Mr. Mubarak so he can change up his feed? He asked, tugging on her earlobe.
She huffed. Of course I have. I value the comfort of all the beasts in the barn.
He dragged her down for a scorching kiss. I should have known not to doubt you.
Yes, you should have, she said impertinently, laughing when he slapped her bottom again. After a pause, her head tilted. What have you recorded in your notes?
Deep in thought, Christian pulled his hands from her hips and crossed them under his head.
She regarded him, her lovely face patient, but her eyes keen.
Suddenly he knew. Assad runs faster when David rides him than when you do.
Pushing herself up, she nibbled her lip as she considered this. I had never thought to break out his race times based on his rider, but it makes complete sense. I cannot believe I never thought of that. Focusing on him again, her mouth stretched into a smile, her fetching dimples capturing his attention. Brilliant idea, my lord.
Her words of praise made him hard. Such comments from her were not false flattery. Flora had proven herself over and over to be an accomplished, competent, clever horsewoman. If she was impressed by his idea, it was a compliment indeed. Unable to contain his arousal any longer, he gripped her about the waist and rolled over, pinning her lithe form beneath him. He stroked his fingertips up her sides until he planted his elbows on either side of her head. His lips were a mere breath away from hers. Allow me to show you what else I'm brilliant at. Looping her arms around his neck, her dimples proclaimed her approval.
Oh, good. A true average of your brilliance requires many points of reference.
And then Christian set about to boost his average.
Chapter 15.
Where was she?
Flora had agreed to meet him at the pond an hour ago, yet here he sat in the grass under the chestnut tree, waiting for her to arrive, alone. Snatching a handful of grass, he tore the blades apart, scattering the pieces in the breeze. There were a myriad of reasons she could be late. As assistant trainer, she was pulled in multiple directions all over the estate. While Assad had become her major focus, there were many other horses who raced for Amstead Gardens. Her position meant that she was involved in all aspects of their training regimen, and she excelled at what she did. Not only had Assad blossomed under her care, but so too did Grey Bells, Sandstone, and the many other horses who were gifted with her time and attention. Yet he wanted a portion of her time and attention. Since their afternoon ride the week before, Christian had had to content himself with exchanging playful, cutting banter, interspersed with stolen kisses in barns, crowded stables, and once in a hayloft. Anticipating when he would see her again was a diverting break from the cloud of stress that always hovered over him.
Flora had become his own personal sunbeam. He refused to ponder how such romantic poetry had slipped into his vocabulary. Instead, he focused on the possible causes for her tardiness and gritted his teeth. He'd been hard and aching all week, remembering the slide of her calloused palms against his chest, the playful flick of her tongue against his cock, the flush that stained her cheeks, and the way her eyes turned to molten emeralds when she rode him with frenzied abandon. He'd be a fool not to hope he'd get such a taste of her again. But if he were truthful, he simply wanted to spend time with her, without their positions interfering. While he knew her to be a beautiful, passionate woman, the rest of his employees in the stables knew her as William Grant, and he would not expose her secret for all the wanton afternoon assignations offered. He was tempted to offer her a new position, a position that did not keep her so busy that she could not visit with him, a position that made her readily available to him whenever the fancy struck. Such a position would also keep her from engaging in the more dangerous aspects of her job as a trainer. Aside from the accident with Sandstone, Flora had not been injured during her time at Amstead Gardens, and he did not want to think of the many opportunities for serious harm that arose in the stables on any given day. But he knew better than to make such a proposition. She would probably throttle him with her riding crop. If he wanted to keep her for himself, he'd have to sacrifice the progress she had made with Assad, and he wasn't a selfish enough bastard for that. Flora had risked her reputation, as well as his own, to work at the Gardens, and she would be insulted by the notion of giving up her training to entertain him and his whims. She wanted more, and she deserved it. The soft jingle of a bridle grabbed his attention, and he rose to see Flora leading Banri over the rise. She was dressed in her usual attire, her silky black hair pulled up under a nondescript hat. As she escorted the mare to the water's edge, Christian noticed that her usual brisk gait was off. Instead of each step proclaiming purpose, as if she were anxious to reach the next item on her mental to-do list, and he knew how she loved to keep lists, her steps were stilted. Her shoulders slumped, and she approached him with her head down. Christian stiffened, concern seizing him. He stepped out from under the boughs to meet her, taking her hands in his. "Has something happened?" A deep groove cut between her brows. "What do you mean?" "You do not seem like yourself," he said, taking in the pinched lines around her mouth. "I'm merely tired." She pulled a hand from his and yanked off her hat. Tossing it on the ground, she worked her hair free from its bond, running her fingers through her loose curls. They fell in a black cloud around her face, delightfully messy. Christian smirked, smacking her hands away when her fingers began to sift through the curls again. "Allow me." Taking her by the elbow, he pulled her down onto the ground with him, bracing his back on the tree trunk and situating Flora so that her back rested against his spread thighs. Leaning over her, he slipped free a button on her waistcoat. She jerked her head up to look at him. "I simply want you to be comfortable." At her nod, he continued to undo the remaining buttons and finally pulled the garment free from her shoulders. Smoothing her hair back from her face, he ran his fingers along her scalp, pressing in firm circles. "Faith, that feels amazing," she purred, her eyes closed. "My mother used to rub my head when I was a boy. I had nightmares for many years," he swallowed, "and she would come into my room every night when I awoke crying
and soothed me back to sleep.
How very lucky you were.
I was. He'd been lucky to have 2 loving, doting parents, and he'd lost both of them before he was ready.
What were your nightmares about?
He sucked air into his nose. He hadn't expected that question, but he should have. It was what he would have asked. Being trampled.
Trampled?
Her mouth quirked.
Why?
When I was 6 years old, I saw a groom thrown from a horse and trampled to death. Flora went still, her gaze horrified as she looked back at him.
But that's horrible, especially for such a young child to witness.
Christian could close his eyes and still replay the scene on the back of his eyelids. It was horrible, and I remember being terribly confused. I couldn't understand why the mount had bucked him off and then trounced him so. I was convinced that if Achilles, one of my father's prize-breeding stallions, could turn so viciously on a groom who worked with him every day, then any horse was capable of such violence.
That's completely understandable, especially if there was no discernible reason for Achilles' behaviour. She cocked her head to the side. Was there?
My father said the groom had nudged Achilles too hard in the flank.
She wrinkled her nose. Surely there was more to it than that.
Naturally. I learned years later that the groom, Silas was his name, had buckled the girth too tight and too far back on the stallion's belly. The horse was uncomfortable as it was, but the kick to the flanks was more than he was willing to take.
Flora pondered this, her lips pressed into a flat line, and he wondered what she was thinking. How long did you have nightmares for?
He raised a shoulder. I still have them on occasion, although the scene has changed.
Comprehension softened her mien. The fire?
Indeed, he managed, around the shards of glass that suddenly scoured his throat.
She laid a hand on his arm, its warmth like an embrace. Were you there when it happened?
I was the one who started it.
Flora believed she was owed a small amount of credit for not gasping in horror at the Marquis's revelation. She couldn't stop her fingers from squeezing his firm forearm, though. She had heard all about the fire that had raged through the Amstead Gardens barn. The old Marquis had perished trying to free his beloved horses from the flames that ultimately incinerated them, along with the 300-year-old structure. But no one had ever mentioned how it was started. Now she knew why.
I had just returned from London that morning. I had been at my club and then a gaming hell the night before, and I'd had very little sleep.
His jaw was like granite, his brown eyes glazed in memory.
My father had been looking to add new blood to the stables, and had compiled information about several mares he was considering purchasing. He wanted my opinion on the lot.
Flora held her silence, although her grip on his arm remained firm.
I remember entering the trainer's office to review the papers, but not much else.
His tone grew gruff, and a piece of her heart splintered.
I awoke after the flames had started to lick up the panelling. I had apparently knocked over a candle in my sleep. I tried to evacuate as many people as I could and opened all the stable doors I passed. I did not know my father had run into the blaze until I stumbled out, weak from the smoke.
That could have happened to anyone, my lord. Fire is always a danger in stables.
But it happened to me, because of my negligence. The man I loved and respected more than anyone else in the world was made to pay.
He scrubbed a hand over his eyes.
And it's Christian. When we're alone, we are equals. I call you Flora, and you call me Christian.
A sob rose in her throat, and she choked it down. She was overwhelmed by the faith he had shown in confessing such a painful episode to her, and she was touched by the respect he showed her. Straightening her spine, she said, "Did you make him run back into the barns?" He jerked his head back.
"Of course not. As I said, I did not know he had returned until later."
"So if you didn't tell him to race into the fire, who did?"
"No one,"
he growled, a muscle ticking in his jaw.
"He loved his horses and didn't want them to perish in such a god-awful way."
"Obviously." She threw her hands up. "Who would?" "But Christian, your father ran back into the fire of his own accord. He might have been trying to free the horses, but you did not send him into the flames. I am certain he knew what he risked." His expression was blank, yet his voice was ragged when he said, "But I started the fire. He wouldn't have had to go back in there if not for my carelessness." Grasping his face between her hands, she waited for him to meet her gaze. "It was an accident. The fact that you were even in that room, reviewing the paperwork he'd asked you to, means you were trying to please him. You could have gone straight to bed, uncaring of your responsibilities, but instead you tried your best to meet them." His Adam's apple bobbed several times as his gaze burned into hers. She'd had no idea he'd been carrying such guilt around with him, but now that she did, so many of his actions and his motivations made sense. His fierce drive to rebuild Amstead Gardens, to see Assad succeed, was rooted in his belief that he'd destroyed everything that had existed before. While she manoeuvred and toiled to build her future, he had done the same to rebuild what had been lost. She wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his neck. His sandalwood and hay scent comforted her, and she inhaled it so deeply she felt it in her bones. "You were a good son, Christian, and you are a good son still." After a moment's hesitation, his arms tightened about her. He kissed the top of her head and rested his chin there.
"I did not think our conversation would be so maudlin when I set out here earlier."
"I apologize for my tardiness. Chaucer threw a shoe right as we were preparing for his next heat, and I couldn't find the blacksmith to fix it." She turned her head until it rested against his chest. "So I had to help Mr. Mubarak adjust the training schedule, and before I knew it, I was woefully late."
"Does Baniti still plan on training Assad at 3 o'clock?"
Flora nodded, the material of his silky cravat stroking her cheek. "He is much more cooperative and energetic in the afternoon, so we made sure not to disturb his time."
"Excellent. So we still have an hour or two until we have to return?"
"By my count." She angled back to meet his gaze, her lips curving up. "What do you propose we do until then?"
That is a good question."
He tapped his chin with a long finger. His eyebrows winged up.
"I propose we create a new list."
"A new list?" She scowled, disappointed. "What sort of list?" His hand settled on her shoulders and slowly slid down her arms. His smouldering gaze followed as he grasped the hem of her shirt and tugged it over her head.
"I thought we could keep track of how many different ways I could touch you, kiss you, make you sigh."
His complexion darkened.
"How many ways I can unwrap you from these inconvenient bindings."
"You have only had to contend with them twice." She yanked on the end she had tucked between her breasts. "Imagine having to wrap and unwrap yourself every day."
"I do not want to imagine it." He pushed her hand away and jerked on the linen, rapidly loosening the bindings and watching them fall about her waist with satisfaction. "I just want you bared to me. Now." She tusked, even as she moved this way and that to help him rid her of the blasted strips.
"My, so impatient, and quite high-handed."
"I think you like it when I'm high-handed. You are always in charge, but you know that, with me, you do not have to be. I'll care for your needs and bring you pleasure." He grasped her chin before twining his fingers through her strands of hair and pulling until her mouth was a breath from his. "And you know I'll give you a chance to take the reins. All's fair." Her nipples hardened at his words, and she pressed her lips to his, moaning deep in her throat. Easing her away, he continued to unwrap her with exacting precision. "Patience, darling. I know a thing or two about patience, as I have wanted you since the moment I pulled my cock from your sweet body the last time we were here." He kissed the top of one breast, his tongue flicking out to taste her skin. She bit back a gasp. "I've had to wait a week to hold you, and kiss you, and worship you in all the ways I promised myself I would the next time you consented to meet me. All the ways I listed on a sheet of foolscap in my study."
"You did not list such things."
Flora's voice had gone breathless under the onslaught of his fingertips and mouth.
"Did you?"
"I did indeed. Look." Regrettably pulling away, he extracted a small roll of parchment from his coat pocket. Flora managed to unfurl it, even as Christian ran his fingertips over her heated skin, and she choked in surprise as she read.
"Surely this isn't possible,"
she said, even as she grew warm at the picture that formed in her mind. Lifting his head from her breasts, he smiled, devilry bright in his eyes. "Oh, they're all possible. Would you like for me to prove it to you?"
"But of course."
She curled her arms around his neck, pulling him close.
"I have my own list to compile, after all."
With a wicked chuckle, he captured her lips in a kiss surely designed to incinerate her very bones. When he returned to exploring her body, Flora did not think much about lists, or who was in charge, or breathing. She surrendered herself to Christian's touch, to his attentive care. Placing a gentle hand between her breasts, he pushed gently, easing her to the soft grass beneath them. His eyes devoured her as he quickly divested himself of his coat, waistcoat, and shirt. He ripped off his boots, then slowly unfastened the buttons on his breeches, each flick of his fingers sending sparks of excitement down her spine to simmer in the juncture of her legs. He eased his trousers over his hips, down and off his muscular legs, coming to brace himself nude above her. She bit her lip. He looked impossibly handsome, powerful. She imagined Daphne had gazed upon such a face. Perfect, intent, godlike. Except, unlike that unfortunate Greek girl, Flora welcomed his attentions, craved them. His skin was golden, a testament to the time he spent working under the warm sun. Ridges of muscle lined his abdomen, leading her eyes down to his manhood. It stood tall and proud against his stomach, begging for her attention. Her mouth went dry at the sight. She reached up to run her nails down his chest and gritted her teeth when he closed his eyes and tossed back his head. "I don't know if I can take it slow," he confessed, grasping her knees and spreading them wide. He settled between them as if the space had been made just for him. I am mad for you." Gripping him about the waist, Flora sunk her nails into his buttocks.
"Good thing I've never been a fan of slow."
Shuddering in surrender, he rubbed his hard member against her once, twice, before he took her with a ferocity that had her arching her back and moaning. Christian slipped his arms under her, anchoring her to his chest as he plunged into her wet heat with a recklessness that made her giddy. She'd been intimate with a few other men, her attraction to them born out of curiosity and a desire to be the mistress of her own life. Those experiences had not prepared her for this. They had not prepared her for Christian. They had not prepared her for how she would feel when she was with him. He made her feel electric, alive, vulnerable. But as his hips thrust between hers, an ecstasy built in all the places they touched, Flora found her vulnerability crowded out by desire and limb-weakening pleasure. "Come for me, darling. I feel how wet you are. For me." Christian kissed her, his tongue coaxing. "When you direct the action in the stables, only I see the real you. Only I know that a beautiful, sensual woman lies underneath a set of lad's clothes. Only I know how soft your skin is, how sweet you smell, how delectable you taste." With her eyes rolling back, she met his thrusts with ones of her own.
"You should be so lucky."
A laugh burst from him a second before he spasmed. The look of ecstasy on his face pushed her over the edge, and she shuddered in delight around him. "That wasn't fair," he managed after several minutes, nuzzling his cheek against her breast.
"Whoever said anything about fair?"
Chapter 16. "He's doing his damnedest to unseat you." Mr. Mubarak raised a hand in warning. "Hold!" Flora was already clamping her thighs about the horse. His great body twitched as if he was working himself into a lather, and when he finally erupted, she was prepared. She rode out the gelding's bucks and sidesteps. His angry whinnies sounded about the exercise ring, but she did not let them penetrate her concentration. The horse had been cantankerous and violent since he'd arrived at Hampstead Gardens 2 weeks prior, and it was time for him to understand that she would not be cowed by his display of temper. When he finally planted all 4 hooves on the ground, his sides heaving with his exhausted breaths, Flora patted him on the neck.
"Feel better now, lad? Got it all out of you?"
The chestnut-coloured gelding snorted in response, his ears flicking back. Despite his obvious fatigue, it was clear he was very attuned to her. Good. The gelding, Horatio, had done his best to make life miserable for every groom and horse in the stables. He had kicked, head-butted, bitten, and thrown off riders with abandon. But Flora had survived Assad's arrival at the gardens, so she viewed Horatio's bad temper as that of a toddler in need of a firm, consistent hand. He would not manage her. "That episode was not as bad," the older man remarked, taking off his cap and rubbing his brow. "He knows he'll have to work harder to toss you."
"Hopefully he'll decide it's not worth the effort."
"That is the hope." Mr. Mubarak shielded his eyes with his hand. "Has he rested long enough, do you think?"
"Let us see,"
she said, turning the gelding around and leading him through his paces again. And once again he rebelled. It started gradually, with a flick of his tail and a flattening of his ears. Then he pranced to the side, tossing his head about. When he finally reared back, pawing the air with flying hooves, Flora was prepared, almost bored with his expression of agitation.
She kept a firm grip on the reins and patiently waited out this bout of pique. When Horatio's tantrum had subsided, a new voice caught her by surprise. "That's quite enough." Christian stood at the fence, his hands gripping the top bar until his knuckles showed white. His eyes were wide as they fixed on her face. What? Her mind raced to understand his request, and she turned Horatio in a circle when he snorted in annoyance at Christian's command. "I think it's time for a rest," he said, striding into the ring and grasping the gelding by the bridle. "I'd say you've exercised him long enough." She darted a glance at Mr. Mubarak, who regarded Christian with a frown. "But why? We are making good progress." "Progress?" He raised his brow, and her eyes narrowed at its mocking quality. "When I walked up, he was trying to throw you off." "Of course he was." Flora smacked the pommel and immediately regretted it when Horatio tried to toss his head. Thankfully, Christian held him firmly. "He's tried to throw off everyone who has climbed on his back. But here I still sit, even after more than 20 minutes and 3 tantrums. I am perfectly able to handle another one. Thank you very much." Visibly working his jaw, the Marquis called out, "Baniti, would you please give us a moment?" Mr. Mubarak's gaze swung back and forth between the Marquis and Flora. Finally he sighed. "Of course, my lord. But I will return directly." The last word was uttered with so much emphasis, Flora fought back a chuckle. Her heart warmed at the idea that her superior cared enough for her to issue a statement of warning to Christian, his superior. The air crackled with tension. Before he had a chance to face her, Flora asked, "Why are you stopping me from doing my job?" He exhaled loudly. "He almost threw you." She rolled her eyes. "But he didn't." When he scowled, she held up a hand. "Well, of course he tried to, but my job is to make sure he doesn't succeed." "And if he does succeed?" "Then I will dust myself off and climb back into the saddle." She said each word slowly to make sure he understood. "You know I have been thrown off a horse before, don't you? I didn't enjoy the experience, but it's part of the job." "I do not want it to be part of the job any longer." Flora jerked her chin back. "What do you mean?" Christian looped the reins around the top rail, sidestepped Horatio's attempts to nip him with nary a glance, and raised his arms to help her down. She waved aside his assistance and dismounted. Swinging to face him, she placed a hand on her hip and fixed him with a glare. Instead of looking chagrined, he met her gaze head-on. Despite herself, his show of authority heated her blood. Damn it. "I intend to ask Baniti to assign another groom to Horatio." He slid his gaze away from hers and studied the gelding, who flicked his tail as if he understood that the Marquis was taking his measure. "I feel that you should make Assad your primary focus." "You feel I should?" Flora gritted her teeth, her words sharp. "I was not aware it was your feelings that dictated the workings of Amstead Gardens." Christian went stone still, although a fire sparked in the depths of his dark eyes. "I am Amstead. One of the benefits of owning the gardens, and every damn horse in it, is that I can make changes any time I see fit, and I do not have to consult with anyone before I do so." Glaring at him for a long moment, she finally bowed, extending a hand to him mockingly. "But of course, my lord. How foolish of me, just a stupid trainer, to think that you would like to see improvements from Horatio. for he did improve, under my instruction." His jaw was so tight she was surprised it hadn't snapped. "Christ, Flora! Surely you understand how frightening it was for me to walk up and see you clinging to the pommel as that big gelding tried to unseat you. How could I possibly allow you to continue to place yourself in harm's way?" Tenderness washed over her, and she reached out and laid a hand on his arm. She wished she could pull him into her arms and rain kisses down upon his dear, idiotic face, but she stood in the exercise ring as William and would not threaten her disguise. "Breaking a horse is never without danger. You know this." She paused. "Would you have worried about William working with Horatio?" His throat worked until he finally jerked his head. "Perhaps, if I was concerned he wasn't making progress with him." "But I've told you he's made progress. Mr. Mubarak also believes Horatio is making progress. If you don't believe me, surely you trust the word of your trainer." "You know I do," he grumbled. Smothering an inconvenient smile, she squeezed his arm. "So if William was doing an adequate job with Horatio, would you still wish to change his training regimen?" Christian stared at her for a long minute. "No. I wouldn't have even considered it." "I am capable. I am competent. I am perfectly equipped to help that stubborn gelding learn his place within Amstead Gardens." She took a step closer to him, discreetly gripping his waistcoat. "Please don't doubt my abilities." His eyes blazed as they roved over her face. "I don't doubt you. I truly don't." "Then what is it?" "You could be hurt." His whispered confession was a knife thrust to her chest. "Even the most experienced horseman, or woman, can be injured or worse by a high-strung animal. I cannot entertain the possibility that you could be maimed while under my protection." Heat had spread along her skin at his words, but she froze it before it melted into a puddle. "Protection? I am not your mistress." "Of course you're under my protection. You work for me." Licking her lips, she willed her temper under control. "You may employ me as your assistant trainer, but that is the only capacity in which you are my superior. When it comes to you and me together, I am every bit your equal. My protection is within my own hands." "Flora!" Christian snatched his hat off his head and ran a hand through his hair. "Let's talk where we're granted some privacy." At his high-pitched whistle, a groom appeared. "Turn Horatio loose in the warm-up pen. Mr. Grant and I will collect him from there in a half-hour's time." Without a word to her, he spun away and prowled toward the tack room at the opposite end of the stables. He lit a gas lamp, illuminating the small space and revealing floor-to-ceiling shelves crammed with bridles, halters, lead rope, saddles and blankets of all kinds. Christian waited until she entered before shutting the door behind her and immediately sweeping her into his arms. He pressed kisses to her brow and temple before finally claiming her lips. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she threw herself into the kiss with all the frustration she felt at him. Panting, he pulled back and studied her, his fingers smoothing hair from her brow. "I've never done this before." "Done what?" "Been involved with someone who works for me, who shares the same passions as me, who is as dedicated a horseman as I am." Flora nibbled on the inside of her cheek. If she were a young woman of respectable birth, as she had led him to believe, a job such as this would be crucial for her survival, possibly even her family's survival. If their liaison turned sour, he could turn her out and make life devastating for her. But while she would be emotionally devastated to leave Hampstead Gardens, Flora had plenty of other avenues to take. A woman who was not a duke's daughter would not. And if he learned her true identity, discovered who her family was, he would probably wrap her up like a crystal vase and deliver her directly to Niall's arms. She swayed on her feet as she considered how humiliating that would be. "Flora?" His concerned tone snapped her from the spiral of her thoughts. "What is wrong?" "It's just—" She licked her lips, alarmed to find them dry and cracked. "Your words made me realize how very sad I will be when I have to leave."
"Leave?" Christian released her and took a step back. "What do you mean?"
"One day you will tire of me." She gestured to the empty space between them, her stomach curdling. "Or grow bored of the assistant trainer you hired to train your prize thoroughbred. Or worse, you may become angry with me for some reason, and you could sack me and force me to leave the gardens."
"But I would never do that." He slashed the air with his arm.
"Even if I insist on working with the horses as I always have?"
His exhale was loud. "I simply want you to be safe. I am not trying to abuse your trust."
"Some would say tupping your assistant manager is abusing that trust."
Pressing his lips together, Christian glared. "That is not fair. I was under the impression you have enjoyed our time together. But have I been mistaken? Have I abused your trust?" Flora rubbed her temple and turned away, needing some space to think. His gaze was so tender, so imploring, and she feared it would sway her without his meaning it to. Sucking in a gulp of air, she said, "Of course not. I should not have said that. But for me to do my job as assistant trainer, I need you to respect my abilities, not interfere with the tasks and duties Mr. Mubarak and I have agreed that I see to. But I fear that as your—" her breath hitched, but she ploughed forward, "lover, you will seek to control me under the pretense of protecting me. And as my superior, your word is law here at Hampstead Gardens. You could derail my entire career in your quest to protect me, and I cannot allow that to happen." Christian's first instinct was to deliver a flippant response meant to lighten the mood, and deflect from the uncomfortable feeling her words had sparked in him. As he lay in bed that very morning, he had taken himself in hand at the thought of Flora's soft skin and rough hands, her teasing green eyes and melodic laugh, her witty sojourns and compassionate platitudes. And then he'd thought of her on the back of a sad, of what would happen if that temperamental beast decided to throw her and trample her, and he'd been filled with a panic he'd never known before. He had managed to corral his erratic thoughts and emotions by reminding himself what a competent horsewoman she was and how fond his Egyptian-bred stallion was of her. Then he'd walked out to the Southwest exercise pen and experienced an alarming recall. Flora sat atop Horatio, the newest resident in the stables, as he threw himself about the ring as if his tail were on fire. Only now, with the passage of time, and the fact that the grumpy beast was far from her, could Christian admit that Flora had appeared confident and almost bored as she rode out the worst of the gelding's fit. But when he'd called the session to a halt, all he had been thinking of was her safety. Fear she'd be tossed to the ground as she had been during the accident with Sandstone. He'd wanted to bundle her up in cotton and linen and whisk her away to safety. Christian should have known better than to assume she needed rescuing.
Pushing aside his selfish, if well-intentioned motivations, he took her hand in his. "Put that concern from your mind. Whatever may happen between us, I would never undermine your career. That would be quite rude of me." His knuckles stroked along her jaw. "Though I discovered your true name and identity, I am not the sort of man who would spill a lady's secrets. I am a gentleman."
"I've known plenty of supposed gentlemans who would spill a woman's secrets if the price was right."
Flora looked down at her booted feet, her cheeks pale.
"Christian, I may have consented to
sleep with me." Instead of blushing, she laughed. Her delectable dimples flashed, and he clenched his teeth to keep from scooping her into his arms and reminding her of all the carnal delights they enjoyed with each other.
"Precisely."
Flora pressed a palm to her chest.
"As much as I enjoy the personal and intimate aspect of our relationship, my autonomy is still my own. I choose to be with you because I want to, not because of what you can do for me and my career."
"And I'm honored." Her gaze held his.
"If you would be comfortable with William handling certain duties about the stables, you must not protest when I do the same."
"Flora," he said, capturing her hand to bring it to his lips, "I don't know if I could stand aside and let you come to harm."
"Och, you daft man!" She yanked herself free. "I've spent my entire life in the stables, on the backs of docile horses and high-strung horses, sidestepping temper tantrums from spoiled foals to wandering hands from grooms who assumed I would grant them favours simply because I dared to enter the inner sanctum of the stables as a woman."
Her chin quivered with indignation.
"I braved my family's censure and their desire to force me into a safely padded display case they felt I was born to fill. And I'll be damned if the man I sacrificed my identity to learn from tries to force me into the very same box I escaped. All because he believes our physical relationship grants him ownership over my person."
With those words, she wrenched open the door and marched away. Christian stared after her, offended and yet chagrined. He had been trying to force her into a box, although it was one designed to protect her. Shouldn't his concern for her safety make him a damn knight or something just as chivalrous? An uncomfortable voice, one he suspected belonged to his conscience, whispered an uncomfortable question. "How would you feel if you were kept from riding and training in all the ways you were accustomed?" Christian jerked on his cravat. He would be outraged to be kept from activities he'd done since he was a tot, simply because someone feared for his safety. But all the rational arguments his mind conjured didn't lessen the tightness in his chest. Chapter 17.
"Mr. Grant, you have a letter."
Flora snatched the folded parchment and tucked it into her coat pocket with a quick word of thanks to the lad who delivered the post. The handwriting on the front was Juliana's, and she wondered what message it conveyed. Once inside the privacy of her room, she unfolded the letter with an uneasy feeling in her stomach. The outer piece of parchment revealed another folded letter in its interior, written in her brother's hand. Nibbling her lip, she considered Niall's letter. She had not written to him since she had left Yorkshire for Amstead Gardens. Juliana passed along messages of her health and well-being in her letters to him, and he never questioned why Flora never wrote to him directly. In turn, Juliana kept her abreast of Niall's business, most of which revolved around his reform work in Parliament. For her sister to forward one of his letters directly meant that it was important. Sucking a breath between her teeth, she unfolded the letter and read, "Flo, I hope this letter finds you well. Juliana has indicated that you have been busy with our nephews and enjoying your holiday at Ashwood Place, and I admit that I am jealous you have been able to enjoy their pleasant, if rambunctious, company." Flora grinned. She missed her nephews terribly, and felt ashamed they had inadvertently been pulled into her deception. She continued reading. "At the risk of upsetting you, I must know of your intentions. Do you wish to return to London? Although I have always appreciated your assistance with dinner parties and salons, truthfully, I simply miss having you at the breakfast table every morning and the dinner table every night. The house has been dreary without your laugh to brighten it. There will be a ball at Campbell House in the 3rd week of April, where I intend to announce my candidacy for Prime Minister. Ashwood and Juliana will be in attendance, but I would be quite happy if you attended as well. Your pleasing smile and witty banter would be formidable weapons. A formal invitation will be forthcoming. Your faithful brother, Niall." Flora stared at her brother's name written in his dashing script, and her bottom lip began to quiver. Crumpling the parchment to her chest, she squeezed her eyes shut and swallowed convulsively until the sobs faded away. The harsh truth was, she missed him. Since Juliana had married Ashwood, it had been the two of them. When he had stood for Parliament, she had walked the county with her aunt for weeks, speaking to scores of voters, and, more often, their wives. She had attended rallies, dinners, and salons. She had affixed a smile to her face and served as hostess for his dinner parties and strategic luncheons. Every time a bill he drafted or sponsored passed a committee, or a mentee, like her friend Finlay, won an election, she felt joy and satisfaction because her contribution had mattered. Despite all of that, she had worked hard to assist Niall because he was her brother and she adored him. When he questioned the foolish and sometimes reckless things she said or did, or expressed his disappointment in her refusal of a marriage proposal that would have scored him political points, she had been gutted. In her earliest memories of him, he starred as a godlike figure. He was always tall and handsome, his long dark hair, flashing grey eyes, and carefree laugh imprinting on her memory as vividly as the Scots heroes whose tales their father used to read to them on cold Highland nights. She could close her eyes and see Niall's look of pride when he'd sat her on her first pony and she'd instinctively clenched her legs around the beast's sides. She could feel his arms protectively about her when she sat before him as he urged his mount into a gallop around the loch. She could taste the lemon and honey bannock he had saved for her the night before he departed for England, because he knew how much she loved them. When he had left for university, she had cried for a week. And then he didn't return. For 5 long years he stayed away, and because her mother had grown ill, it was impossible to travel to London to visit him. Only when the Duchess died did he return. She might not have been his mother, Niall being the child of their father's first marriage, but he loved and revered Flora and Juliana's mother as his own. And yet, when he'd returned to Loch Kilmorrow, he had been different. He no longer had time for his sisters, especially for the antics of his younger sister, who was desperate for lightness and laughter, and attention. In the wake of her mother's long and painful illness, she had wanted someone to see her, to be interested in her. Flora was not sure Niall ever truly was. Regaining her composure, she smoothed the parchment flat and read his words again. He missed her. It might be all he was capable of giving her, but she would take it. She would take any nugget of affection and love he was willing to offer. If that made her weak, then so be it. She thought of Christian and nibbled on her lip as she debated whether to tell him of her plans. Of course, she would not tell him why she was going to London, but he would be hurt if she did not explain her absence in some way. Scarcely a day went by when they did not conduct a training session together, take rambunctious 2-year-olds out for rides across the pasture, or meet for clandestine interludes in the barn. His smiles had become her favourite sight, and his deep chuckles her favourite sound, and she would miss him terribly in the short time she was away. But perhaps it would be best not to share the news of her impending leave. Christian would not be satisfied with any excuse she offered. Running her fingers over her face, she wiped away all traces of her emotions and slipped from her room, determined to find Mr. Mubarak and ask him for the necessary permission. She found the trainer overseeing Assad's warm-up session. "I need a day or 2 of leave next week," she said, stopping beside him at the rail. Mr. Mubarak did not turn his head from observing the stallion cantering around the pen under David's steady hand. "Will it be 1 or 2 days exactly?" Flora swallowed, her throat parched. She had never asked for personal time away from the gardens, and irrationally feared that, by her asking for it, her superior would somehow know why. 2 days would be best, I think. If I can be spared, of course," she quickly added. "Next week, you say?" "Yes," she whispered. The older man's heavy brows disappeared beneath the bill of his hat. "But that is only a week before the race." "I know." She studied the dusty toes of her boots. "If it were not an important family occasion, I would not dream of asking." Although she did not look at him, Flora was aware that he was studying her. The weight of it was like a smothering cloud. After what seemed like hours, Mr. Mubarak finally said, "You have not returned to visit your family since you were hired, have you?" "I have not." It had been the longest she had ever been separated from her sister. A sinking feeling settled in her stomach and seemed to reverberate throughout her body. When she had planned this great subterfuge of hers, she had only considered the benefits. What she had not accounted for was the payment required for those things. Chasing her dream had cost her family and friends. She would see them soon, however, if Mr. Mubarak consented. "Surely 2 days is not sufficient time to travel to Scotland and back?" "It's not." Flora tugged on her cuff. "I will be travelling to London. Benry and I will leave before lunch." "I will have one of the grooms travel with you." "No." She said the word much more sharply than she intended, and the older man narrowed his eyes at her with suspicion. "With the guineas so close, I do not want to pull anyone else away from their duties. I have ridden to London by myself before."
"Nevertheless, I am not comfortable with you travelling on your own." He crossed his arms over his chest. Flora bit the inside of her cheek. She could not afford for someone to see her enter Campbell House. Any groom or rider who accompanied her would surely remark on such a detail. True, she could have him escort her to any number of places that were not Campbell House, but did she want to take that chance? "I'll be fine," she said, employing her most ingratiating tone, accompanied by her most ingratiating smile.
"Poppycock!" The man sliced his hand through the air, leaving it suspended as his eyes grew wide. "I used that correctly, yes?" Flora sighed. "You did." Puffing his chest up, the Egyptian man tugged on his lapels. "Yes, well, I will not let you travel on your own.
If you want those 2 days' leave, you will have to consent to escorts."
A litany of curse words stampeded through her thoughts, but she willed her expression not to show her distress. Instead, she managed to say, through her teeth, "I understand. Thank you for considering my safety." Mr. Mubarak nodded, returning his attention to Assad.
"You're working Horatio this morning, yes? Take a groom with you. He's still unpredictable."
"I believe I'm starting to understand him." When the older man angled a glare at her, she hastily added, "But of course I'll take a groom with me."
"Take 2.
"Why must I take 2 grooms when one will suffice?"
"Because his lordship will have my head if you are injured in any way," he huffed, "and I quite like my job, thank you."
Flora clamped her jaw. "I'm certain Lord Amstead wouldn't even notice."
"No."
The clipped word rattled her teeth. "What do you mean?"
"You know exactly what I mean. Now, you will select 2 grooms to assist you with Horatio's exercise, or you will not exercise him at all."
Hands clenched, she spun about on her heels without another word. Stalking into the groom's quarters, she gestured to the first 2 grooms she laid eyes on. "You 2, come with me." As she stomped toward Horatio's stall, Flora gritted her teeth so tightly she was surprised one didn't break. Mr. Mubarak had never insisted that she needed a chaperone to see to her duties, not until he'd become aware of her relationship with Christian. Apparently his regard now meant she was to be treated like a delicate flower, safe only within the artificial environment of a hothouse. While she fitted the bridle over the temperamental gelding's head, she huffed out a breath. She had fled her life in London to escape one gilded cage, and she was not about to let Christian put her in another. If he insisted upon it, Flora would leave. He and Mr. Mubarak had taught her so much, but she refused to let them clip her wings. Christian ran his hand through his hair and inhaled wild flower-scented breath as he stared out at the expanse of verdant land that stretched like a green carpet before him. The day was late, with the sun starting its descent over the wheat fields in the west. Amstead Gardens was more than just the stables. It was also home to sprawling wheat and barley fields, a clay quarry with an industrial-sized kiln, and even a small colliery. The estate, with its many enterprises, was one of the largest employers in West Suffolk, and he felt that responsibility keenly. Just that morning he'd met with several tenant farmers to discuss the sinking cost of wheat because of the increase in foreign imports. A state of nervousness had hung over the meeting, and when Christian had suggested they brainstorm crops or other possible uses for the land, that nervousness had transformed into anger and panic. The men represented families who had worked Amstead land for generations, and they had as much claim to it as he did. But if they wanted to survive, they needed to adapt. Although he had plastered a smile on his face, he had left the meeting feeling dejected. So much depended on Assad's showing at the guineas. With the winning purse, not only could he pay back his investors, but he could also assist the farmers in converting their wheat fields. He pressed his fingers to his temple, hoping to relieve the ache that was steadily building behind his eyes. His father had made the business of running the estate seem so easy. Christian remembered riding up before him as he visited the tenants, shook hands with mine workers, and grabbed a shovel and helped dig drainage tunnels for the quarry. But despite all of his father's many attributes, he had left Amstead Gardens burdened with debts that had caused Christian's mouth to fall open when the solicitors had disclosed them to him after his father's funeral. His father had leveraged one enterprise against another, borrowed money at outrageous rates of interest, and worst of all, had never told Christian. He should have prepared him. Perhaps he had meant to, before his intentions had been devoured in flames. Flames Christian's foolishness had sparked. Turning Loki about, he urged the gelding into a trot. Baniti and Flora would still be working Assad on the track, and watching the stallion sprint over the turf was its own kind of medicine. So were Flora's laughing green eyes. Flora. Just thinking her name brought forth physical reactions he'd never before experienced. She was a thunderstorm, and like any good thunderstorm that howled and raged, she also brought soothing rains and rainbows and flowers in her wake. How did one anticipate such a person? A person who threatened the foundation of his sanity while simultaneously calming his stresses and easing his mind. Christian had forgotten that at one point he'd meant to send her away. How foolish that would have been. He relished any moment he was able to spend with her about the stables and grounds. The time would come for her to depart, and he suspected it would come soon. But for now, Christian would bask in her sunny smiles. The thought of saying goodbye made him remember the letter in his coat pocket. With a sigh, he pulled back on the reins and waited for Loki to stop before he extracted it. In his last letter, he'd asked Cedric to return to England for the guineas. In succinct words, his brother had refused. He'd added an apology, obviously to appear polite. Cedric's dismissal of such a critically important race smarted badly. He crumpled the parchment in his palm and shoved it into his pocket. A quarter of an hour later, he rode up to the stables. After showing Loki into his stall and giving him a good rub-down, he proceeded directly to the turf track. David was riding Assad back to the starting line, and the stallion appeared alert but distracted, his tail swishing about and his ears facing forward, then flicking back. Baniti and a groom waited for them at the starting line. Christian frowned. Where was Flora? Stopping by Baniti's side, he crossed his arms over his chest and considered the stallion as he approached. "How is he today?" "Excellent, but—" The Egyptian man let his words trail off as David brought the horse to a stop before them. He rubbed Assad's muzzle and stared into his eyes. "You are out of sorts today, my boy. Whatever is the matter?" "I think he misses Mr. Grant," David offered from his perch. "Indeed?" Christian questioned at the same time Baniti nodded his head. "Why is he not here, then?" "He was feeling unwell, so I sent him to rest." Baniti took off his hat and wiped sweat from his brow. "He would have continued with his duties, pale and miserable, but I couldn't have that. I'm sure you agree, yes?" "Of course," Christian asserted without hesitation. "Will—" he cleared his throat. "He be well, do you think?" "William has a strong constitution. Plus he's more stubborn than Assad, Horatio, and you combined. I would be greatly surprised if he is not back to his regular duties tomorrow." Christian went to the staff quarters as soon as he could get away. He knew which room was Flora's, although he had never visited her there. All of their time together had been spent either under the trees at the pond or in rushed interludes about the stables. They risked a great deal being seen together, so they were always circumspect in their interactions, but he ached to have her on a real bed where they could relax and sleep for hours afterwards. Such a thought seemed more like a dream than a possibility. Stopping in front of her door, he looked to his right and left to ensure no one was about. Knocking softly, he pressed his ear to the wood. There was no answer. He knocked again, this time harder. Again the room was silent. Clicking his tongue on his teeth, he weighed what to do. If she were truly ill, she was probably sleeping. If she had offered an excuse to Beniti to shirk her duties, she could be anywhere. But he did not believe her capable of such subterfuge. She might have lied about her identity, but she had always delivered an honest day's work. Decision made, Christian pushed down on the door handle, relieved to find it unlocked. He was also annoyed at her carelessness. Stepping into the room, it took him a moment to adjust his eyes to the dim interior. Squinting, he made out a shape on the small, narrow bed and immediately went to it. She lay curled on her side, her black curls loose over the pillow, and her small fist tucked under her chin. Raising a hand, he pressed it to her forehead, relieved to discover she was not warm. His touch drew her eyes open, and she struggled to focus on him for a second. Black brows drew together. "What are you doing here?" Her voice was dry and rough, and Christian immediately grabbed the glass of water on her tiny table. He coaxed her to take a sip, helping her to lift her head with a palm cradling the base of her neck. "I heard you were ill," he said, brushing the hair back from her face, "so I wanted to see how you were faring." She scowled, and Christian smoothed away the wrinkles on her brow with his thumb. "This is not the first time I've been ill like this, yet Mr. Mubarak never insisted I take the afternoon off before." He frowned. "You've been ill like this before? Is it a stomach malady? A megrim?" Staring at him silently for a long moment, her mouth quirked. "I'm suffering from the horrible imposition of my monthly courses." "Oh." Heat crept over his face. He licked his lips. "I was not aware such a thing could be so debilitating." "Of course you weren't. The functions of a woman's body are beneath most men's notice, unless they inconvenience them, that is." He tweaked her nose. "I have a great deal of interest in a woman's body, most especially your body." "In that case," she said, "you should know that I occasionally suffer from painful cramps. They can be tiresome, but I don't always have the luxury of resting and waiting for them to subside." Her words were like a lance to his gut, and he cupped her cheek. "I'm thankful that Beniti insisted you take this afternoon off to rest. Assad missed you on the track, but he scraped together his courage and ran well in your memory." Her pale cheeks took on a twinge of pink. "He's nothing but a big baby." "He's only a big baby with you because you spoil him horridly." A small smile curled her lips, but her fingers twisted about in the sheet. "Why did you come here?" "Perhaps I was worried about you." The sight of dimples bracketing her grin made his breath stutter. Coughing into his hand, he squeezed her fingers. "How can I help you? Would you like some tea?" She shook her head. "I am sure you don't want to risk anyone seeing you requesting a tea tray for the groom's quarters." Probably not. He was considering how he could help make her more comfortable when his eyes fell on an object lying next to her. "What is that?" he asked, gesturing to it. "This?" She held up a small clay jug, stopped with a cork. "This is a hot water bottle. Well, it was hot at one time. I find that holding it to my abdomen, and sometimes my back, helps lessen the aches." Taking it from her hands, he rose immediately. "I'll return directly." Shutting the door on her protests, Christian made his way to the manor kitchen, where he asked cook to fill the jar with more hot water. While she scrambled to oblige, he also asked to have hot tea and sandwiches tucked into a basket. Although the staff wouldn't dare inquire, he shared that he intended to dine with Bonnie and her filly. With a chuckle, cook tucked several apples into the pack as a treat for the foal. After stopping to deliver the apples to the spirited filly, Christian stood outside Flora's door, a large basket filled with goods in his hand. He slipped into the room quietly and sank onto the bed near Flora's legs while she leaned over to see what he had. Extracting the travel container of tea, he set about pouring her a cup. She took it from him with nary a word, her brows dipped together in confusion.
"Christian, you did not have to do this."
"You are feeling unwell, and I figured this was one small way I could bring you comfort." He placed a napkin-wrapped ham sandwich on her lap. "An empty stomach and parched throat never felt healthy to me."
"Me neither."
Flora took a sip of tea, her eyes sliding shut as she savored the heat sliding down her throat.
"This tastes delicious."
"I am happy to hear it. Try some of the sandwich. I'm certain you need your strength." They ate in companionable silence for a time. When their teacups were empty and they had consumed every last sandwich crumb, Christian collected the cups and napkins and stored them in the basket to return to the kitchen. Lastly, he pulled out the hot water bottle, kept warm next to the tea service.
"Thank you," she whispered, staring at the clay jar. "It has been a long time since someone took care of me."
"Well, I'm honored to be in a position to do so." She probably wanted rest, but he was loath to leave her. "May I lay with you for a time?" With a small curve of her lips, she nodded.
"I would love if you did, although this bed does not provide much room."
Indeed it did not, but Christian was determined to try. "Turn on your side and put that bottle where it hurts. I'll squeeze in behind you." She followed his directive, positioning the water bottle low to her abdomen. Somehow Christian was able to maneuver himself around her, his arms coming to rest over hers.
"Are you comfortable?"
"Even if I wasn't, I would not ask you to move." He pressed a kiss to her neck. She smelled of crisp linens and fresh hay. She smelled like Flora. He tightened his hold before immediately releasing it. "I hope I did not hurt you."
"Actually, it felt good."
Flora turned to meet his gaze.
"The pressure of your hands and arms across my midsection was a relief."
Without delay, Christian hugged her close again, mindful to keep his arms low and snug against her.
"Did you ever think you would be lying in a narrow bed with your assistant trainer, who disguises herself as a man, and caring for her while she suffers from the unforgivable weakness of being a woman?"
He knew her words were said in jest, and yet they annoyed him. Why should it be considered a weakness that your body is doing what it has been designed to do? Flora lifted a shoulder.
"In truth, I have always wondered why women are considered the weaker sex. We may not be as physically strong as men, but our bodies are still capable of amazing things. We endure the trials of pregnancy and the pain of childbirth. We create life, and whether or not we decide to bear children, our bodies are prepared for the possibility."
She paused.
"Although not always, I suppose."
Some unknown note in her words made him ask, "Do you want children?"
"How do you know I am not a mother already?"
Surprise made his breath hitch, and he coughed into his hands. Her giggles registered over the din. "I jest." Turning her face forward again, she said on a whisper, "I have never wanted children." "Never?" The thought surprised him. Didn't all women want children? "Never." Again she shrugged, although there was a note of defensiveness in the action. "Children are a blessing, and I adore my nephews utterly and completely, but I have never wanted children of my own. Loving and caring for my horses has always brought me joy and satisfaction." Christian had never given much thought to children. As the Marquis of Amstead, he simply assumed they were a part of his future, as he was in need of heirs, especially now that he was estranged from his brother. But if he were not Amstead, would he desire children? He was not sure. "Have I scandalized you?" She leaned back to press a kiss to his jaw. "I know my stance is not popular. My family would be distraught if they heard it." "More distraught than learning that you disguised yourself as a man to work in my stables?" he asked, nuzzling her ear. Flora angled her neck to meet his gaze. "Quite possibly." Chapter 18. April 23rd dawned brisk and pleasant. Flora stopped Banri at the entrance to the long drive into Amstead Gardens and looked back. Early morning mist drifted above the lush green lawn, partially shielding the manor house and the paddocks that lay beyond it in white fluffy clouds. She inhaled deeply, trying to breathe in the land as much as possible before her long ride to London. She had said her goodbyes to Assad and the other horses earlier that morning. The big stallion had stomped his foot in annoyance at being awoken so early, but relaxed when he saw that she had come bearing oatcakes as a parting gift. Flora had given him a good rub-down while he munched on her offering, and she reflected on how she would miss him. True, she only planned to be in London for 2 days, but for the last few months her life had revolved around Assad and his training. Would she be able to slip back into her role as Lady Flora Campbell after living so long as William Grant? Banri snorted, her breath opaque clouds. Flora patted her and crooned, "I know, lass. I just wanted one more look." With that, she turned the mare back toward the road and nudged her with her heels. Banri dashed off at a quick canter, and Flora peered over her shoulders for one last look at the gardens. Mr. Mubarak would be livid when he discovered she had left earlier than she had told him, but she did not want to risk being discovered, and any groom sent to escort her would insist on delivering her directly to her final stop. She had not lied about being perfectly capable of riding to London on her own. Mr. Mubarak might know her as a woman, but no one on the road would. That still didn't mean he wouldn't send riders out to meet her. She smiled, her heart warming as her mind conjured a picture of the big-hearted older man. He was inordinately stubborn, but so was she. She urged Banri into a gallop, determined to put as much distance between herself and Amstead Gardens as possible. She would apologize for her hasty departure upon her return. "The Guineas is next week. Are we ready?" Baniti did not pause in his inspection of Horatio's back hoof. "Assad continues to break cleanly, which has been a relief off my shoulders. Mine as well." Christian ran a hand over the gelding's back, pleased to see that the beast no longer attempted to bite him. He had made it a point to spend at least an hour every day with the horse, getting him acquainted with his touch and scent. Apparently the time he had invested had worked. "Do you think we should have raced him beforehand? I know we discussed allowing him time to settle and perfect his breaks,
But was it wise to wait until the guineas to debut him? The Egyptian man lifted a shoulder, but not his head. Does it matter? We made a decision, and it's too late to change it. It was not at all what Christian wanted to hear. But Baniti was right. There was no point in second-guessing things that could not be undone. With a reluctant smile, he realized his father would have expressed a similar sentiment. Damn, but he missed the man. Exhaling, he stepped back to consider the chestnut gelding. And what of this fellow? Do you think he's up for racing in some of the summer races? Baniti rose to his feet, dusting his hands on his breeches. William was making great strides with him, but I'm not convinced he would not try to unseat another rider. If we did run him, who would you want to ride him? Well, David would be an obvious choice. The lad has impressed me with his innate ability to read horses and draw on their strengths. I'm pleased that William proposed we bring him to the stables permanently. Christian nodded. Young David had impressed him as well. I have no problem with David riding Horatio, but Assad is the priority. Of course. Satisfied, Christian closed his eyes in thought. Surely William can ride him? The grumpy lad responds to him anyway, and William's small enough not to be too great of a load. It's a consideration. I will not be able to discuss the possibility with him until he returns, however. Christian went still, his mind zeroing in on one word. Returns? Where is he? Baniti cocked his head to the side. London. William requested 2 days' leave to attend to family matters. I assumed you knew. Annoyance set his teeth on edge. No, I did not. Why hadn't she told him? He had seen her just the night before, when he had visited her room and they had talked long into the night. Thankfully, no one had been about when he had stolen back to the manor early in the morning. She'd left after he had departed. Tugging on his waistcoat, he asked, Did you offer to send grooms with her as escort? Of course I did. The older man drew himself up, indignation sparking in his black eyes. I insisted upon it, stating that it was the only reason I would approve it. I wanted to make sure she arrived and returned safely. Why did you grant her permission to leave with the race so close? Christian asked, narrowing his eyes. He never would have considered such an ill-timed absence, which is probably why she didn't tell him, despite ample opportunity. She has never requested leave before, and she works hard. She knows what's at stake with the race, so I reasoned that her need to return to London must be great. Christian was grudging in his agreement. Flora would not depart so soon before the guineas if it were not important. So why had she gone? A burning desire to find out swamped him. How long ago did she depart? Before I arrived at the stables. Baniti scratched his cheek. 4 o'clock, I would guess. Christian pulled out his pocket watch and considered it. She's probably been on the road for about 4 hours or so. The trainer nodded. You won't catch her. She'll be in London before you even make it out of Suffolk. Christian knew that, but the thought that Flora had simply stolen away in the darkness with no explanation made his stomach turn. She could be hurt in any sort of accident or her identity discovered along the road, and either possibility made his heart thunder in his ears. Such thoughts were on his mind later as he walked into his study. A stack of correspondence lay waiting for him on his desk, and he flipped through the pile absent-mindedly.
until his eyes snagged on a note from his investigator. Half of the letter had been torn free, the parchment smudged with dirt and marred with watermarks. Some sort of calamity had obviously befallen it. Gingerly, he pried the seal open, and his eyes grew wide when he read the script. "I believe I've found her. In London at sea." The rest of the message was missing, and Christian frantically searched through the pile to see if the other half was amongst the letters. Finding nothing, he swore violently. He snatched up the tattered note and reread the message again. The investigator had tracked a Flora Grant to London. His Flora had just taken leave, right before the race, to go to London, without telling him. Suspicion raced through his veins, and his skin hummed with tension. He knew what he had to do. A half-hour later, he prowled back into the stables to find Beniti. "I'm for London," he declared without preamble when he found the man in his office. "I'll meet with investors, provide them in-person updates on Assad's progress, and then I will look for her." Beniti did not rise from his seat, but he did lift a brow. "It sounds like a solid plan, my lord. What is the phrase? Kill a bird with a stone?" Christian snorted. "It's kill two birds with one stone." The older man's face brightened. "Oh, that makes more sense. I'll return in a few days. Safe travels, my lord." Beniti lifted a hand in farewell. Leading Loki from his stall, Christian waved off the groom who appeared to saddle him. After securing the saddle and tightening the girth, Christian stowed his bags. It contained reports, weekly summaries of Assad's training that Flora had compiled, as well as several invitations. One was to a dinner party at Claremore House, the home of the Duke and Duchess of Claremore. The other was from the Marquis of Inverray, to a ball at Campbell House. According to a note his secretary had attached to the invitation, rumour had it that Inverray would be announcing his bid for Prime Minister at the event. Although Christian had not seen the Scotsman in several years, he had still invested in Amstead Gardens, and Assad when his support was needed the most. The least he could do was be there to support his old friend during this pivotal time. With his belongings stowed, Christian climbed into the saddle and directed Loki onto the path toward London. Flora's heart lodged somewhere between her throat and her gut as soon as she turned the corner into Grosvenor Square. It had been months since she had last set foot in Campbell House, and yet, by all appearances, it seemed as if no time had passed at all. The facade of the grey and black Georgian-style townhouse looked just as pristine as she remembered. The white lilies in the window boxes a cheery sight. Directing Banri to the mews, Flora prayed the grooms would be in the kitchen for luncheon. Without her in residence, she was certain only 2 stable hands would be working, the rest having stayed in Scotland in her absence. Niall rarely rode, unless he was with her, and with his intense schedule, she doubted he had time to take holiday visits to Loch Kilmorrow. She always considered this fact so sad. Her brother had not returned to Scotland since he'd collected her and Juliana 5 years before, and she was not sure when he would again. His life was in London, and, even when he became Duke upon their father's death, she doubted the Highlands would ever be his home again. Sliding off Banri's back, she grabbed the reins and walked her as quietly as she could into the small stable. The Campbell House mews contained 4 stables and a tack room. It was large by London standards, and Flora was relieved to find it empty. Of human occupants, that is. After tending to Banri, Flora paused to consider the back walk to Campbell House. No one was about. She had snuck in and out of the townhouse more times than she could count, but this time she was dressed as William. If she were caught by the butler or housekeeper, or worse, Niall, she was not sure what she would tell them. The possibilities made her nauseated. Squaring her shoulders, Flora shoved down her fears and eyed the back door again. Scanning the garden one more time, she ducked from the mews and made her way to the door, her heart thudding a staccato with every step. Miraculously, she found herself panting with relief in her chamber a scant few minutes later. Although she'd heard the voices of the kitchen staff as they went about their business, she hadn't encountered anyone as she'd made her way up the servants' staircase. But now that she'd returned to her old room, she didn't know what to make of it, or of herself. It looked much the way it had when she'd left it. It was decorated in the rich greens and vibrant golds of which she had always been fond. The teak wood furniture was arranged in its usual manner, and every surface was devoid of dust. Running her fingers along the bordered design on the counterpane, Flora's eyes took in details she had never noticed previously, like how the room was easily 4 times larger than her small room in Hampstead Gardens. 4 times too big, she thought, knowing now that she could easily live in less space. She glanced at the green velvet bed hangings and wondered why she'd ever found them attractive. Reaching up, she snagged a tassel, dragging the feathered end across her fingertips. When she had departed to Hampstead Gardens, she had been a spoiled, cynical lady. She had returned a weathered, bruised woman. Setting her jaw, she stood and walked to the attached dressing-room, selecting a simple day dress from amongst the garments arranged by purpose and colour. Her maid had stayed behind in Yorkshire when she had left for Suffolk, but would be returning later that afternoon with Liana and Ashwood. Until she arrived, Flora was comfortable dressing herself. She'd been doing it for several months, after all. Once she was properly attired and had pinned her hair up in a style that masked her shortened locks, she left her room and went in search of her brother. Arriving in the foyer, she stopped to listen. Was Niall in the study or the drawing-room? It was late afternoon, and he was usually at a committee meeting, but she sensed he was somewhere about. Years of sneaking around had given her an uncanny sense of his whereabouts. Deciding to check the study, she stepped down the hall when a voice behind her made her jump. "My lady, I did not realise you had arrived." Pressing a hand to her chest to calm her racing heart, she turned to Mrs. Patterson, the housekeeper, with a smile. "I arrived ahead of the carriage not long ago." The older woman pulled her into a brief but firm hug. Releasing her, she inspected Flora with shrewd brown eyes. "It is wonderful to see you. You have been missed, and not just by me." "You cannot count the horses in the mews." Mrs. Patterson pressed the back of her hand to her mouth, but she couldn't muffle her laughter. "But I'm sure they missed you as well." The housekeeper's words were a lovely welcome. Flora had missed the staff at Campbell House, but only understood it at that moment. Swallowing, she said, "And I have missed all of you." The older woman dipped her head, pink touching her cheeks. "Were you searching for his lordship, my lady?" Mrs. Patterson gestured in the direction of the study with a tilt of her head. "He should be working in there now." "Thank you." Before she walked away, another thought occurred to her. "Mary will be arriving later this afternoon. When she does, please ask her to choose a gown for tonight. I had not thought of it before now, but hopefully she can find one appropriate for the festivities." "But his lordship had a gown made for you." Blinking, Flora said, "He did. As soon as he received word you planned to attend, he assumed you would not think of your attire and had your modiste create a gown for you." "Oh!" Flora could not think of what else to say aside from that simple sound. Her brother knew her so well. A year ago she would have been offended by his high-handedness, but now all she felt was gratitude. Fighting a smile, she took a step down the hall and stopped. Without turning, she asked, "What colour is the gown?" "Red, my lady." There was a hint of laughter in the woman's voice. Niall had always wanted her to dress in light pastel colours, as befitted her unmarried status, he claimed. She despised such boring shades, and had insisted she be allowed to dress in whatever colours she chose, which were usually jewel-toned. The fact that he had chosen red for her made her heart sing. Chapter 19. "It almost seemed like you were happy to see Lady Willingham," Niall remarked under his breath. His handsome face was dark with confusion for a moment, before his courtly smile slid back into place. Flora flicked her fan open and held it to her mouth. "I think I am happy to see her. She may be vapid, but she is kind-hearted." Slowly turning his head, he stared at her. "What happened to you?" "What do you mean?" Niall jerked his chin at the butler when he stepped forward to announce the next guest, his eyes not leaving her face. "I don't think I have ever heard you look for a positive attribute in another person before." "Well, that's not fair. I overlook all your flaws every day in favour of your less priggish ones." The corner of his mouth quirked. "There's my sister. I almost thought my Flo had been abducted and replaced with this cheerful substitute." "Unfortunately for you, no. I am still just as sarcastic and ill-tempered as always." She batted her eyelashes at him in an exaggerated fashion. "It's a relief, I must say. I have always been rather fond of you just the way you are." Taken aback, it took Flora a full minute to understand her brother's words. And although she did not count, she was certain that it took her another minute to regain her poise to object. By that point, the next guests were upon them, offering their greetings. After she'd helped Niall welcome their guests, she stood by as he addressed them with a short speech, clapping when expected and smiling on cue. Except that, this time, her smiles were genuine. When his speech was complete, Niall escorted her out onto the dance floor to open the dancing. They tried to perform the Scottish reel, specifically chosen out of a sense of national pride, with a sedate sense of propriety. It lasted all of 2 minutes before they began to swap ridiculous faces and amusing quips, which led to smothered bursts of laughter. Flora could not remember having this much fun with Niall in a very long time. She could barely contain her joy. "Flo, I have not seen you smile this much in—" Juliana's keen gaze swept over her. "Well, since I don't know when." "The night has been diverting," Flora said, taking a sip of champagne from the glass her sister handed her. "Tell me, are you this happy at—" the Duchess dropped her voice, "Hampstead Gardens?" The question made Flora pause, and she nibbled her lip as she considered it. She was tempted to say, "Of course not," in loyalty to her brother, but Juliana would see through such a claim. "More so, if that is possible." "I'm pleased to hear it." Juliana took a sip of champagne, her eyes not leaving Flora's face. After the risks you have taken and the ruination you have courted, I'm relieved to learn it's been worth it. Have you heard any gossip concerning me?" The mere idea that her secret might have been discovered caused sweat to dot her forehead. "I've been in Yorkshire, as well you know, so I am not a reliable informant." Her sister's shoulders dropped. "This is actually the first time I have been away from the baby." Flora's first niece had been born just a month earlier, and she longed to hold the babe and shower her with all the love only an auntie could give. She squeezed Juliana's hand. "She will not forget you while you're gone." "I should hope not." Her sister frowned. "I am her food supply, after all." Snorting, Flora looked to where Niall spoke with several guests. "But you have not heard any gossip that would cause you to believe our brother thinks I have been anywhere but Ashwood Place?" "No, but again, I am not the best source to ask." "I intend to ask Ally, and Charlotte as well." Alethea, the Duchess of Darrington, and Charlotte, Lady Firthwell, were the only real friends she had made in London. The only real friends she had made ever. She had greeted them earlier in the evening, but had yet to speak with them at great length. She would do her best to rectify that. But the ball was a crush. It seemed that the entire ton was in attendance, which was not surprising, as Niall was well liked and well respected, for all that he was a Scot. If she were to find her friends, she should start now. Before she could excuse herself, Juliana kissed her cheek. "I see Ashwood. He pencilled his name in for this waltz, and I do not want to miss it." Flora laughed at her sister's retreating back. "Do not tell untruths, Juliana. You pencilled it in for him." Juliana's soft chortle faded as she disappeared into the crowd. After drinking the last of her champagne in one gulp, Flora discarded the glass on a passing footman's tray and squared her shoulders to enter the fray. She did not get far. "Well, Lady Flora, it's like I've seen a ghost. I was beginning to think you had expired, because it's been so long since I've seen your face." The voice caused a wave of dizziness to overwhelm her, and she stumbled a step. Recovering as best she could, she pasted a winning smile on her face and spun toward the speaker. "Your Grace, I believe you are right. It has been too long since I have had the pleasure of your company." The Duchess of Claremore offered a harumph, her blue eyes slits of critical inspection. "How have you been entertaining yourself this last year? Haunting graveyards? Scaring poor parishioners at the rectory on Ashwood's estate in Yorkshire?" "I frighten them by sitting in a pew every Sunday morning. I sing the hymns in Gaelic, and suddenly the entire bench is mine." Flora raised her brows. "Surely Inverray has told you of my exploits?"
"I doubt what most men tell me," the elderly woman said with a flip of her lace handkerchief. Flora permitted herself a chuckle. "Tell me, girl, if you were not causing a fuss in Yorkshire, where would you be?" The Duchess's voice was soft, but it made the hairs on Flora's arms stand up ominously. She reached for blitheness. "The only other place worth being is the Highlands, your Grace." "I have heard it said Lord Inverray intends to announce his plans to stand for Prime Minister tonight. Is that true?"
"My brother's plans are his to share." Flora dipped her voice and leaned closer. "But wouldn't he make an excellent Prime Minister?"
"Of course he would. That's why I'm here. Still—" She finally pulled her crisp gaze from Flora and scanned the room. "When a man stands for such an important position, his whole family stands with him. Not only will all his flaws and shortcomings be measured, but so, too, will theirs." Flora's throat was suddenly bone dry.
His time as an MP has certainly prepared us for the scrutiny."
"Has it?" The Duchess angled her head. "It would seem you could do with a reminder."
Her blood roared in her ears. "I don't know what you mean, Your Grace."
"Of course you do." The Duchess of Claremore grasped Flora's limp hands. "Your disguise only works if the people around you do not take the time to really consider it. I learned long ago not to make that mistake."
Flora swayed as she fought not to rock back on her feet. The Duchess had known all along she was working at Hampstead Gardens, and she couldn't say she was surprised. The old dragon had always been perceptive and wickedly clever. But what really stood out was that the woman had not shared her secret. It would have been so easy to slip such an explosive detail into an afternoon visit with friends, to whisper it as an aside at a soirée, to pen it in a letter to a family member. Yet as far as Flora could tell, the Duchess had kept it to herself. But why? As she struggled with her composure, the older woman continued,
"Do not be so flippant as to think I'm the only one capable of discerning your true identity. Hampstead hosted a house party with several members of the ton in attendance. If any of them had seen you, your reputation could be in tatters. You silly girl."
"But they didn't see me," she whispered between her teeth, sweat creeping down her spine. "When his lordship provided tours of the stables or hacked out with them, I made sure to be elsewhere. I was very careful."
"Are you sure? No one saw you?"
"No one."
Ice solidified in her chest and limbs.
"Mo crech."
The Duchess's mouth compressed into a displeased line.
"Who was it?"
Flora pressed shaking fingers to her lips.
"Lady Hightower."
"That chit has been trying to bring Hampstead to heel for several years, it seems."
Her Grace accepted a glass of brandy from a footman and took a sip. Flora longed to grab the glass and gulp the contents. Instead, she swallowed a good deal of her pride.
"Why has he not married her? By all appearances, they would be a good match."
The words were like barbs on her tongue. Christian would be bored in a day with a woman like Lady Hightower. But she was wealthy and well-connected. If he wanted a proper society marriage, he could do a lot worse than the widowed countess.
"As I am not a confidant of the Marquis, I am not privy to his thoughts. But he has always struck me as an intelligent, logical man."
The older woman lowered her voice.
"He may have enjoyed having the Countess in his bed, but probably not so much at his breakfast table."
Pressing a hand to her stomach, Flora inhaled deeply.
"But, regardless of Lord Hampstead's regard for the lady, if she determines it was you she saw at the gardens, it could destroy not only your reputation, but his as well."
The older woman stared at her, unblinking.
"Investors will abandon him, regardless of how well a sad runs."
"She would not dream of ruining him," she gasped.
"Maybe not him, but she would delight in ruining you. I warned Hampstead to watch her. I feared she'd find a way to trap him. Do not underestimate a woman determined to be a marchioness."
Flora squared her shoulders.
"What do you suggest I do?"
"You need to—"
She stopped abruptly, swatting at the oversized feather tucked into her coiffure that kept brushing her cheek.
"This idiotic thing is a menace, but Yvette was so pleased with it."
"Yvette?"
"My maid. She was proud of the—"
The Duchess flicked her fingers at her head.
"Arrangement, and I did not have the heart to tell her how appalling I found it."
"But she's your maid. Of all people, shouldn't she know your thoughts?
Naturally, but as I do not have firm opinions on my hair, I allow her leeway. The older woman glanced about the ballroom. When you reach my age, you learn who is deserving of your wrath, and the servants rarely are.
The Duchess handed Flora her empty glass and leaned close.
Stay out of sight. As long as the Countess doesn't lay her Marquis-hunting eyes on you, she probably won't make the connection. If she does—"
She arched a brow, leaving the worst unsaid. Her grace swept away, the crowd splitting like the Red Sea before her. Decidedly queasy, Flora was contemplating the best way to sneak to her room unseen, when Niall appeared at her side, his expression smug. Taking her arm, he said,
"I would like to introduce you to someone."
She swallowed, allowing him to tow her away. "Of course." He came to a stop behind a tall, dark-haired gentleman with broad shoulders, so familiar to her that she felt the room tilt, vertigo overwhelming her.
"Amstead, may I introduce you to my sister?"
Christian turned, and Flora did not comprehend how much she had missed him until she saw his handsome, dear face.
"I would be honoured to finally meet her."
The moment his warm brown eyes locked with hers, and surprise transformed into comprehension, she wanted to weep. Christian wondered how his brain was able to think two very different thoughts at exactly the same time. While Inverray introduced him to his sister, his mind registered that the beautiful woman who stood before him, dressed in an exquisite red gown that flattered her fair colouring and set off her ebony curls, was his mistress. At the same instant, he grasped that his mistress was in fact a lady, and not just any lady, a duke's daughter. His Flora Grant was actually Flora Campbell, Lady Flora Campbell. The elegant, poised woman before him had rested in his arms just the previous week, sharing memories of her childhood in Scotland. That charming, light-hearted woman now seemed an ocean away. A burning sensation filled his throat, and he grasped for his dignity. Thankfully, Flora saved him from giving voice to the harsh accusations that leapt about on his tongue. "Your lordship, I'm happy to make your acquaintance. Your reputation certainly precedes you." Her low voice sent a tingle up his spine, and he resented it. She had lied to him. Again. When he discovered her previous subterfuge, she should have told him who she really was. She could have told him that she was a lady, the daughter of a blasted Scottish duke, the sister of an Hampstead Gardens investor. Christian saw red. If Inverray learned of their affair, the man would see him destroyed. For all the Scotsman's wit and charm, he was not above exerting justice in the vein of his warrior ancestors. The way the man looked at his sister, with a mixture of pride and affection, and was that exasperation, made it more than apparent that Inverray would have him standing on a brisk field before dawn. How could she do this to him? He might not have known she was a lady, but she sure as hell knew he was the Marquis of Hampstead. She knew how important it was for him to restore Hampstead Gardens to its former glory. She knew how much his success relied upon his group of investors, of which her brother was a part. Blinking away his rage, he bowed curtly, his gaze holding hers. "I'm sure the pleasure is mine, my lady. If I had known Inverray had such a lovely sister, I would have asked for an introduction ages ago." Thankfully, the Scotsman's laugh distracted from the awkwardness that ebbed between Christian and Flora. She smiled at his words, but he knew her well enough by now to recognize it as polite. A true smile from Flora Campbell, could dazzle the most jaded of hearts. He knew from personal experience.
"My sisters were safely tucked away in the Highlands until just a few years ago," Inverray said, bumping his shoulder into Flora's. "Life has not been quite the same for me since they arrived in London."
She rolled her eyes. "And you only have yourself to blame for that." Although her tone was playful, something in the pinched lines about her eyes made him suspect there was much more to the story than they were sharing. But why in the hell did he care? Christian crossed his arms behind his back and curled his hands into tight fists as frustration swept through him. Why did he care about Flora's relationship with her brother? She had deceived him. She had placed him in a position where he had to smile and laugh and act like he did not know her in the deepest, most personal way a man could know a woman. As if he did not know every one of her smiles, every one of her laughs, every damn one of her looks. He had to act like the woman he loved was a stranger to him. The truth overwhelmed him, and he clenched his eyes shut for a moment. Christ, what a vexing time to realize he was in love. Wasn't love supposed to make him feel joyous, optimistic? In contrast, anger and betrayal boiled in his veins. When he opened his eyes, Inverray was smiling at a passing guest and had not noticed his momentary lapse. Dragging his gaze to Flora, Christian found her staring at him with luminous green eyes. If he did not know any better, he would think she appeared distraught, mournful even. But then, hadn't she already proved how little he knew? Over and over and over again.
"So tell me about your colt, Amstead. As the Guineas approaches, the papers are filled with gossip about his talent, especially since you have not yet raced him. A risky gamble, don't you think?"
Never had Christian been more thankful for a change of subject. Mentally shaking off his useless emotions, he said,
"I would consider it more of a strategic move than a gamble. Assad raced in Egypt with great success as a 2-year-old, but the voyage to England was difficult. The team and I decided that he needed time to adjust to his new home and that, once he became comfortable, his race times would improve. And they have. I'm pleased with his performances."
Inverray nodded, but Flora listened as if every word out of his mouth was new and interesting.
"You brought a trainer with you from Egypt, isn't that right?" "Indeed I did. I managed to convince Mr. Mubarak to come work for me, and I'm quite lucky he did." Christian lifted a palm. "Mubarak was a trainer of great renown in Egypt, and had worked with many winning horses there." "Whatever made him decide to come here instead of staying in Egypt?" "His wife. Her sister had married an Englishman and emigrated, and his wife was unhappy without her." Unconsciously his eyes met Flora's. "My offer was convenient." She swallowed and looked at her feet. "Your offer was fortuitous for you and him." Inverray's smile dissolved. "Tell me, will Assad be ready for the 2,000 guineas?" "Definitely. I have every confidence in Mr. Mubarak and his assistant trainer that the beast will be in pristine condition." A bout of coughs exploded from Flora. She clasped a lace handkerchief to her mouth, her eyes filling with tears. "Mo Creesh, Flo, are you all right?" The Marquis placed his hand on her shoulder, his face tight with worry. "I'm well," she breathed in deeply,
avoiding eye contact with Christian. "I inhaled some bubbles, I'm afraid."
"You know you should not be drinking champagne. Why would you give the matrons something to gossip about?"
"Niall, please," she whispered. His heart clenched. Flora was 26 years old and hardly in need of a nursemaid. Yet her brother admonished her for simply enjoying a glass of champagne like the other young women in the room. Despite himself, a thread of sympathy wove about him. He snipped that thread ruthlessly.
"I look forward to seeing a sad race next week, Amstead."
Inveray lifted his glass to a passing gentleman, then turned his gaze to Christian once again.
"I have never invested in racehorses, but seeing as how Flora is the family expert in all things equine, I paid special attention to her impassioned letters outlining your Egyptian-bred stallion's pedigree and the feats he could be capable of. Based on her good word, it seemed the time to finally engage in some speculation."
Christian shifted on his feet. So Flora was the reason the Marquis had invested with him. He did not know what to think about that.
"I'm honoured you decided to invest with Amstead Gardens."
Inveray smacked his shoulder.
"Make no mistake, I invested in you. While it sounds as though Assad is a singular horse, Flora was confident that it was you who would make him spectacular."
A reluctant smile creased his face. Conflicting emotions waged a battle inside him, but he allowed his gaze to rest on her for a fraction of a moment, taking in the flush of her cheeks. Suddenly, a perfumed body pressed close to his side. "Goodness, gentlemen, I believe I underestimated tonight's ball." Regina, Lady Hightower, was dressed in a gold-coloured gown with elaborate embroidery along the low neckline, no doubt designed to draw attention to her ample décolletage. She presented a generous display, with her blonde curls and flirtatious red lips. Regina was beautiful. Yet she now left him cold. He could now tell the difference between gold and brass. As Christian took in Lady Hightower's coy smile, Flora stepped back from her brother's side, her face pale. Christian's stomach turned as understanding washed over him. Regina had tussled with Flora when she was disguised as William. Lord, if the woman put together who Flora really was, she would relish the opportunity to make trouble. Thus, when Regina's hand slipped over his arm, he did not object. It was to his benefit not to reveal how her touch now repelled him.
"How did you underestimate the ball, my lady?" he asked, patting her hand. "Lord Inveray is a leader in Commons. The heir to a prosperous dukedom. Of course it would be a crush."
Regina's saucy smile took in both him and Inveray. "I did not realize that so many handsome men would be on hand to discuss politics, of all things."
"You are aware, your ladyship, that men are capable of discussing more than just drinking, gambling, and women,"
Christian tossed out dryly.
"Forgive me if I have had reason to doubt," she said with a laugh.
"I understand why you are in disbelief, my lady, but add horseflesh to the list, and Lord Amstead would have nothing to object to," Flora interjected. She seemed to recognize her folly, because her irises widened and she immediately snapped her mouth shut.
"Oh, I am well aware of his lordship's propensity to think that every conversation provides license to discuss his beasts,"
Regina said, sending him an exaggerated wink. Pushing down the disgruntlement he felt at her words, he attempted to steer the conversation away from Flora and her comment.
"I can discuss political matters when the situation calls for it. I do try to vote my seat when I can."
Regina patted his arm. You are a man of many talents." Christian was certain he would have missed the way Flora's mouth curled in distaste if he were not so focused on her every movement. If he were not trying to follow the course of the conversation in an attempt to prevent disaster, he would surely be counting her every breath.
"I suppose you expected all the political types to be grey-haired and doddering," Inverray remarked with an amused smile.
"My late husband opined day and night on political issues, but then he was grey-haired and doddering," Regina teased, her blue eyes sparkling. "But I'm sure I cannot think of anything more important than the well-being of our country."
"Hear, hear!"
Inverray toasted her. Without warning, Regina directed her gaze to Flora, her blue eyes sharp. "Have we been introduced?"
"Please forgive me, my lady." Inverray gestured to Flora with his hand. "Flora, allow me to introduce you to Countess Hightower. My lady, this is my sister, Lady Flora Campbell."
"I am surprised you do not remember me, my lady." Flora smiled sweetly, her dimples as charming as ever. "My first season in London was the same year as your debut. You liked to taunt my sister and me that we would never find husbands, because, as you put it, who would want to marry dirty, ignorant Scots?" An awful silence ensued, and Christian was aghast that Flora would criticize Regina when the risk of discovery was so precarious. Yet he was proud of her. Not many people would chastise their former bully. Christian's anger grew at the thought that Flora had been belittled and hurt by anyone, least of all his former mistress. Sneaking a look at Inverray, he found the man staring silently at Flora, a thunderstorm brewing in his grey eyes.
"You do look oddly familiar," Regina said, her eyes narrowed as they travelled over Flora's face. "But I am sure I do not know you from any ballroom or drawing-room."
Christian gaped at her, flabbergasted that she did not seem at all ashamed of her hateful words. "If you will excuse me, brother, my lord, my lady," Flora executed a perfect curtsy. "I believe I see a dear friend." In the stunned silence of Flora's departure, Regina took the opportunity to make observations about the guests and the season in general. Christian paid her little heed. Instead, he watched as Flora wove her way through the crowd, pausing to greet guests here and there before sweeping up the stairs. Inverray excused himself several minutes later, intent on greeting another guest, and left him standing alone with Lady Hightower. She seemed to notice their private moment, for she took a step closer to his side.
"I've just made a discovery."
"An exciting development, I'm sure."
Regina laughed.
"Indeed, for now I know where I've seen Lady Flora before. I cannot believe I didn't realize it sooner."
His blood crystallized into ice shards in his veins.
"Realize what sooner?"
"The insolent boy from the stables is Lady Flora Campbell."
Christian blinked, hoping his show of disbelief was credible.
"Surely you jest, my lady."
"I would not joke about this, Amstead."
She grabbed her skirts and swished them as she turned away in a huff.
"The lad who refused to saddle Assad, your assistant trainer, is Lady Flora."
He shook his head, feigning confusion even as dread crashed through him.
"I know who William is, and I met the lady just now, but I'm afraid I do not understand how you think they're connected."
"Goodness! I was unaware what a credible actor you are,"
Regina chuckled, the sound like harsh sandpaper against his ears. "Do you honestly expect me to believe you were unaware the lady was in your employ, and dressed as a man?"
"I believe you have been tippling the cordial a little too generously." Christian stepped back, raising his hand to a footman. He needed a drink. "I can't countenance any other reason for this nonsense you're spouting." Her hand shot out, her nails sinking into his arm even through his coat.
"I do not want to create trouble, but I will, if you force me to it."
Narrowing his eyes, he pried her claw from him.
"I am not forcing you to do anything, and this is hardly the place for such a discussion."
"Very well,"
she said, angling her chin demurely. She looked a lovely picture.
"I will meet you in the library just down the hall in 10 minutes."
Without another word, she whipped away, leaving Christian feeling decidedly panicked. After tipping back an entire glass of brandy, he dabbed at his mouth with a napkin and squared his shoulders. Noiselessly opening the library door some minutes later, he slipped into the dim space. Once his eyes adjusted to the low light, he spotted Regina sitting primly on a low chair under the windows. He approached her as though he were walking the plank, sharks snapping their jaws below.
"I will get directly to the point, my lord," she began without preamble. "I know that your precious stables are the most important thing in the world to you. I know that the investors keeping your enterprise afloat expect you to be free of scandal. Just think what would transpire if the word spread that a duke's daughter was working for you. I'd wager that more than one investor would abandon ship."
Rage boiled through him. He didn't know how he kept his voice level when he said, "What do you want?"
"I'm sure you know. It's what I have always wanted from you. I want a marchioness coronet."
His stomach dropped.
"I did know of your desire to be Lady Amstead, but I was honest about the nature of our relationship. We enjoyed each other's bodies, nothing more."
Rising slowly to her feet, she sauntered over to him, her hand slipping under his coat to caress his chest.
"And we can continue to enjoy each other, if you simply make me your wife."
Christian jerked away as if her hand were poisonous.
"There is only one woman I have ever wished to marry, and you are not she."
Her blue eyes flashed even as she chortled.
"Your wishes are no longer of importance to me. I have been patient with you, but now I must insist. We will marry, or you can watch your precious gardens fall to ruin."
Impotent anger surged through Christian's blood. His gaze followed her as she disappeared out the door. This was just the scenario he had feared when he had learned Flora's true identity, and despite his best efforts to the contrary, scandal had found him. It was his nightmare come to life. Why, then, was he more concerned for Flora and the ruination that hung over her head like a sharpened guillotine? Prowling from the library not long afterward, he searched the crowded ballroom for a discreet manner in which to escape. If he were to survive this trap, he needed to consider how to best extract Flora and himself from Lady Hightower's clutches.
"There you are, my boy. I wondered when you would ask me to dance."
Blinking, he met the piercing gaze of the Duchess of Claremore. In her ice-blue evening gown, and with plumes of feathers on her head, she looked regal, intimidating. Yet somehow her presence soothed the tension pulling his skin taut. The beginning strings of a waltz filled the room, and Christian smiled.
"I would be honoured if you would join me for this dance."
Her Grace sniffed.
"Seeing as how I don't want to stand up with any of these idiots, I suppose so."
Christian twirled the Duchess about the dance floor, debating whether he should ask for advice, when she suddenly chuckled.
"Was tonight the first time you learned your trainer was a lady?"
Catching himself from stumbling, he stared down into her diverted face.
"I should have known you knew. Was it that day in the stables?"
She snorted.
"While her disguise was good, she could not hide those green eyes of hers." "They are rather striking," he grumbled begrudgingly. "Which begs me to ask how you were so easily fooled."
I had never met her before. He gritted his teeth. I suppose I saw what I expected to see. The Duchess mumbled under her breath, but he swore he heard the words, "Typical man." He did not know how to argue such an assessment, for he went on the offensive.
"Still, when things progressed, she should have told me who she really was. We risked so much."
The Duchess cocked her head.
"And does that risk now threaten you?"
He nodded. The anger and injustice of the situation stole his words.
"Well then, marry her."
Christian jerked his chin back.
"Don't give me that look, young man. A marriage between the two of you would protect her reputation and save Hampstead Gardens from scandal. Plus, as a duke's daughter, she possesses the pedigree appropriate for a marchioness. It is the perfect solution."
"Yet it does not take into consideration our desires," he managed to bite out.
"What are your desires in the face of your ruination?"
The lines of her face deepened in displeasure.
"You are a talented trainer with a bright future. She is a delightful, intelligent girl, with more spirit in her smallest finger than you have in your entire body. Shouldn't that be enough?"
Christian opened his mouth to say, "What?" All thoughts had fled. Her Grace of Claremore smiled up at him.
"I have seen the way your eyes have darted about, as if hoping for another glimpse of her. And heaven knows that girl has finally found something other than her horses to hold her interest. It would seem that the two of you belong together."
"Be that as it may, your Grace, I do not think she would consent to marry me." He bit back a taste of bile. "She has indicated she does not wish to marry."
"All women say such things until they meet a man who makes them change their minds. And even if you haven't convinced her, she does not really have a choice now, does she? When you play with fire, you sometimes get burned. But the alternative is that the whole house burns down."
"I would prefer any other metaphor but a fire one, thank you."
"Of course you do." The Duchess squeezed his hand. "That was ill done of me, and I offer my apologies."
He nodded, her Grace's sincere words a salve.
"You must talk to her, Hampstead, for you must marry. You were willing to roll the dice when you dallied with a lady, and the time has come to pay the dealer." Her lips quirked. "Was that better?"
Despite himself, Christian smiled.
"Much."
Chapter 20. Advancing up the stairs with as much subtlety as he could muster, Christian paused on the landing. A long hall stretched in each direction, and he did not know which way he should go. He set his jaw, his ears tuned to the activity below him. He trod on dangerous ground, and only the threat of ruination propelled him forward into Campbell House's private quarters. Memories of Flora's melody-like laugh assaulted him. The way her lovely green eyes softened whenever a sad bumped his head into her side as he begged for just one more apple. The low moan she made as she undulated, wrapping her legs about his hips, sharing all of herself with him as they made love. He clamped his teeth. He needed to hear her explanation from her own lips. After trying several doors and finding the rooms empty, he came to the final door and noticed it wasn't latched. Inhaling, he nudged it open. Peering around the wood, he glimpsed Flora standing at the window, looking down on the dimly lit gardens below. Shutting the door silently, he finally voiced the question sitting on his tongue all night. "Why did you not tell me?" She spun around in a cloud of red silk, her cheeks pale. She gaped at him before she visibly regathered her poise. "Tell you that I am really the daughter of a duke? Yes, I'm sure you would have allowed me to ride aside if you knew I was titled Lady Flora Campbell." "I certainly would not have fucked you from behind like a stallion with a mare in estrus." He meant to shock her, to throw her off balance as she had thrown him. And while her voice remained steady, Christian did not miss the flush that crept up her chest and to her cheeks. "That would have been a pity." Her pink tongue ran along her bottom lip. "I enjoyed that position." Her words sent heat straight to his groin, and he struggled not to respond. He knew she meant to shame him for his crude remark, but he did not feel shame. Instead, he felt all-consuming desire. Which would not do. With a growl, he advanced across the room toward her. He observed in satisfaction as her pulse raced at the base of her throat. "I did not know you would be here." "And that somehow excuses you from revealing your true identity to me?" he asked as he reached for her, running his hand into her hair and mussing her curls. Pins fell free and pinned satisfyingly to the floor as lush, sweet-smelling black tresses fell to her shoulders and enveloped him in memories. He dipped her head to inhale her essence, pressing kisses to the side of her neck and jaw. "I could not take the chance." She tilted her head to the side, granting him greater access. "Working at Amstead Gardens is so important to me, and you almost sent me away once." "Trusting you is important to me, even if you have hijacked all my good sense." He dragged her scent into his lungs, his eyes damn near rolling back in his head at the passions it invoked. "I'm sorry," she breathed, pressing her cheek to his, her hand clutched to his shirt front. "I should have trusted you. I wanted to, but I was afraid." He knew what that confession had cost her, and an ache spread in his chest. His brave, fierce Flora had shown him repeatedly she was not afraid of anything, and yet confessing her true identity to him frightened her. Christian clutched her about the waist and pulled her close to his body. He longed to bundle her in his arms and escape back to Amstead Gardens, where their world consisted of the two of them and the horses, where they laughed and played and indulged in their passion for one another. But the outside world was threatening her and the gardens, and they needed to act to ensure all was well. He had worked too hard to secure the future of the estate, the future of the Andrews name and the marquisate, to have it pulled into such a scandalous mire. Being Amstead meant doing difficult things, and while marriage to Flora was no burden, he feared she would not see it as such. Reluctantly, he took a step back. She looked up at him, her hands still twined in his dress coat and her gaze questioning.
"I hope you can trust me now, because we have been discovered."
All colour seeped from her face. "What do you mean?"
"Lady Hightower knows, Flora. She knows you're William."
A ringing sounded sharply in Flora's ears, and she flinched from the noise. She had been alarmed when Christian had suddenly appeared in her chamber, his expression one of anger and retribution. But despite his hard words, his voice had been filled with a deep hurt, and she crumbled inside knowing she had hurt him so terribly. Now her insides felt as if they had been frozen, in terror, in confusion, in dread. But, she licked her lips. How is that possible?
Just because I did not recognize you were a woman does not mean everyone is so easily fooled. The Duchess of Claremore has known you were a woman, and your true identity this whole time," he pointed out.
Heat stealing over her cheeks, Flora dropped her gaze. "I know. She told me as much earlier in the evening."
"We can't expect everyone who deciphers the truth to be as circumspect as her Grace."
Christian dragged a heavy hand through his hair.
"Or every investor to be as understanding."
"What does Lady Hightower want?" she asked softly, steeling her spine for the truth.
"Regina wants to be Lady Amstead."
Flora gasped before pressing a quieting hand to her mouth. No expression lay on Christian's face, yet she felt the anger and frustration wafting off him in waves.
"I've always known that Regina harboured a desire for marriage, but throughout our affair I was very clear that my responsibility was to the racing farm."
He shrugged, his broad shoulders straining the seams of his coat.
"I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that this would be the price she would demand for her silence."
"What are you going to do?" she forced out, her mouth dry. Christian propped a hip on her bed, his gaze fixated on her counterpane.
"Well, I'm not going to marry her, that's for certain."
Her chin jerked back. "You're not?" Her traitorous heart squeezed to hear it. He scowled.
"Of course not. I'm not going to be blackmailed into an ill-wanted marriage."
Christian met her gaze then, his brown eyes fierce.
"Plus, I hope to marry someone else."
The look on his face was how she imagined Adam appeared before taking a bite of the apple. It stole her breath.
"Marry me."
Flora blinked. "I beg your—"
"Marry me."
He grabbed her hand, squeezing her fingers so tight they hurt. "But—" she licked her lips. "You don't want to marry me?" His jaw hardened.
"Yes, I do."
"Why did you not ask me before, when you were naive of my title?" His skin grew flushed, and he dropped his gaze.
"What do you want me to say? That I couldn't marry you when I thought you were beneath my station? That I am trying to rebuild my stables, and if word got out that I had been dallying with a lady, and Lord Inveray's sister to boot, I would be ruined?"
"And I wouldn't be?" she growled.
"Would you even care if you were?"
He crossed his arms over his chest, the chest she had just run her hands up, scoring his skin with her nails.
"Would you not welcome an excuse for Inveray to send you back to Scotland? It is not as though you care about your reputation, for why else would you be so careless with it?"
Pressing her lips into a mulish line, she raised a finger. "I may not care about my reputation, but I care about Niall's, and my sisters and Ashwood's."
"And what of mine?"
His voice was low, monotone. It made the hair stand up on her arms.
"Did you consider my reputation at all?"
Of course she had, but it had never been her primary concern. Even as she had toiled alongside her fellow employees at Amstead Gardens, or stolen away with their master for interludes of love-making, her concerns for Christian and the Gardens had been secondary. She was a selfish fool.
"By your silence, I assume the answer is no,"
he grunted.
"Can you truly blame me for seeing marriage as a defense?"
She couldn't. It made sense, but she'd be damned if she admitted it. "If I'm to marry, it will not be to stave off scandal." She thrust up her chin. "The ton has whispered all sorts of lies and exaggerations about me. I've been called uncouth, fast, a scandalous lady. I have never been afraid of the whispers, and I have no desire to tame them now at the risk of my potential husband's respect and goodwill."
"So your whims are more valuable than the Gardens?" He slashed a hand through the air. "Than my potential ruination?"
Sadness clogged her throat. "You had no problem ruining me when you did not think me a lady. Now suddenly you ask me to consider reputations when you never once considered mine?" A gale of emotions darkened his expression, but, just as he was to respond, her bedroom door flew open, the heavy wood causing a thudding sound to echo around the chamber. Niall stood inside the frame.
"What are you doing in here, Amstead?"
His voice was low and flinty, menacing. She looked to Christian, panic sweeping away her thoughts. He stared back at her, his irises large. Stepping into the room, Niall shut the door and leaned back on it, his gaze swinging between them.
"It's true, then?"
"What's true?" She shook her head in confusion.
"Lady Hightower mentioned how much you looked like an employee at Amstead Gardens, a young man who is a trainer in the stables."
He pinned her with a black glower.
"If you hadn't mentioned Amstead's horses before, and I hadn't known what ridiculous larks you're capable of, I never would have entertained the idea that you would engage in such subterfuge. But it was you, was it not?"
Unable to think of an excuse, she wrapped her arms around her waist and turned away. Grief and impotent anger coalesced in her chest, and she clenched her jaw and willed herself to contain her emotions.
"How could you do this? This whole time I thought you were in Yorkshire, but instead you were in Suffolk."
Niall's voice reverberated with anger as he turned to Christian.
"Did you know?"
Christian scowled.
"Not at first. And how is that? How was she able to deceive you?"
His reed-coloured gaze was hooded.
"I knew her as William Grant. She dressed as a young man and saw to her duties, so I did not look closely. She was just another employee." "Until she wasn't."
Niall glared.
"How did you determine her true identity?"
Christian exhaled.
"I discovered she was a woman a couple of months ago. However, I did not learn that she was a lady until you introduced us earlier this evening."
Relief swamped Flora at Christian's explanation, thankful he did not divulge how he had discovered her at the pond. Her brother would be apoplectic, more so.
"But what occurred when you learned she was a woman?"
Niall took a determined step toward Christian, his arms stiff at his sides.
"What happened then?"
Flora held her breath, but whatever he saw on Christian's face had him emitting a low growl and a string of curses.
"You will marry her." I asked her before you entered."
"No!" she exclaimed, her voice loud in the room.
"Damn it, Flora! How can you possibly say no?"
Her brother ran a hand through his hair, leaving it standing on end. He was usually so composed, so controlled in all things. To see him so emotional, so angry, made her heart race with alarm.
"You have been compromised. If anyone discovers where you have been these last months, let alone the affair you have carried on with Amstead, you would be completely ruined."
"Come now, Niall, let us be honest."
"Oh, now you want to be honest."
His lip pressed into a firm line.
"When it suits you."
The words were like a knife flaying her skin, and she winced. "Do not pretend this isn't a perfect excuse to send me back to Scotland. If I'm at Loch Kilmorrow, I cannot hurt your campaign for Prime Minister."
Niall staggered back a step. "Do you really believe me so heartless that I would be more concerned about my damned campaign than I would about my sister's future?"
"Yes, for the last few months I have been living the life I have always wanted." She took a step toward him, her fists curled as if she could make him understand the importance of her words. "You know how much I have wanted to work with racehorses. You know I'm only happy if I'm on the back of a horse. Yet you have insisted I play the part of a lady, and I have. I have done everything you ever asked of me, but it was never enough for you. I have never been enough. Well, I finally had an opportunity to do something for myself, and I did it."
She looked between Niall and Christian, the fire of indignation raging in her chest, threatening to choke her voice.
"I did not ask for permission from either of you, because I do not need it. I am a grown woman with a clever head on my shoulders, and I did not and do not require your approval to do what I want with my life."
Swallowing, she knotted her hands together at her waist.
"I understand if I need to return to Scotland. I have no desire to involve Lord Amstead or the gardens in scandal, especially before the guineas."
She studied her fingers.
"And I would never dream of hurting your campaign, Niall. I know how hard you have worked, and the people of Scotland and England would be lucky indeed if you were Prime Minister."
She finally dragged her gaze up. Niall stared at her, a muscle ticking in his jaw. She was not brave enough to glance at Christian. "I suspect it's a little too late to worry about scandal, and you escaping to Scotland will not make this right." Niall stopped before her, his voice firm. "You must marry."
Flora blinked, alarmed when she saw her brother look to Christian, who nodded his head. "I can't marry him."
"Why not?"
Shaking her head, she turned to the door, desperate to escape. Christian grabbed her hand, his expression blank as he linked their fingers together. His were ice cold.
"You were happy enough to carry on an affair with me, but you balk at the idea of marrying me?"
"That's not it." Flora extracted her hand from his grasp and pressed her fingers to her temples. "It is just, I had my own plans. Neither of you have ever asked me what I want to do with my life. I know you expect me to marry and have children," she said, thrusting her chin in Niall's direction. "But I have never envisioned that future for myself. And now you want me to marry a man who did not want to marry me yesterday, but does today because he knows I'm a lady, because I am a preferable alternative to the blackmail bride he's threatened with. Why must my life always be determined by the whims of men?"
Her voice had become a squeak, the sound causing her pulse to race like an out-of-control stallion. Apparently she was not the only one who noticed her uncharacteristic panic.
for Niall approached her, his grey eyes soft. "Flo, there is no other choice."
"There is always another choice, Niall. Or is it only men who are allowed to choose?"
He visibly ground his teeth together, but held his tongue.
"Flora, you know what is at stake for Amstead Gardens, for Asad."
Christian considered her with fiery eyes, even as his voice remained even.
"If Lady Hightower were to make good on her threat, it would roar like a wildfire through the ton. All the investors I have managed to attract could pull their support from the gardens, and I would be destroyed."
He ran his fingers down her arm before clasping her wrist.
"I understand that you did not want to hurt anyone when you applied for the position as a trainer. But your intentions do not matter now. Marriage is our best defense."
His hand felt like a manacle. God, how had things come to this? She had simply wanted to learn from the Marquis of Amstead and his new Egyptian trainer. No one was supposed to be hurt. No one was supposed to know. Her disguise was meant to keep her safe. But here she stood in her chamber, in a face-off with her brother and her lover over the rest of her life. Her gaze fell on Christian and roved over him with hungry intensity. She had never thought it possible that she would meet a man whom she could not only respect and admire, but also desire and crave. He challenged her and made her feel that her opinion mattered. He made her feel as if she were more than the sum of her title, fortune, and pretty face. And yet, he only asked her to marry him when he learned of her title and connections, just like all the other gentlemen she had met throughout her seasons. A sudden burst of distant laughter startled her, and she was reminded that, while a gay party was being celebrated downstairs, her heart was crumbling into ash upstairs. Perhaps there was hope for them. Steadying herself, Flora crossed her arms over her chest and dug her nails into her biceps. "If I consent to marry you, do I have leave to continue my work with the horses? Will you allow me to participate in the training and exercise of Asad and Kadar and the rest of the string?"
Christian widened his stance, his voice firm. "You would be the Marchioness of Amstead. It would not do to have the lady of the estate mucking about in the paddocks where any sort of accident could maim her."
His words hit like a punch to the gut, and she squeezed her body tighter to protect herself from the blow. A strained silence descended as Flora tried to will herself not to weep in front of him. But he must have read something in her expression, because his nostrils flared. Swinging round to Niall, he extended a hand.
"I thank you for the invitation tonight, but I fear I must depart. If you find you are still interested in seeing Asad race at the Guineas, please have your secretary contact mine, and I will have box tickets sent over directly."
Niall pulled his head back.
"You're leaving? But she has not given you an answer." "Oh, but she has. Her face has told me everything I need to know." His tone was perfectly cordial, but each word was an assassin. "Amstead, give her some time to decide. No doubt emotions are high this evening, and I am certain that she would benefit from some time and space."
"No." The word fell from Christian's lips with stark finality.
"If she cannot see how our marriage would be the best avenue for all of us, I do not want her. How could I possibly marry a woman who would so carelessly engage in activities that could hurt my livelihood and then turn her nose up at the solutions? because her actions are not just a threat to you or me, my lord. Flora has threatened the livelihood of every person who depends on Hampstead Gardens. What sort of Marquis would I be if I not only kept such a person at the Gardens, but made her its mistress?"
Flora did not hear Niall's response over the thundering of her heart. She watched helplessly as Christian opened the door and slipped out, closing it soundlessly behind him. She stared at it for what felt like hours, unaware of anything, until she felt Niall cradle her chin in his hands, his face taut with worry.
"Flo, please tell me you are all right."
A strangled laugh burst from her mouth, and she slapped a hand over it. When she was certain she would not laugh again, she finally said, "Of course I'm not all right. But then, do I really deserve to be?"
Chapter 21.
Christian arrived at Hampstead Gardens well after midnight. He had driven Loki at a fierce pace, desperate to outrun the horrible scene at Campbell House. Flora did not want to marry him. After everything they had shared together, the long conversations, the merry laughs, the passionate embraces and stolen kisses, she had turned down his marriage proposal. Remembering the look of sadness on her face had him clutching his gloves in frustrated rage. Why on earth would she turn down his proposal? He was a Marquis who could trace his line back to the Conqueror. He owned an impressive estate, with even more impressive stables. She should have agreed to marry him for a sad alone. But you told her she would not be permitted to work in the stables. He pushed that uncomfortable thought aside. He could not expect his bride to work in the stables like a common stable hand. She was more than free to ride every day, whether with him or on her own, and she could attend races and auctions with him. But his mind immediately replayed the accident with Sandstone, and his blood turned to ice. Flora had not been half as important to him then as she was now, but the incident had left him shaken and determined to hold on to her with both hands. How would he feel if she were his wife? He would not allow his wife to be in harm's way. It was out of the question. Leading Loki into his stall, he removed his saddle and bridle and settled into the familiar post-ride routine. He was so engrossed in his actions, the rhythmic movements of the brush over the gelding's coat, just as soothing to him as it was to Loki, that he was unaware he had company.
"Is there a reason you skulked back after dark, alone?" "Because I did not want to hear any of your nonsense," he said, raising his head. "What are you doing here? Should you not be abed?" "I was checking on Sassafras. Her time approaches." Baniti considered him from the half-door, his arms draped over the top of the wood. His demeanour was relaxed, but his gaze was critical. "I was waiting for you. As it was, Mrs. Mubarak would not let me come to bed until I knew." "Where is she?" "With her family." "That's good." The trainer quirked his mouth. "But shouldn't she be here?" "She does not want to be." Those 6 words gutted him. Flora did not want to be with him. He had offered her everything he had to give, and it was not enough. Like Cedric, she had decided that happiness lay elsewhere. Baniti made a clicking sound in the back of his throat. "There is more to this story, yes?" Christian shrugged, exhaustion making it a chore. "I asked her to marry me, but she declined." "That's
not possible." The Egyptian man frowned. "There's a word for that, no? Unpossible? Impossible. Yes, that's it." The older man shook his head. "I cannot think of any reason why she would refuse to marry you." "I can think of many reasons," Christian grumbled, turning back to Loki. "But she loves you." He went still and closed his eyes. If only Flora did love him. For if she did, there would not be a terrible ache behind his eyes and a wretched pain in his chest. Forcing down a swallow, he said, "Not enough, it seems." Baniti snorted. "Perhaps it is you who does not feel love for her." Christian jerked his head to the man, his vision clouded with red. "Does love feel like 1,000 tiny stab wounds that are just deep enough to draw blood but not slay? Does it feel like you are trying to draw in breath, but your lungs will only expand just so because your heart has crowded them out of your chest? Does it feel joyous and yet strange and frightening and painful?" Baniti took off his hat and scratched his head. "In the beginning, yes. Love feels remarkably like that." "Well, there you have it then." Christian patted Loki on the neck and turned away. Stopping outside the stall, he stared at the ground. "She's a lady. A wealthy, titled lady. She did not belong here anyway." "Poppycock!" Baniti's eyes flashed. "I understand if you must tell yourself untruths to ease your mind, but do not share such nonsense with me." Throwing his hands out, Christian growled, "A duke's daughter does not belong in the filth and stench of the barn. She could so easily be injured, or worse. She belongs where she can be admired and cared for." The older man stared at him for a long moment before his face fell. Pivoting toward his home, he waved an arm at Christian as he walked out. "If all Englishmen think like you do, is it any wonder she disguised herself as a man to work here?" Christian's throat worked as his gaze followed the man's retreating back until it was swallowed by darkness. Baniti was right. As soon as he had discovered Flora was a lady, she ceased to be his equal and became an ornament to dote on and coset. With a clarity born from distance, he could see why she would be reluctant to share her identity. She knew that the freedom she enjoyed and the respect she earned as William would be no more. He thought back to Inveray's interactions with her. It was obvious that he cared greatly for his sister, but he also seemed confounded by her. How many times had he caught the Marquis staring at Flora with a crinkle in his brow? He suspected that, because the man did not understand her, he attempted to define and manage her. But if Christian had learned anything from the time Flora had spent at Amstead Gardens, it was that she would no sooner allow herself to be managed than a cat would allow itself to be leashed. Yet you tried to do the same thing. With drooping shoulders, he turned toward the manor house. It was too late to reconsider his actions. Flora had rejected him, and in the end, that was all that really mattered. Flora had never been much of a crier. She had learned at an early age to mask her emotions with caustic remarks and bored rejoinders, because to admit to feeling actually led to feeling. But try as she might, she could not mask how distraught she felt in the days after the Campbell ball. She loved Christian, and yet she could not marry him. She declared she did not care if he was forced to marry another. She had been craven. She had been gripped with confused fear. She had wept so hard her voice had been reduced to a hoarse croak. Thus she eschewed all visitors and simply sat in her chambers, alternating between bouts of tears and ones of fiery rage toward Christian, but more often toward herself. Flora had been so selfish. Only after replaying the scene in her mind over and over did she truly understand how much she had risked in her subterfuge. She'd always been aware of the damage she could potentially do to her reputation, and, to a lesser extent, to Niall's. But she had not allowed herself to consider the full effects on Christian and the gardens. And when her sharp tongue had betrayed her, and Christian had needed her to protect all that he had rebuilt, she had fled instead. Now he was being forced to marry another because she could not look beyond herself and her own pride. The memory of the contempt that had fallen over his dear features when she had rejected his proposal kept her awake at night. Flora was certain that she had never really known herself until that moment. Impatient with her own solitary thoughts and feeling of helplessness, she decided she needed advice. And to get that advice, she needed to leave her lair. But leaving the house undetected required patience. Rather than departing to his usual committee meetings or to see to matters at Westminster, Niall had worked from the study for the last several days, which was inconvenient when she was determined to avoid him. Various MPs and campaign members had been underfoot at all hours of the day, causing Flora to keep to her rooms. Not that Niall hadn't tried to coax her to join him for breakfast, or dinner, or this campaign event, or that soirée. Her curt denials had not deterred him, and she was desperate for her sister's advice. Yet, while Niall had been overbearing in his attentions, Juliana had been delinquent in hers. Flora was not certain of her diabolical sister's motives, but she guessed that Juliana wanted her to leave the room, leave the house, do the exact opposite of what came naturally to her. Had Flora been a Campbell laird of old, she would have been perfectly content to hunker down in the castle at Loch Kilmorrow and stubbornly wait out any threat, English or Scots. Juliana knew this of her, blast it, so she was forcing Flora to act. The Duchess was also aware that Flora valued her opinion, knew how much she would desire her company after the devastating events at the Campbell ball. Yet now that Flora needed her help sorting through the mess she had made, Juliana was absent. Glancing over the banister into the entrance hall below, she considered the scene. The area was quiet, for now, but voices emanated from the study. If she were to steal away to Ashwood House, she needed to act. After dashing back into her room, she peered out the window to confirm there was no one milling about the garden or outside the mews. Finding them empty, Flora hurried to the servants' stairs, grasping her hem as she rapidly skipped down them. Reaching the bottom floor, she cocked her head and listened. Male voices could be heard at the other end of the house, but the air about her was silent. Gliding out the back door, she made her way through the streets leading to Ashwood House. When she reached her sister's front door, she did not even knock before she turned the knob and stepped inside. The butler hurried forward, a disgruntled frown on his mouth.
"Lady Flora, Her Grace is upstairs in her sitting-room."
Without waiting to be escorted, she ran up the stairs, bursting into the room without a knock. Juliana sat in her customary chair, cradling a black-haired baby against her shoulder.
"Jule, I cannot believe you have neglected me so,"
Only after proclaiming this did Flora take in the other occupants of the room. The Duchess of Darrington, otherwise known as her dear friend Alethea, lounged on a settee under the pair of windows that overlooked the street. Alethea's sister by marriage, Charlotte, sat in a wing-back chair, engaged in a serious discussion with a red-haired sprite with dark eyes the size of halfpennies. At her entrance, both women looked up with bright smiles of welcome. "Goodness, Flora, you know how to make an entrance," Juliana chided, switching the baby to the opposite shoulder so her sister could kiss her cheek. Flora kissed the baby's sweet-smelling head as well. Alethea bolted over and wrapped her in a hug. "I had hoped you would visit today." Charlotte kissed her cheek when Alethea released her. "We've been concerned." Flora picked up Alethea's young daughter, Lady Margaret, or Daisy as she was called, and placed her in her lap. Flipping open the picture book the toddler held in her hands, Flora avoided their gazes. "I am well, as you can see. What animal is that, Daisy?" "You look pale, dear," Alethea remarked. "And not at all like your usual cheerful self," Charlotte added. She lifted a shoulder as she pointed to a giraffe on the page. "And this one, love?" "You should have married him," her sister declared abruptly, her tone all ducal authority. Juliana was never one to prevaricate. "He only wanted to marry me after he discovered who I was." Righteous indignation pulsed through her at the memory of Christian's belated proposal. "And when I asked if I could continue to work with the horses, he said no." Alethea took a seat next to her, her voice gentle. "I am certain you could have convinced him otherwise. From everything I have heard about Lord Amstead, he seems level-headed and fair." "He certainly did not seem so that night." "Of course he didn't, you ninny." Juliana rolled her eyes. "How would you feel if you attended a ball, when you normally eschew such events, only to discover that the woman you thought was your assistant trainer is in fact a titled lady, an unmarried titled lady? You cannot act as though the distinction is not important. And then some ill-mannered countess discovers said lady's identity and blackmails you with it. My God, I believe he had every right to be flabbergasted and, as a result, imperious and demanding." Flora grumbled a nonsensical response. For Juliana to lay it out in such a bold manner made Flora feel the shame of her selfishness anew. The room fell silent, and after a slight hesitation, Juliana added, "What I do not understand, Flo, is why you did not tell me that your relationship with his lordship had become personal." "I didn't because, I felt if I kept it private just between the two of us, I didn't have to analyze it. I didn't have to consider why it was problematic to engage in an affair with a man who was not only my employer, but from whom I was withholding such a vital part of my identity." A vision of Christian's teasing smiles floated before her eyes. "I could pretend matters were as simple as they appeared." "Matters are never as simple as they appear," Charlotte murmured sympathetically. "As I've learned," she exhaled gustily. "You should have seen his face when Niall introduced us. He looked so confused and offended." "Men are easily offended. I offend Ashwood daily." "I offended Finlay at breakfast when I laughed at a name he selected for the baby." Alethea leaned forward, her grin menacing. "What name was it?" Charlotte blushed and shook her head. "He would never forgive me if I told you." Juliana cleared her throat, The room quieted. "Do you love him, Flo?" The question made her squeeze her eyes shut, as if she could shut it out as easily as she shut out the room around her, shut out the pain she had read all too clearly on Christian's dear face. It was impossible not to love him. I didn't really have a choice. "Then why did you not accept him?" Juliana demanded, her brogue slipping through her ducal constraints. "Because he no longer respected me." She buried her face in Daisy's red curls, tears threatening to burst over the emotional dams she had erected. "When I was simply his assistant trainer, I had earned his respect. I had earned his admiration. He sought my company because of the knowledge I have gathered and the talent I have crafted, and not for what my connections or fortune or title could give him. But as soon as he discovered I wasn't Flora Grant, but Lady Flora Campbell, he looked at me differently. He wanted to manage me like Niall, and like every other suitor who has sought my hand. I could not bear it. I could not bear to know that my worth, to him, had been condensed to the sum of my birth." The only sound in the room was Daisy's soft voice as she continued to point to animals in the book, oblivious to the tension around her. "I would never want you to marry a man who did not respect you. You deserve a spouse who will stand by your side and treat you as an equal, for you are the equal of any man." Her sister paused until Flora met her gaze. "But, my dear, you had to have known this was a possibility. With any gamble there are risks. You risked your reputation and your heart, and the hand did not play out as you anticipated. But while you went into this situation with your eyes open, Niall and his lordship did not, and yet they are now just as much in the hole as you are." The words stung. Although she did not look at them, she knew that Alethea and Charlotte were watching her, no doubt in agreement with her sister. "And, dearest, will you really let your pride clear the way for him to marry Lady Hightower?" A wave of nausea crashed over Flora as she closed her eyes against it. Pressing a kiss to Daisy's head, she set the girl on the settee next to her mother and rose to her feet. "If you'll excuse me, ladies, I must leave. Have a pleasant day." Over their objections, she left, catching Juliana's sad eyes as she closed the door. She was a coward. Flora had never known such a thing about herself until she found it easier to sequester herself from her siblings and friends, from her beloved Banri, than to face the truth of her selfish nature. Lost in thought, she was only aware she had entered through the front door when Niall called her name. Stifling a groan, she spun on her heels, keeping her eyes trained on her slippered feet. "I'm surprised to see you about. Did Juliana finally lure you out?" Her stomach tightened. "I needed to speak with someone who understands me." The shuffle of his feet on the marble floors was the only indication that he had taken a step closer. "Don't you think I understand you?" "I do not believe you've ever tried to." A half-minute ticked off the clock, each second a jab to her composure. "I have ordered the carriage to be ready to depart for Loch Kilmorrow tomorrow morning." Jerking her head up, her heart in her throat, she asked, "Who's departing for Scotland?" "You are." He brushed an errant curl off her forehead with hesitant fingers. "That is what you want, is it not?" Flora covered her mouth and nodded. "The Highlands are a special kind of tonic." She nodded again, unable to think of an adequate response. Niall's gaze was thoughtful.
Pack your trunks, then. He turned to leave. The carriage leaves at daybreak.
Wait!
She uttered the word with more force than she expected, and her brother turned with his brows raised.
Can I leave after the race?
Flora was grateful that Niall seemed to understand her broken, anxiety-filled plea, for his smile was gentle. Of course, Ashwood and Juliana leave for Yorkshire next week, so you can travel with them and then push on to Lochkilmorrow when you wish. At her nod of agreement, he asked, "Will you want to sit in Amstead's box? He's extended an invitation." Probably not for me, Flora thought bitterly. Squaring her shoulders, she shook her head. I think it best if I watch from the lawn. A glower darkened Niall's face. "It's not safe for a young woman in the lawn seats, Flo." She slowly arched a brow. "Mo crech, you're impossible. Fine, just make sure you bring Duncan along. He is supposed to arrive tomorrow." Niall grumbled, turning away again. "Thank you," she whispered, watching him disappear into his study. The lawn leading down to the barn was covered in mist when Christian stepped out of the front door of the manor house. The rising sun was obscured by clouds, but their wispy constitution appeared unprepared to handle the warmth of a late April day. He took a moment to survey the landscape as he did most mornings, a feeling of purpose coursing through his veins. Amstead Gardens was a beautiful home, and not a day went by that he wasn't honoured to be its steward. But as he contemplated all that lay before him, he discovered that his resolve to face his responsibilities was absent today. His energy was non-existent. Instead, an apathetic cloud hovered over him, dampening everything that used to bring him a modicum of happiness. He should name the cloud Flora, for it had not appeared until after that blasted ball. Still, he saw to his duties. After checking on Kadar, who was frolicking in the pasture, all signs of his injury and unpleasant memory in the early morning rays, Christian made his way to the main paddock. 6 horses hung their heads over their half-doors, their ears keen to his footfalls, no doubt hopeful that he had brought them apples along with his morning greetings. He rubbed several noses, scratched a few ears, and patted numerous jaws before making his way to Sassafras's box. A knobby-kneed bay colt dashed about the small stall, kicking up straw until it stuck to him and his weary mamma in clumps. Flora would have laughed at his antics, and the thought brought a rush of melancholy behind it. "The first 2 supply wagons head out to Newmarket soon." "I know. I had the porter review everything that was being loaded," Christian said, turning to proceed to the next box. "I had him review the contents with me as well." Baniti's voice hinted at his amusement. "Do you still plan to have Assad walked over tomorrow?" "Yes." He stopped outside the stallion's door, where he spied the beast munching on warm gruel. "If he leaves tomorrow, it will give him time to become familiar with his new surroundings, and hopefully he'll spare us any of his horsey tantrums." "William always had a deft hand with his tantrums." The Egyptian man uttered this sentence as if the observation had not ricocheted through Christian like an errant bullet. To salvage his pride, he offered a brisk nod. "We'll need a groom posted outside his box at all times. I do not want to risk the chance that cruel hijinks will be enacted on us the night before the race. I've already worked out a schedule with the lads. They know that no one is allowed near Assad's box, no matter the coin offered or the pretty face asking. Tell them they will receive a generous bonus if Assad places. That should keep them loyal.
Christian returned his gaze to the stallion, who took that moment to raise his head and meet his eye. Assad stared at him stoically, as if he understood the words, as if he understood all the hopes that rested on his withers. "Before you go, my lord, I have something I thought you might like to see." Baniti peered at him with an odd sort of expression on his face. "I asked the housekeeper to send a maid to clean out William's room, and when she had completed her task, she gave me this." He extended a tartan-wrapped item to him. "I suspect it was meant for you." Extending a hand, Christian considered it in confusion. As he pulled the fabric away, he vaguely acknowledged that Baniti had left him, as if the man knew he required privacy. Spreading the tartan flat in his palm, his breath caught as a small carved figure was revealed. His pulse lurched as he realized it was a horse, but this carved horse was standing on his hind legs, his forelegs propped before him like arms, and in his hooves was what appeared to be a sheet of paper. Christian drew the figure close and snorted when he spied the smirk and cocked brow on the equine face. The little horse was inspecting his list with due attention. He laughed out loud when his eyes landed on the minuscule pencil tucked behind the horse's ear. Flora had carved it for him. There was no doubt. Why else would she include the list, the smirk? Only he knew she whittled, and the idea that she had thought of him when she had applied knife to wood filled him with love, and a large dose of regret. A noise drew his head up, and he found Assad considering him with sombre black eyes. "I'm sure I don't deserve that forlorn look. I am here, am I not?" The beast continued to stare at him. Christian ran a thumb over the wooden horse's head and rewrapped it in the tartan, tucking it into his pocket. He stepped closer and dragged a palm along Assad's soft head. "She lied, lad. She was a lady the whole time." The horse pushed his head firmly into Christian's palm. "A lady can't work in the stables." He dropped his hand and scrubbed the back of his neck. "She's not meant to muck out stalls, hack out green 2-year-olds, and tend to breeding mares." His equine judge appeared unimpressed. Propping his shoulder against the doorframe, Christian sighed. "I told her that a marchioness couldn't work with the horses. I denied her the very thing she had gone to such scandalous lengths to obtain." The stallion swished his tail and swung his head to the side, seeming to peer at Christian in an accusatory manner. "Don't look at me like that, lad. Think of the multitude of ways she could be hurt." He slipped an apple from his coat pocket and offered it to the horse as an apology. "She could be thrown from Horatio's back and knock her pretty head, rendering her insensible. She could be kicked by a draft horse she was helping through her labour pains, or trampled by a pair of spooked carriage horses." Assad rammed his great head into Christian's side, his horse snuffling at his pockets in search of additional treats. Christian pulled out another apple, which the beast promptly gobbled up. "The truth is, lad, I let her title convince me she was someone completely different from the Flora I grew to know and care for. My bitterness obscured all the things that drew me to her in the first place. Her wit, her acerbic opinions, the fearless way she approached every challenge, the gentle way she handled every creature, man or beast, at the gardens. Stepping into the stables was painful without the anticipation of seeing Flora about.
Her presence had made the structure brighter, more cheerful, which was something that had sorely been missing since his father's death. He missed her, and he resented it, because he should be focused on the guineas and not mooning over his lost lover. He kicked the door frame, and several equine heads swung into view up the walk. He ignored them. She was far above us, lad. Better to admit it and move on than suffer in delusion. His stallion bared his teeth and spun away, ambling to the other side of the box and all but dismissing him. He chuckled dryly. You have a race to run, and I expect you to mind your breaks and perform well, whether or not she's here to wish you well. The traitorous horse tossed his head. A lifetime spent in the stables told Christian that his stallion was none too impressed with his lecture. Chapter 22. The buzz of the crowd was deafening, and it pumped into Flora's blood like a drug, leaving her with a smile that stretched ear to ear. She stood at the rail, a race pamphlet clutched to her chest, as she surveyed the colourful array of racegoers that ebbed and flowed about her like a giant beehive. Many spectators stood on the top of wagons or carriages, hoping for a better view of the action, while others, like her, huddled along the course itself. The headline race approached, and anticipation hung heavy over the racecourse. Flora glanced up at the boxes lining the track. She could make out Christian, his arms propped on the wooden fence that separated the box from the grandstands, his expression shielded from her by the brim of his top hat. But the distance between them could not hide the tension in his shoulders and jaw. She understood, for her nerves felt strained and raw. A blonde-haired woman laid a hand on his back at that moment and dipped down to whisper in his ear. Lady Hightower. His fiancée. Although no engagement announcement had appeared in the papers, it was only a matter of time. Flora had spurned him when he needed her the most, and all but sent him into the Countess's arms. The knowledge kept her up at night. Still, that did nothing to deaden the pain she felt watching Lady Hightower touch Christian as if she had leave to. Not that she could fault the woman. She remembered the heady feeling of his strong body beneath her fingertips, his skin unbelievably soft. Mocrech. What was she doing to herself?
The headliner is up next. Are you ready?
Blinking, she met her cousin Duncan's eyes. I am.
Why are you doing this, Flo? You could have read about the race in the papers. You did not have to be here, where Amstead is parading about with his soon-to-be fiancé, to know if Assad succeeds.
He is not parading about, she said staunchly, just stopping herself from elbowing him in the ribs. He's all but ignored her this entire time.
So, you have been watching him?
Of course I have, you daft idiot. He's there. Even if I were disciplined enough to avoid looking at him, my body would turn to him like a sunflower at the rising.
Duncan rocked back on his feet, his green eyes wide with surprise.
That's doing it up a bit, Brown, don't you think?
Flora should have known better than to share such thoughts with her cousin. How could he possibly understand the depths of longing she felt every time she looked at Christian, every time she thought of him?
"Do be quiet,"
was all she said. If Duncan intended to respond, it was drowned out by the announcement that the 2,000 guineas was about to begin. Her thundering heart was in her throat as Assad was brought to the starting line by the firm, capable hands of young David. Closing her eyes, Flora prayed that Assad would have a clean break and that David would remember to save the stallion's strength for the straight.
She prayed that Asad would be victorious for Christian, for Mr. Mubarak, for all the lovely employees at Amstead Gardens, who even now saw to their responsibilities while all their hopes hung on a temperamental horse that could either save them or ruin them. And when the flag dropped, Flora forgot to breathe. Asad's break was effortless, as if it was normal for him to burst into a gallop at a moment's notice. She couldn't see him when he disappeared around the bend, but excited whispers travelled over the crowd from the other side of the track. "Asad has a 2-length lead over Liverpool Lad. Amstead's horse is running strong. He's flying." The increased cheers were the only indication the field was coming around the far turn and heading into the straight. Flora clicked her tongue when she saw Asad neck and neck with Liverpool Lad, his closest competitor. David had obviously remembered to hold back the colt so that he had a nice long view of his competition. And as if scripted, Flora watched in awe as Asad simply pulled away, as if he shifted into some unknown speed only he was capable of. The stallion dropped his head and raced away from the field. She jumped up and down, her voice hoarse from shouting, when Asad darted across the finish line to the roar of the approving crowd. But her gaze did not remain on Asad. It returned to Christian. While the other occupants of the box cheered around him, he simply stood stoically by the fence, an odd sort of sadness on his face. The sight wrenched her heart, and she buried her face in her hands and shed a few tears.
"Congratulations on a spectacular race, Amstead."
"Thank you." Christian smiled at the well-wisher, but did not break his stride. He wanted to find Baniti and coordinate the return trip to the gardens. After a week in Newmarket, he was ready for his own bed, for the familiar surrounds of the stables and pastures, and the smell of hay and sunshine. He found the man supervising Asad's bath, an air of content cloaking him. Considering that his charge had just claimed victory at the 2,000 guineas, Christian could excuse his trainer's smugness. As for the beast in question, the stallion practically preened. With his head held high and his tail swishing, he moved about as if he were anxious to return to the track to bask in the crowd's adulation. Christian rolled his eyes, even while a smirk twitched his lips.
"He's done well. I'm pleased."
Baniti turned, his brow knit.
"Well, my lord, he just won the guineas. I would say he's done more than well."
Christian flicked a hand.
"Considering he did not have a 2-year-old season here in England, I'm impressed with his showing." "But he raced in Egypt."
The older man crossed his arms over his chest.
"He did, but then races in Egypt are not like races in England. There is not as much mud."
When Christian shook his head, Baniti chuckled softly.
"In Egypt he learned endurance and strength, but here with you he learned patience. That is always a hard thing to teach a horse. To run quickly, but know to save your energy for the right moment. He has been the best, so far."
Why didn't this knowledge bring him more happiness, or, more importantly, mollify his concerns for Amstead Gardens? If Asad won the Derby, in addition to the guineas, Christian would have more than enough money to pay percentages to his investors and set the gardens back toward paying off debts his father had incurred. Asad was proving himself to be all that he had hoped for, but he seemed incapable of celebrating. The victory felt hollow and unsatisfying.
"Look at him, my lord. See how he struts about, hoping for your praise." Baniti scowled. "Yet you stand here frowning when you should be smiling." Christian sighed and approached his stallion, running his hand along his neck to his head, where he scratched under his chin. Assad considered him with a solemn expression. "You have done well, lad. I knew you had greatness in you." The beast's large black eyes considered him for a long moment, and Christian was certain the animal understood his melancholy. Suddenly his ears twitched backwards, and Christian looked up. Regina stepped out from the shadows of the barn, a picture of English femininity in a primrose-coloured day dress and a becoming straw bonnet. Her smile was welcoming, but something vulture-like hovered in her blue eyes. With one last pat for his stallion, Christian exhaled before he approached her. "Lady Hightower, did you come to greet the winner? He does so love to meet his fans." She smiled, all white teeth and charm. "I came to congratulate his owner." "How kind of you." He grabbed her hand and kissed the air above her knuckles. "I am happy you could be here to see Assad's run. We did not have an opportunity to talk much, so did you enjoy the race?" "Most assuredly." Regina turned and walked several paces away. He followed, apprehension curling about him. She linked her hands before her waist, all elegance. "Amstead, you are stalling." Christian slowly arched a brow. "I don't know what you mean." "Of course you do," she said primly, her tone thick with condescension. "You have not announced our engagement." "Do forgive me, my lady, for being distracted from our unwanted engagement by the fact I was preparing my blasted colt to race in the damned guineas," he bit out, spinning and prowling further into the stable's dark interior. Christian had not wanted to think about Regina. He had done his best not to consider the blasted blade hanging over his head like a guillotine of old, just waiting to sever his freedom and yoke him to a woman who had no qualms about entering into the holy marital state under cutthroat pretenses. After Flora's refusal the week prior, he had thrown himself into preparing Assad for the race, and he was not going to apologize for not giving Regina and her conniving blackmail scheme even a tenth of his attention. Soft footfalls heralded her presence behind him. "The race has been won now. I think an engagement announcement in the wake of Assad's big victory would be charming." Gritting his teeth, he glanced over his shoulder at her. Regina held up her hands as if imagining the headline in her mind. "The Marquis of Amstead claimed victory on the track, and now he claims a wife. What do you think?" "It sounds rather mercenary, if I'm honest." "I'll leave the wording up to you, then." She waved a dismissive hand. "But I expect to see it within the next several days." She approached him then, running her hand up his back to grip his shoulder. With more strength than he knew she possessed, she yanked him about. Locking her blue eyes on his, she dropped her voice. "Do I have to remind you what's at stake if you do not give me what I ask?" "No," he managed around his teeth. "Excellent," she said, her voice cheerful. Dropping into a polite curtsy, she said, "I so look forward to the announcement, my lord. Perhaps we can even be married by the Derby. Wouldn't that be delightful?" She did not wait for him to answer, the jaunt of her departing steps a testament to her happiness with the world. But Christian wanted to kick something.
He had never felt more helpless, or more impotent to stop impending doom from crashing about his head. Balling his hands into fists, he banged them against his forehead as he mentally cursed the day he dallied with Lady Hightower. With dejection threatening to smother him, he wandered toward Assad's stable on heavy feet. Nodding to the groom who stood watch at the stable door, he slipped inside and slowly sank into the soft hay, his back resting against the rough wood. Assad munched on his feed, his tail swishing to and fro in contentment. Christian was jealous of the beast. Running his hand through his hair, he stopped abruptly when he noticed something buried in the straw. Fishing it out, he found it was a copy of the Times of London, with handwritten notes scribbled along the margins of the spread for the day's racing events. Assad's name had a dark circle around it. Christian smiled at the sight. A thought came to him, and he went still. It was a dangerous thought, because while it was promising, it carried a multitude of risks. Yet he considered it until the sun had disappeared below the horizon, until all the stable's occupants had settled down to sleep. And as he rose to shake his trousers free of straw, a determined grimace settled on his lips, for he had an announcement to send to the paper. Chapter 23. Flora stood on the shore of the lake, the rippling grey water extending out until it skirted the edge of the home woods of Ashwood Place. A strong breeze ripped strands of her hair from her simple braid and lashed her face with them, but she ignored them. In truth, she hardly felt them at all. Since arriving at her sister's home in Yorkshire several days previously, she had been numb. While she played with her nephews, cuddled her tiny niece, indulged in witty conversations with Ashwood, and simply relaxed in Juliana's familiar, loving presence, she had been numb to everything else but the thought of Christian. The memories of their times together, the cadence of his laugh, the feel of his calloused hands gliding across her skin. She also thought of Assad and Mr. Mubarak, and wished she could be with them now as they prepared for the start of the Derby. To have stayed for the race was an impossibility. As it was, Flora awoke every morning with her teeth clenched, certain it was the day she'd read in the paper of Christian's engagement to Lady Hightower. She dreaded the moment, and yet she knew she was the reason it would come to be. The knowledge did not make it any easier to bear. She loved him. Flora knew that now. After days of replaying their happy moments together, and even the times when she wanted to smack him, her heart ached fiercely that they weren't together, that so many silly notions and ideas had kept them apart, that her pride had been more important than her love for him. Flora bit down on her tongue to keep the tears at bay. She had shed so many tears since the day Christian had fled her chamber at Campbell House. So engrossed was she in her own torment that she did not hear the soft crunch of gravel behind her. "This has always been my favourite place to sit with my thoughts." Juliana stood several feet away, a light shawl draped about her shoulders. Her sister's gaze was trained on the waters, a serene look on her lovely face. "I'm happy you have found so much happiness here with Ashwood," Flora said, a small spark of envy jabbing at her chest. Juliana took a step closer, still not meeting Flora's eyes. "I am too. When I set off to London with you and Niall those years ago, I hoped I would be lucky enough to meet a man I would be proud to call my husband, and I am proud of Ashwood, but more so, I love him for accepting me and loving me, strengths, faults and all. I mean, you do have a small multitude of faults, Flora teased. Thankfully, he does as well. Juliana was silent for a moment. I had hoped you would find a measure of comfort here with the boys and the baby, but I realise now how naive that was. But I have found comfort with you and the children, she smirked, and you know how much I enjoy complaining about society and politics with Ashwood. You two are horrible together. Juliana's expression softened. Still, Ashwood Place could never be your home indefinitely. Of course not, Flora grumbled, linking her arms across her chest. Loch Kilmorrow will always be home. Juliana looked at her then, a dubious tilt to her head. I don't think so, my darling. I think you're homesick for a very different place now. The urge to deny it sat on the tip of her tongue, but for once Flora held her silence. Her heart no longer ached for the Highlands, although she suspected that a part of her would always reside there. Instead, her soul was called south, to the bustling stables at Amstead Gardens, where she had fallen in love with a horse and his rakish owner. Yet Amstead would be marrying another. The reminder made her sway on her feet, and she gripped herself tighter to withstand the painful onslaught of reality. Niall has sent us a copy of the latest issues of the Times of London via express. It arrived this morning. I think you should see it. Bile touched the back of Flora's throat. I have no interest in reading anything in the Times. You will want to read this, Juliana said emphatically. I don't want to read it, Flora growled, her glare fearsome. As always, Juliana was not moved. Very well, I will read it to you. Pulling a strip of paper from her pocket, she smoothed it flat and cleared her throat. Triple Crown favourite Assad, trained by a lady. Flora barely avoided tripping over her own feet in her haste to rip the paper from her sister's hands. Latching her desperate eyes on the paper, she read, In an exclusive interview, the Marquis of Amstead revealed that a lady had been an integral part of Assad's training team. Although he mentioned that her clever techniques and strategic approach to horse racing had greatly benefited the stallion's success, he did not reveal her name, even when pressed. He declared that her identity was hers to reveal, not his. When the reporter asked how he would feel if Amstead Garden investors refused to back him after his disclosure, Christian was quoted as saying, Assad has proven his worth. If the knowledge that his success is owed to a talented, devoted trainer, who also happens to be a woman, affects their decisions, well then, I suppose those investors are not worthy of partaking in Assad's victories. If Flora were the swooning kind, she would have been an incoherent mass on the hard, rocky beach. Instead, she balled the paper to her chest and swallowed back the sobs burning her throat and eyes. He had revealed her part in Assad's story. Christian had disclosed her role in readying the talented beast for the racing circuit. He had risked his investors, the wrath of the Jockey Club, his family's good name, and the garden's very future to make known the integral part she played in Assad's success. A fire sparked hot and bright in her chest. She had to go to him. I asked for the carriage to be ready to depart within the hour. Juliana's green eyes were sparkling. Will that be enough time to pack? Your performance in this race was better than the first, Christian murmured, gliding the brush along Assad's wiry coat. You burst from the line as if tax collectors were on your heels. Joyous pandemonium had broken out across the Epsom Downs racecourse when Assad crossed the finish line in front of his competitors by a commanding lead. All of Christian's hopes were realized in that moment. His desire to restore Amstead Gardens to greatness, to pull the estate back from the brink of ruin, and to be recognized as England's premier horse trainer had been won with Assad's Derby victory. Christian inhaled a great sense of relief. Yet heaviness still clung to his chest. Without Flora, these things that had been his goals for so long felt almost inconsequential. His success was muted and colourless. Even the potential scandal his newspaper article generated could not dampen the furor surrounding Assad's success at the Derby. It sensationalized the stallion's story, and well-wishers and potential investors flocked to Assad and Amstead Gardens like a swarm of hornets desperate to share in his achievement. Christian had even received reports that reporters had been apprehended in the Amstead Gardens stables, or trying to sneak into the manor house looking for morsels of information to include in their articles. It was ridiculous, and for all that trouble, he still had not heard from Flora, or Inverray. He had, however, heard from Regina. The letter he had received the afternoon the article was published was covered with her hastily scrawled script, each word ripe with vitriol for him and his underhandedness. It was a claim that had made him laugh for the sheer hypocrisy of it. She had repeated her threat to reveal Flora's name, but he had heard nothing from her since. Christian suspected that Flora's siblings and friends had leaned heavily on the Countess, not to make trouble for herself, and he was thankful for it. There were definitely perks for Flora to count duchesses as a sister and a best friend. If only he could see Flora. The agony of her absence had settled into a dull ache in the centre of his chest, as if a hole now existed where his heart had been. As he contemplated what to do next, Assad snorted and tossed his head. His gaze trained on something behind Christian. Assuming it was another reporter, Christian turned with a scowl, and his breath seized in his lungs. Cedric stood in the dim light of the barn, but his brown eyes seemed to glint. His hair was longer, curling about his ears in a rakish manner, and his clothes were sophisticated and expensive. He seemed to stand taller, his bearing portraying ease and confidence. Even the lines on his face had deepened, most especially the smile lines that bracketed his mouth. Christian's gaze fell to his brother's hands, and his paint and dye-stained fingers made his lips twitch. After giving Christian a cursory nod, Cedric's attention fell on Assad. "He's much larger up close, isn't he?" Naturally, Christian curled his lip. "For an artist, I thought you would be aware of such a thing. Perhaps you're not learning as much in Italy as you thought you would." To his surprise, Cedric laughed, a hearty sound Christian hadn't realized he had forgotten until that moment. "I can't say I have missed your cutting remarks, but I see your words are just as sharp as ever." Christian dropped his gaze to his dust-covered boots. Shame turned sour in his gut. They had not seen each other in 2 years, and the first words he had spoken were uttered in disdain. "Why are you here?" he demanded, desperate to smother the emotions his brother's sudden appearance flared to life. "I received your regrets letter." "I came because of this," Cedric said, as he reached into his pocket. He extracted a folded broadsheet, which he slowly unfolded. With a thrust of his arm, he held it up for Christian's inspection. It was the article about Assad's female trainer. It was the article about Flora. Without a word, Christian pivoted, showing Cedric his back. He didn't regret divulging the information shared in the article, but he wished he had thought to do it before everything between Flora and him had fractured, before she had left and rendered Assad's triumph in the Guineas and the Derby muted victories. "I would very much like to meet this trainer of yours." He snorted. "You can't." "Why not?" Cedric asked, his tone curious. Inexplicably, Christian was angry. "Because she's not here, damn it!" A tense silence echoed between them until Cedric broke it. "I have a room at the coaching inn. I have no idea how I was lucky enough to get one with the crush in town for the race, but I know not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Care to join me for dinner and ale?" Deflated and exhausted, Christian scrubbed a hand over his face and nodded. 30 minutes later, they were sat at a corner table in the noisy coaching inn dining room, watching as racegoers chatted, ate, and drank about them. Christian nursed his tankard of ale, his gaze landing on anything but his brother. "So, how long has your trainer been working with Assad?" Cedric asked conversationally. "Since he arrived at Amstead Gardens a few months ago." His brother cocked his head at this. "I assume you did not know she was a woman." "Why do you assume that?" he growled. "Because you would not have hired her if you had known." Taking in Christian's scowl, Cedric chuckled. "You may be unconventional in many ways, but in others you are as conservative as the most devout vicar. Women do not belong in the stables. Second sons are only allowed to enter the clergy or military." Christian barely contained a wince. He had thought that. His father had believed the same. Yet over the last few months he had begun to feel differently. Flora had opened his eyes to the many biased ways he sought to control those around him, including Cedric. Taking a healthy gulp of ale, Christian took his time swallowing down the bitter drink. "Yes, well, perhaps my outlook has changed." "Is that so?" Cedric dropped his tankard onto the tabletop with a thud and leaned forward. "Tell me how it's changed." Christ! The time had come to either be honest or to push Cedric away once and for all. What would Flora do, he wondered. It did not take him long to conclude that, while she had withheld her true identity from him, she had been truthful about everything else. Rubbing a hand across his mouth, he sighed. "I realize I didn't ask you about your plans for the future. Without ever consulting you, I assumed that we would work side by side to see the garden's racing reputation restored. And when you tried to assert authority over your own life, I scorned you. I all but sent you away. I felt betrayed when I was the one asking you to betray yourself." The words tasted like sawdust on his tongue, but Christian was relieved to have shared them. Watching Flora struggle to be seen for her worth, to have her ambitions respected and her accomplishments celebrated, made him understand how much he had wronged his brother. He might not understand Cedric's passion for art, but he did not need to. He simply needed to support him. Without waiting for Cedric to respond, he pushed forward. "I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to make you feel that you had to conform in order to win my approval. If you wish it, I would be happy to pay for your studies here in England." He licked his lips. "Or if you would prefer to return to Italy,
I will grant you a healthy allowance to ensure that you can continue your studies with the support you deserve."
Cedric stared at him for a length of time, the tight lines around his eyes the only indication that he was moved by Christian's offer.
"If your assistant trainer has wrought this change of heart in you, I look forward to shaking her hand."
Christian snorted.
"Well, you will have to travel to Scotland to do it." "Why is she there and not here with you? If she worked as hard as you say to prepare Assad for the circuit, shouldn't she be here to see him claim victory?" "She's there because, as I did with you, I sought to place her in a box of my making. There is no box large enough to contain her spirit. I was unwilling to give her the things she needed, the respect she demanded, and so she refused me."
His brother's eyes grew wide.
"So your relationship became personal, it seems. Was the article your attempt to make amends?"
"It was my apology."
Cedric's mouth quirked. "And has she accepted?" "Well, she's not here, is she?"
Determined not to meet his brother's gaze, Christian traced a finger over a deep groove in the tabletop.
"Then go to her and beg her forgiveness in person," Cedric scoffed. "It sounds as if she is a strong enough woman to deal with your autocratic behavior, and now you must be strong enough to give her the freedom to be the woman she desires to be. Perhaps then she will consent to be your wife."
"My, you have grown wise in your time away," Christian said, a small smile curving his lips.
"I have always been wise. You just never listened to me."
Bowing his head, Christian nodded. He had taken Cedric for granted. He had taken so many things for granted. But maybe there was time to make things right. Excitement kindled in his gut.
"Well, I will listen to you now." "Would you like company on the trip?" Cedric asked.
His words were light, but a hopeful glint shone in his eyes.
"I'd love some."
The brothers departed hours later. As his gelding's hooves thundered along the road leading out of Epsom, Christian leaned low over his back. For the first time in weeks, he felt something other than regret and sadness. He glanced to where Cedric rode by his side. If he could begin to repair his relationship with his brother, he could win Flora. He had to. The alternative was not to be borne. While they raced along poor country roads, he told Cedric about Flora, about her talent with the horses, her hoydenish tendencies, and her sunny smiles. He shared how he came to love her, even though he knew her social status meant that she could never be his bride. And he revealed how he had discovered her true identity, but instead of celebrating the fact that a real future together was possible, he had mucked it up. In turn, Cedric told him of his adventures in Europe. He spoke with animation and admiration about the techniques he'd learned and the fellow artists he'd met, and Christian was reminded of how wrong he had been to try to keep his brother from exploring his passion for art. When the dirt road gave way to cobbled pavers, he directed his mount to Grosvenor Square. A groom in Kilmorrow attire greeted him as soon as Loki came to a stop, and Christian launched himself up the front steps of Campbell House, Cedric following close behind. The butler opened the door before he could knock, and once he had taken their dusty coats, said, "Allow me to show you to his lordship." They followed the butler to a room at the corner of the house. Christian had not entered this space when he attended the Campbell ball the previous month. For a second, he contemplated how the past month had felt like a year. A sad, painful year. Mentally refocusing, he strolled through the doorway and was greeted by the scent of beeswax candles. His gaze was drawn to a large candelabra that dominated the room, illuminating the space, even with only a fraction of its candles lit. Bookshelves lined 3 of the 4 walls, shorter ones filling the space under the large glazed windows that overlooked Grosvenor Square. Christian studied the shelves, his lips twitching as he noted that books were wedged every which way they could fit, the effect more charming than disorderly. A vision of Flora curled up on one of the plush leather chairs under the windows, reading an adventure story, made him smile. Movement on the other side of the room snagged his attention. "Amstead, what a surprise!" The Marquis of Inverray frowned as he rose to his feet, slipping a pair of spectacles from his nose. "I did not expect to see you here. Didn't your stallion race today?" "He won today," Christian stated, walking closer. "I offer you my congratulations," Inverray said, his gaze sliding to the side. Gesturing with his hand and smiling, Christian said, "This is Lord Cedric, my brother." After the men exchanged pleasantries, the Marquis returned his attention to him. His expression was both curious and wary. "I suspect you have other motives for arriving on my doorstep when you should rightfully be celebrating." "Victory feels hollow without Flora." He had not meant to share such a confession, but, alas, he was not known for his delicacy. Inverray stepped back, a hand rubbing across his stubbled jaw. "When you last saw her, under this very roof, in fact, you declared that you didn't want her." Christian flinched. "I was wrong." "Of course you were. She's absolutely perfect for you." The Marquis levelled a finger at him and glared. "And you're perfect for her. But what has changed? Surely you haven't decided to give her leave to work with your precious chattel?" Grunting, Christian looked away. If I had continued to believe she was a lad, I never would have questioned her abilities. William would have gone about his work with a sad, and all the horses in my stable with nary a worry from me. "So you changed your mind when you discovered that he was in fact a she?" "No." He swiped at his brow. "My confidence in her abilities was overshadowed by my fear for her when I learned she was Lady Flora Campbell. The rules for the game had suddenly changed." "Flora always did like to play by her own rules," Inverray murmured, strolling to the sideboard, where he gestured to 2 decanters. "Which do you gentlemen prefer?" "The whiskey, if you please," Cedric said animatedly. After handing them each a glass of amber liquid, Inverray returned to his seat. He considered Christian over the rim of his tumbler. "What do you want from me, Amstead?" Christian took a gulp of whiskey. "I want you to tell me where she is." "What are your intentions?" "I intend to beg for her forgiveness and ask her to be my bride, not because there is any scandal to hide, but because I want to marry her." Inverray studied him, seeming not at all bothered by the suffocating silence that descended on the trio. Christian worked to keep his nerves at bay. He was certain he could find Flora without Inverray's help, but it was important for her brother to approve of his suit. For all her grumblings, she adored the man. When Christian's patience was waning, the Marquis nodded. "It's about damn time you went after her. An article is all very well, but Flo deserves to be swept off her feet, and I expect you to do as much, Amstead." A grin creased Christian's face.
"Oh, I intend to."
Chapter 24. Juliana had refused to let Flora ride to London on Banri, and had insisted she take a carriage, complete with outriders and a maid as chaperone. The Duchess declared that Flora had larked about long enough without due care for her reputation, and that, if she were to be a marchioness, as they hoped, she needed to behave with some measure of decorum. Flora reluctantly agreed, if only to hasten the process of departure. But after 2 days on the road in a cramped carriage, she was desperate for fresh air and exercise. When they stopped at a coaching inn for lunch, Flora all but launched herself from the cab. She told her maid she was going to walk for a bit to stretch her legs, and waved away the woman's offer to join her. She needed solitude, a chance to collect her thoughts. She stumbled across a bubbling stream not far from the inn yard, an idyllic, quaint setting for a respite. Untying her bonnet's ribbons, she pulled it from her head, closing her eyes as she tilted her face back to soak up the warm sunshine. Pacing along the water's edge, Flora debated what she would do when she arrived in London. She had wanted to go directly to Hampstead Gardens, but Juliana had convinced her that it was best to meet Niall first, since he had been in town to witness the scandal brewing over the article. The Duchess was certain he would know where Hampstead was and how best to approach him. Flora recognised the plan as wise, but it did not make the wait any easier. She longed to see Christian and to tell him how sorry she was for her selfish behaviour.
"It appears I wasn't the only one in need of some fresh air."
Jumping in surprise, she whipped about, her stunned gaze falling on none other than the man haunting her thoughts. He stood a pace or two away, his face mirroring the surprise she felt. After a heartbeat, he swallowed hard and turned his brown eyes to the landscape, surveying it with forced attention. Flora, however, greedily allowed her gaze to roam over his features, imprinting them with the searing intensity of her affections. "He is here." They were the only words her beleaguered brain could form. Christian was here, at this obscure little coaching inn, with her. Still, caution made her hesitate. "What are you doing here?"
"I was travelling to see you at Ashwood Place. Inverray said you would be there. Obviously he was mistaken. I am relieved to have found you now rather than be disappointed later."
She blinked several times. He was travelling to Ashwood Place? For her? "But why would you want to see me?" Christian lifted a shoulder and took a step closer to her, his gaze now hungry on her.
"I wanted to invite you to attend the St. Leger with me."
Although his gaze held hers, he rocked back and forth on his feet.
"And Inverray, of course. I'd be honoured if you both were my personal guests."
She bit her lip. "How can you ask me to be your guest after I cruelly rejected you?" He stepped forward a pace and gently brushed a lock of hair from her cheek.
"Flora, I will never not want you."
His words threaded their way through her person, sending heat to the farthest reaches of her extremities, and Flora clamped her eyes closed to contain her fraught emotions. She thought she nodded, but she couldn't be sure. He gently rubbed his knuckles against her cheek as she tried to collect her composure. When she could finally speak again, without the threat of tears, she said, "Won't my presence there with you precipitate gossip? After the article, that is."
He considered this with a twisted mouth. The article has already generated talk and wild speculation.
Have you lost any investors?
Looking away, he shrugged. A few.
I wager the Jockey Club are incensed.
They are, he laughed. But seeing as how you're only the assistant trainer, all they can do is grumble.
Advancing a step, she inhaled his familiar scent and closed her eyes at the bitter-sweet memories it provoked. Why did you do it?
Soft fingertips skimmed her brow and cheek like butterfly wings before tucking another wayward curl behind her ear. Because Assad's successes at the Guineas and the Derby were as much a product of your hard work as they were of Baniti Mubarak's, as they were of mine. It felt like the worst sort of lie not to recognize your contribution, not to crow about the talents you possess.
But the gardens, Christian, you need your investors.
She swallowed to keep her voice from shaking.
The servants and tenant farmers, Assad and Kadar and Grey Bells and Horatio, and all the other horses need those investors.
His chuckle blew across her lips. We'll be fine. It may take a little longer than I allotted to get the finances back in the black, but the gardens will survive.
I'm sorry. Flora gave in to impulse and pressed her face to his chest.
Lord, but the feel of him under her cheek brought her aching heart solace.
It was selfish of me to lie to you, reckless of me to risk so much without thinking of the people whose livelihoods were threatened by my actions.
His arms carefully wrapped around her, tightening and drawing her flush with him. Resting his chin on her head, she felt him suck in a great breath. His exhale was gusty and filled with relief. I'm sorry as well. My proposal should not have hinged on you checking off items from a Marchioness list I created.
She snorted. Do you truly have a Marchioness list?
Naturally. You know how I feel about lists. Stepping from his embrace, she glared.
I want to see it.
Very well. Without hesitation, he reached inside his coat and extracted a rolled piece of parchment. His full lips pressed into a line as he handed it to her. Glancing from his face to the paper, she tried to divine a notion of what it contained, but his mien was unreadable. Nibbling the inside of her cheek, she slowly unrolled it. There was only one item on the list, and tears filled her eyes.
Convince Lady Flora Campbell to marry you.
I know you never desired to marry, and I know you had plans for your future. Christian grasped her hand and brought it to his lips, kissing her knuckles. His fathomless brown eyes bore into her. But your plans do not have to change much. Instead of you forging a path on your own, I would be honored to be by your side as you create a name for yourself in the world of horse racing. I don't have to tell you that many will doubt your abilities, but I never will. The features of his dear face grew distorted as tears filled her eyes and slipped down her cheeks, and she hiccuped with the effort to contain her emotions. A smile stretched across his mouth. I love you, Flora Campbell. I loved you when I thought you were the daughter of respectable means, and I loved you when I learned your father was a duke. Kissing the tip of her nose, he pressed his cheek to hers. Would you like for me to list all the ways I love you?
We'd surely be here for hours, she said, nipping at his earlobe.
Too true. Running his hands up her back, he sighed. Marry me and be my Marchioness. In the mornings, we'll hack out to survey the estate and ensure that our tenants are well. Then we'll return to the stables and see to developing our racing stock, side by side."
"You would allow me to continue to work with Assad and possibly Kadar?"
"I would insist upon it," he said, kissing her. "I will still be beside myself with apprehension, but not because I don't trust you, because I don't trust others to have a care with the dearest person in my life." His sweet words made her heart sing, and she reached up to kiss him. A sudden thought occurred to her, and she blanched, pulling away.
"Christian, you need an heir. I'm not sure I can provide him."
He ran a finger down her cheek. "Because you have never wanted children?" Flora nodded, miserable. "Well, it's a boon, then, that I already have an heir." She shook her head.
"What do you mean?"
"My brother Cedric has returned. I promised to fund his art education in London if he stayed." He shrugged, his cheeks flushed. "I should have extended the offer before now, but I didn't understand his passion, and it took knowing you to realize that I don't have to understand him. I just have to love and support him."
Grabbing him by the lapels, she pulled him down for another kiss.
"I'm proud of you. I'm happy he's back in England where he belongs."
Christian nodded, his eyes distant. Blinking, he smiled down at her.
"Tell me, my love, do you have any other objections? Anything else to say about my proposal?"
Grinning so wide her cheeks hurt, she wrapped her arms around his neck.
"Only that I agree to be your Marchioness because I love you so."
Closing his eyes, he released a great breath. In the next instant, Christian kissed her, a feverish kiss that spoke of regret and loss and redemption. She could translate it because the codex lay in her heart, exactly where it was meant to. After a long moment, she finally tore her lips from his.
"I'd like to invest in Assad."
Panting, he touched his forehead to hers.
"You've already invested a great deal in the spoiled beast."
"I mean to invest in him financially, in him and in Amstead Gardens."
The blank look on his face caused her to giggle.
"When I did not marry by my 25th birthday, my dowry became mine to do with as I wished."
"And you wish to invest in the gardens? Surely there are better uses of your dowry. That foundling home your brother started, perhaps."
The guarded expression on his face caused her to kiss him.
"There goes your modesty again."
"I can't help it. It's ingrained deep."
"I wonder how deep you'd claim it to be if I told you the amount."
Bringing her lips to his ear, she whispered the total sum of her fortune. Every pound, shilling, and halfpenny. His face paled, and he shook his head.
"Flora, surely—"
"Hush, my love. I've been generous with others, but now I want to focus on my future. Our future. Together."
Epilogue. "When did you know Assad was going to win the St. Leger, your lordship? Was it your intention to have Assad save his energy for the final sprint with Liverpool Lad? Was it your or Mr. Mubarak's idea to have the jockey slow him down heading into the final turn?" Christian finally halted, pivoting to address the flock of reporters who trailed behind them, their questions like squawks from determined seagulls. Levelling them with a firm look until they quieted, he said, "It was Lady Amstead's idea to have David, our rider, slow Assad leading into the top of the stretch. She wisely guessed that glimpsing his opponent would spur his competitive spirit."
8 pairs of eyes slid to Flora, who stood at his side, her bearing regal and her cheeks flushed. She looked at him askance before slowly smiling at the newspaper reporters. "Assad enjoys running, but," she paused dramatically, her voice dropping to a whisper, "he enjoys winning more." The reporters laughed in unison, and soon the men were peppering Flora with questions about the race, training Assad, and even her marriage to Christian. She responded to their inquiries like a seasoned professional with an abundance of genial charm, while she sidestepped personal queries and volleyed rejoinders with clever witticisms. He finally stepped back, reassured that she had the situation well in hand. But he couldn't take his eyes off her. Pride and love for his new wife warming him better than even the excitement and awe he'd felt when Assad crossed the finish line 5 lengths ahead of Liverpool lad. They had wed by special license several days before, in front of their families and friends, including Cedric, who had not decided yet whether or not he intended to return to the continent. But watching his brother laugh and jest with Flora at the wedding breakfast had made Christian hope that perhaps his wayward brother had found the promise of family a tempting reason to stay. Flora insisted on being present for the settlements discussion, and Niall had consented with only a weak protest. Christian was vastly amused, and even a bit aroused, as he observed Flora review the paperwork and request changes to various parts with the deft hand of a solicitor. At the conclusion of the meeting, she had grasped his hand across the table and shaken it, her dimples winking as she said, "It was a pleasure doing business with you, my lord. I find that I am now comfortable becoming your wife." While Inverray had grumbled under his breath, Christian had leaned forward and pressed a quick kiss to her cheek. "I would have agreed to anything you asked." She had nodded her head knowingly, an impish smile on her pretty lips. "Oh, I'm well aware." Now Christian watched her invite Beniti to her side to answer training questions, and he smiled. If she asked, he would give her the world. "Like a queen before her court," Lord Inverray said as he sauntered up, a fond look softening his face as he studied his sister. "She has them tripping over themselves for her approval." "I don't blame them," Christian said, "for her approval is a heady thing." As if she could hear him, Flora looked over her shoulder at him and winked, but then promptly returned her attentions to her audience. Cedric and the Duke and Duchess of Ashwood joined them, and the group observed in amusement while Flora explained the plans to expand the training facilities at Hampstead Gardens. They intended to open their training regimen to other horse owners, for a fee, of course. "It's as though she was meant to do this," Juliana, the Duchess, said, with admiration in her voice. "Because she was." Inverray bumped her with his shoulder as he shared a smirk with Ashwood. "Pity I didn't realise it sooner, or I would have asked her to give my speeches in Parliament." "I can only imagine the havoc she'd wreak if she could take a seat in the Commons," the Duke said on a chuckle. "Or the positive changes she'd fight for," Cedric added with a small smile. "Her ladyship is doing exactly what she was meant to." The foursome grew silent at Christian's sharp tone, but promptly rolled their eyes when he grinned. "She's training racehorses and letting me love her. Many would say she is the luckiest of ladies." Amidst the groans, Flora met his gaze, her green eyes sparkling. Despite his jests, Christian knew he was the lucky one.
This concludes To Tame a Scandalous Lady by Liana de la Rosa, narrated by Gabrielle Baker. Copyright 2019 by Liana de la Rosa. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing LLC and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.